We're going to go for about a mile to a mile and a half. We'll be back here no later than 8:30. That being said, the second half of our walk is going to be very likely in the dark. I'll just start with this question. What does it take for something to be memorable? What does it take for something to be memorable? What's that? What does it take to be memorable?
Repetition.
Repetition. Well?
High anxiety.
High anxiety, all right. Well, I mean, this national park was created in 1940. The ground we're going to be walking on wasn't added until later on. We're going to talk about why, even though this was added later, that the ground that these soldiers from New York, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Indiana, Georgia, Alabama, Virginia fought over for an hour and a half was memorable to them. These guys are fighting in a variety of other places during the war, worse places than this, more memorable places than this. A place that has 1,700 monuments, for example, a place with a cornfield, a place with trenches. Largely, this place gets overlooked. And by the end of this hour and a half, hopefully you'll maybe reconsider how memorable this place was for the men that first saw combat 159 years ago. Well, they have to get here somehow, and so we're going to talk about that first at our here. In July of 1861, 2 miles up the road, eastbound from us, two amateur armies meet, come face to face for the first time, and realize that the war that they thought was going to be nice and picnic at for one day was going to last a lot longer than that. Both armies pull back and begin to lick their wounds. On the federal side, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, fires the man he put in charge of that army the first time and replaces him with a Democrat, personal enemy of Lincoln's, named George B. McClellan. McClellan is a good organizer. He organized Ohio's war effort. He organized the whole state's war effort. But Lincoln and him aren't going to see eye to eye, politically or personally. But it's going to become very important. That organization is going to trump all of that anti-ness between them. And so George McClellan's going to start gathering a large army in Washington, D.C. over the spring, the summer, the fall, the winter of 1861 into 1862. Slowly gathering, the largest army the United States has ever fielded up to this point, over 100,000 men. And by April and May of that year, George McClellan's army of over 100,000 strong will hop on a whole bunch of boats, sail down to the Atlantic Ocean, down to a place called Fort Monroe. Anybody heard of that before? Anybody heard of Williamsburg, Yorktown, Jamestown? This large, massive United States army moves up that peninsula, slow and steady. And they reach a place called the Richmond International Airport where they have a big battle. It's called the Battle of Seven Pines or Fair Oaks. It's built over today, but something happens there that causes the trajectory of the Civil War to change for a couple of years. And that is the rise of a Virginian, former colonel of the United States Army, who's captured John Brown a couple of years ago. This is an audience participation walk over the next 90 minutes. Who is this rookie that assumes command of the Army in Northern Virginia? Robert E. Lee. Lee, in a series of battles between late June and early July of 1862, is able to push this massive U.S. Army away from Richmond. Battle called the 7 Days, Gaines's Mill, Malvern Hill, a whole bunch of places outside of Richmond. Pushes this army outside all the way down to where it started from. Abraham Lincoln's not really a fan of this. The army he sent down there, the army that was slow and steady this whole time, is back where it started. Lincoln wants to piece together another army in an effort to end this war. And so one of you is holding the lucky man. There he is. The man that Abraham Lincoln is going to pick to assume command of this army is named John Pope. Pope is a Republican. Pope is anti-slavery. Pope accompanied the 16th president to Washington, D.C. Personal relationship, political relationship, victorious out west. Maybe this guy's the right man for the job. And in the middle of June 1862, when John Pope assumes command of this army, he goes and tells his new employees something. So if you want to hold that up, I'm going to read you what John Pope's first words were to his army. And you tell me, this is your new boss. Are you ready for his first words to you? I have spent 2 weeks learning your whereabouts, your condition, your wants. I have come to you from the west, get ready for this one, where we have always seen the banks of our enemies. From an army whose business it has been to seek the adversary and to beat him when found, whose policy has been to attack and not defend. I presume I have been called here to pursue the same system and to lead you against the enemy. Let us study the probable line of retreat of our opponents and leave our own to take care of themselves. Let us look before us and not behind. Success and glory are in the advance. Disaster and shame lurk in the rear. That's the first speech this guy makes to his army. What do you think? Who wants to fight for him? Well, John Pope assumes command of this army. It's going to grow to about 40 or 50,000 men, and it now sits its goal to march down to threaten Richmond, pull off some pressure away from George McClellan. Well, Robert E. Lee is going to look at a map, realize he's surrounded on two sides, and he's going to make a decision to separate his army. Who's got him? Who's got him? Somebody. You have him. Right there. The man that Robert E. Lee is going to divide his army. He's going to keep half of them outside of Richmond, give the other half to this 38-year-old former professor from VMI named Stonewall Jackson. So dividing his army, he's going to march him north toward toward Pope, where they're going to do battle the first week of August, about 30 miles south of here, at a place called Cedar Mountain, Culpeper County. It's an inconclusive fight, but it pushes Pope north. Jackson pursues a little bit. It keeps that space between Richmond and Richmond's attackers open. Lee can breathe a sigh of relief. Abraham Lincoln can't. He's going to pull McClellan off the peninsula, back onto the boats, ship him back northward to Washington, D.C. When this happens, Lee hears about this. He's going to then take the whole of his army that's outside of Richmond and move it up north to Culpeper County. Robert E. Lee, within 70 days, has taken the seat of war. It's his first campaign from end to end in charge of this army, away from Richmond, and is now bringing it to a new front. So, for a couple of weeks, John Pope's army and Robert E. Lee's army are staring at each other across the banks of the Rappahannock River. There's some sporadic fighting, but no real big coup de grace for either side. Slowly but surely, troops are coming from McClellan's army to reinforce Pope. You can put your arm down for now. So Pope's army is getting reinforced by soldiers from George McClellan's Army of the Potomac. Lee can see this. Lee can see the numbers starting to go like this. He doesn't want that to happen. If two Union armies can come together, 150,000 strong, they can barrel straight through them. Right? You're a combined Union army. We're the Confederates, and there's Richmond. Look how easy that is. So what Lee's going to do is divide his army once more. He's going to keep James Longstreet over here to look at John Pope and make up some diversion. And he is going to send Stonewall Jackson, as our electronic map says, on a daring flank march around the rear of John Pope's Union armies, like I've heard that before. All the way around the rear. 55 miles. 37 hours. They're going to show up 20 miles behind Pope. What's 20 miles behind Pope? Small railroad junction straight ahead of you, 5 miles, called Bristow Station. It's there that Jackson is going to cut the rail line. He's going to cut the line of supply. He's going to cut the line of communication. From there, 159 years ago today, he is going to march half the Confederate Army northbound towards the unguarded supply base at Manassas Junction. These men have marched 55 miles in 37 hours, eating off the ground. Here you are, the other guy's supply base, unguarded. Alcohol, mustards, lobster, shoes, party. For 13 to 14 hours, half the Confederate Army has a big party at Manassas Junction. What's the Union commander doing? He hears that a Confederate force is operating behind him, 20 miles closer to D.C. than he is. John Pope, Republican, personal friend of Lincoln, commands 50,000 federal soldiers. The other federal commander, George McClellan, Democrat, anti-Lincoln. These two men are going to play a game of prom king or Miss America, whatever you want. Both men want the job. John Pope is going to believe he has the perfect opportunity to strike, isolate, and destroy the Stonewall Jackson. So he's going to turn his back on half the Confederate Army and march in search of Jackson up toward Manassas. Arriving there, finding the Confederates have burned the place to the ground and they've disappeared. Rumors now on the 27th and 28th of August are that Jackson has relocated 6 miles east of here to the next town over called Centerville. And so it is there that John Pope will begin to gather his army, piece them together, and move and destroy Stonewall Jackson. That brings us to the ground you're standing on. This is the Brawner farm, tenant farmers. The house is not the original. The front room, 1904, back two rooms, 1890s, put here from other places. There was a farm here. The Brawners were tenant farmers. They had an apple orchard over here. Pick a farm animal, it was around the house. And it was a farm, which means what is there less of? Trees. Tree line behind you disappeared. All the trees from here to the parking lot disappeared. A lot of these trees disappeared. This wood lot, which we're going to get a better sense of when we get up to the top of the hill, was here, and all of the trees we're going to walk through weren't here. It's very open. And so at 6 o'clock in the evening, 6,000 federal soldiers make themselves known on the road in front of you. Their commander is named Rufus King. King has 6,000 men. He's got 4 brigade commanders. And he's got, again, 6,000 soldiers. Out of the 6,000 men, 500 are veterans. Out of the 4 brigade commanders, none of them have been in a battle. And their boss is at the back of his column having an epileptic seizure. But where's the Confederates? They're 6 miles away, right? At some point during that evening, this fellow here, who you may have seen a picture of before, the man who had the first pitch of the Civil War lobbed at him, Abner Doubleday,
Very funny.
Right? He was in command at Fort Sumter, right? The first. Come back tomorrow night for more. Anyway, he notices at one point a farmer up here pacing back and forth, riding his horse. Pays him no attention, keeps marching down the street. This farmer, though, is eyeing up the men on the road. He's pacing his horse back and forth. This farmer turns and begins erratically pointing all over the place. Then he rides up to a soldier, tips his hat, and says, "Bring out your men, gentlemen." Why would a farmer say that?
Because he's really a Confederate general that looks like a farmer?
Let's go find out who the farmer's identity is. We're going to go that way.
I have an inkling of the plot. Question 13. Not that many 12 right now.
All right, so from here on out, we're going to be moving quick because our goal again is to get back here in an hour and 15 minutes. So we're going to spend time at every location of every regiment on the Federal side, and then when we hit the Confederate side, we're going to do it by brigade. So we're going to hit every unit on that side, every brigade on this side. Thomas Jonathan Jackson's men had partied a day earlier. He knew where he was. He brought his men back to the old Bull Run battlefield and put his men in a wood line about a quarter mile in front of you. That far tree line from us is called Stony Ridge. In front of that runs an unfinished railroad grade. It's dug, it's got trenches, it has no rail lines. Perfect opportunity to defend. 25,000 men in those dark woods in front of you. Jackson hears reports of federal soldiers marching down the street. All right, everybody, put your caps on. You're Thomas Jonathan Jackson. You have 25,000 men. The other half of your army, including your boss, is a day's march that way. You're invisible. Your men are tired. Here comes 7,000 soldiers marching down the road. They don't know where you are. You know where they are. You know how many they have. You're watching them. You're a farmer. Marching down the road. It's 6 o'clock. It's getting dark. 25,000 men. Hidden. Do you give up your location? Or do you let them walk?
Hit 'em.
Who says hit them? Who says let them go? All right, well, Jackson rides his horse back, points all over the place, says bring out your men, gentlemen, and the first men that are brought out here are pieces of artillery. Again, we got a better sense of the woods. The wood line behind us, that wood lot, that was here. The wood's off now to your left as you're looking at the woods. All these trees, get rid of them. Again, put on that road, 6,000 soldiers, largely amateurs. As one soldier from Wisconsin wrote, thinking that we were going to get into a fight, whenever they got into a fight, we were sure that when the time came they could fight every bit as well, stay just as long in a hot place, or charge just as daringly into a hotter one. Well, here comes a whole bunch of pieces of artillery. Let's see if they do what they thought they were going to do. One New Yorker wrote that at the first volley of the shell came our way, 5 of the boys scampered over a fence and up a rise. They lost their heads, but their legs and feet were active. So, can they handle the hotness?
No.
Has it started? This is just pieces of artillery. That's all they think it is. Where's John Gibbon? General John Gibbon, 35 years old, wrote a manual about artillery, peered off to the north, and wrote later, on casting my eyes to the left, there suddenly appeared, coming out of the timber, a short mile away, a number of horses. I scarcely had time to think whether they belonged to friend or enemy, when I was struck by the fact that the horses presented their flanks to view. My experience as an artillery officer told me at once what this meant. Guns coming into battery. John Gibbon has 2,000 men. Men from the 2nd Wisconsin, 6th Wisconsin, 7th Wisconsin, 19th Indiana. Anybody ever heard of those units before?
The Iron Brigade.
Well, not yet. This is the first time they're fighting together. Only 500 of them are veterans. John Gibbon turns to the only veteran commander he has, 28-year-old Colonel Edgar O'Connor, and orders him to charge those guns. Let's get O'Connor's view. Come along.
Yeah, Christian's the first, if you don't count Custis, she's actually a major in the company.
I want to fill in anywhere over here. This is our route as we head into the dark wood. We'll go shortly. So Lieutenant Colonel Edgar O'Connor, 28 years old, is ordered by John Gibbon to come through those woods, deploy out here, cross this field, fire once, then scream and holler and charge the guns on that next ridge. Colonel O'Connor can't speak that night. He's going to have to whisper the orders to one of his officers. It's also a chance for these men, the 2nd Wisconsin, to prove that when they fought only 2 miles up the road 13 months earlier, that they're still worthy of their medal. Here they come, dashing out of the woods, through where we are, down this next rise, up the next one. They get there. Where's the artillery? Gone. What are they looking at? 800 screaming and hollering Virginians coming straight toward them. Who's got them? Who's got them? You might. I think you do. Who's on the other side? Coming at you is this man. Colonel William Baylor, 31 years old. commander of the Stonewall Brigade. They're 800 strong. Here, they were 2,500 13 months and 2 miles earlier. See what 13 months does? Here they come, straight at us. O'Connor orders his men back, and they start taking a position right here on the top of the hill. There's a reason why we have a trail. Here, this is the Federal line of battle. You're standing where soldiers from the 2nd Wisconsin fight for an hour and a half. As one Wisconsin soldier remarked, very quickly, the skirmishers, the men that O'Connor sent ahead, were ordered to lie down. The remaining companies in line firmly awaited the charge of the rebels, the men grasping their pieces with a tighter grasp and expressing their patience in low mutterings in honest, if not classic phrases as, "Come on, God damn you." And then the bullets start flying. Where we just were, that fence, is the 33rd Virginia. Stonewall Brigade, that's how close they get. Their commander is on the other side of Baylor. His name is John Neff. His descendant just showed up here the other day. Neff is killed here. First time his ancestor ever came, mostly following along. One of his men said within 1 minute, this field, all was enveloped in smoke, and a sheet of flame seemed to go out from each side to the other, along the whole length of the line. Another Confederate officer says that it made one's blood tingle with pride to see those troops going into action, not with the senseless fun of a recruit who knew not what to expect, but with the confidence of veterans. You got veterans over there. You got veterans over here. The 2nd Wisconsin's alone up here for 15 minutes before John Gibbon orders up the next men. He's going to order up the 7th Wisconsin. Where do they fight? Well, here we go.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
So, John Gibbon has ordered the 2nd Wisconsin into the brawl, top of the hill. Only veteran soldiers that'll fight on the Union side that night. Gibbon then orders the next men, the 7th Wisconsin, to come through the wood, straight toward us, and deploy here. This is a test of leadership. John Gibbon has 2,000 men he's going to deploy into this fight. He's commanding the battle from the house. Where's the house? Can you see it? Can he see you? These are amateurs. And the first thing they do as they deploy is their line overlaps with the men of the 2nd Wisconsin. The 2nd Wisconsin have to figure out what to do. They have to separate. And one of the soldiers from the 7th Wisconsin fighting right here says that it must have just been luck because the Confederates stopped shooting for a couple of minutes to allow us to redeploy. Well, they redeploy down here, and what's coming at them? Straight through here you have more men from the Stonewall Brigade, but primarily Jackson's now ordering the next troops into this fight. Whose photo hasn't been picked up yet? Yes, there he is. The man he's going to send now is named Alexander Lawton. He commands some Georgians. Lawton's men, majority of them coming straight through the field right in front of us. One of them, from the 60th Georgia, describes the fight, how severe it was. The comrade on my right fell, pierced through the head. Then the comrade on my left was shot through both arms. Then I was lifted from my feet from a ball hitting me high on the forehead. That's what the 7th Wisconsin is inflicting upon their enemy directly in front of you. What are they experiencing? Bullets from front and right flank, the air full of them, whistling by our ears, scratching at our clothes, burning at our faces. Bullets seemingly everywhere. That's what the 7th Wisconsin is experiencing down here. You can sort of make out the firefight that your other Badgers are having at the top of the hill with some men from Virginia. And at one point, with the sun going down, those Confederates are going to attempt to cross that field, charging. They're going to charge 3 times at the 2nd Wisconsin. The 7th Wisconsin down here is going to notice this. skipping ahead a little bit, they're going to notice this movement. Their colonel, a man named Robinson, will order, "Battalion, change front, by company, left wheel, forward march." What does that mean? Their line is facing this way. They're going to swing like a door across this field. They're going to go up it. They're going to get to within 30 yards of the Confederate line. And then as one soldier in the 7th Wisconsin wrote, "Our boys mowed their ranks like grass, but they closed up and came steadily on. But our fire was so terrible and certain that after having the colors in front of us shot down twice, they broke in confusion and left us in possession of the field." You can get that sense. The sun going down over the horizon, over that hill. Turning into this, your first time in a battle, your boss a quarter mile away, on your own initiative, without any previous experience, making this decision. And in the process, inflicting a whole bunch of damage on the Stonewall Brigade in front. Amateurs. Veteran. There's still a lot more amateurs to cover. So we're going to enter the dark wood here. We're going to pop out of it, and we're going to talk about how soldiers from New York and Pennsylvania throw out their first pitch. Yep. A cannon are right up here. 3 static pieces are. You could have seen them as we popped out of the woods, barely, but they're like right up here. All right. Please don't run that.
See that's the tree
There goes one of my waters.
We're looking at the railroad right this one.
Yeah. So railroad is just there. A little bit beyond. Any questions, comments, concerns, whatever? Cool. Yeah.
Did you say that in this area you're going to cover the New York regiments?
Yeah. So where is the baseball guy?
Right here.
All right.
Baseball guy.
Abner Doubleday. Woohoo! Doubleday command. So there are 4 brigades in the column on the road.
Yeah.
Again, all 4 of the brigade commanders have never been in combat. Doubleday's been on the receiving end of artillery, but here he is commanding troops. So you can rest your arm. Abner Doubleday. 3rd in the column, you have a guy named Hatch, who we're not going to talk about unless you come tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. You have Gibbon's men, Doubleday's men, and a guy named Patrick that we're not going to talk about because he doesn't do any shooting. We're only concerned tonight with Gibbon and Abner Doubleday. The wood line here, and there's Gibbon on the backside. The wood line over here. The Confederate artillery up on the ridge in front of you is shooting at us. They can't hit what's behind the woods, so they're shooting at the men in front and in the rear. At front, you have the men of General Hatch, who's located at the village of Groveton, which is just over the rise here. Stonewall Memorial Gardens. The White Dogan House, which is open all weekend, right over here. Rufus King has ordered up artillery. Behind you is Tor Stop number 2, Battery Heights. Parking lot is right at the top of the hill behind you. That artillery needs infantry support. Where's the support? Abner Doubleday's brigade. Put here, the 76th New York, the 74th New York, and over to our right a little bit, you have the 56th Pennsylvania. Amateurs. The men in front are not amateurs, but let's see how the amateurs do it. The 76th New York, when they were on the road, that was where that mob of men seeking shelter, right? 5 of them, the legs were active, but the heads weren't. Its colonel, the 76th New York's colonel, told them, "Oh, my boys, don't run, don't run." Think a moment how it would sound to say the 76th ran. And then as one soldier said, that really lit the spark. The men got back into a line, and here they come, advancing down the road right in front of it. Right down the hill, right in front of you. The same soldier, "We were immediately in motion, over fences, through the bushes, around the trees, over logs. The bullets and shells tearing through the woods like a hailstorm through a wheat field. On rushed the regiment." Who are they coming up against? Soldiers from Georgia, 21st Georgia, and the 15th Alabama, right in front of you here. The same men at Gettysburg, right in front of us. We're going to see from their perspective in a little bit, but imagine as the sun's going down, The Confederates are attacking us over that ridge. You're down a little bottom without the clouds, like the sun setting over that way. Look at who's silhouetted on the ridge. Perfect opportunity. You're an amateur. That's target practice. Up and over the ridge, toward you. As one soldier said, the shadows of night gradually descended, and it seemed to me that I saw at least a mile of lightning leaping from rebel muskets, while a perfect deluge of rebel thunderbolts went crashing into the woods, or came shrieking like fiends over and among us. The rattle of musketry was terrible and continuous. The air seemed full of lead. So there's the 76th New York. I have the spacing off. The 56th Pennsylvania is over here. Remember that same charge that swept across the hill earlier that was cut down like grass? Colonel Wainwright, 76th New York, ordered the regiment to fire by the left oblique, and no rebel of that column who escaped death will ever forget that volley. It seemed like one gun. Amateurs firing with one gun. First timers. Shouldn't the veterans have the advantage? 25,000 men, right? Gibbon throws 2,000. Doubleday puts 600. Who's not budging? 25,000. These guys aren't originally here. The fighting starts at 6:30. There's originally a 200-yard gap in between where the right end of Gibbon's line is and the next men he put, soldiers from the 6th Wisconsin. So we're going to hit the 6th. We're going to then begin to make our loop around. But this action here is very overlooked because we're far away from the parking lot. We're far away from the air conditioning. And most importantly, we're 3/4 of a mile away from the bathrooms. Let's get even further away.
Quick question, are we at the right time, roughly?
All right.
Are we at the right time during the battle?
What time are we at?
Well,
No daylight savings time.
right.
That one
An hour
said
behind.
7:18 p.m. the last stop.
So subtract an hour,
So, okay.
7. Yeah. The fighting starts at 6:30. About 7 o'clock is when Doubleday's men get fed into the fight. The 6th Wisconsin, who we're going to talk about here, were the 2nd unit that Gibbon sent.
Okay.
Although, you know, your commander is now half a mile that way. So he's not seeing your fight. So 6th Wisconsin, that's where we are. Behind you, this trail takes you straight to tour stop number 2, Battery Heights, that group of trees. It's there that Campbell's Battery B, 4th U.S. Artillery, is opening fire on the Confederates in front of you. And the 6th Wisconsin is ordered into the brawl. The 6th Wisconsin numbers 6 Wisconsin, it's on the back page. 504 officers and men. Advanced forward toward you down that slope, quote, with the same feeling of eagerness that one hurries to save his dearest friend from great peril. They're coming to support the cannon. And then Rufus Dawes and their other colonel, a guy named Lysander Cutler, orders his men straight on down to this bottom. Clear the trees, there's a little stream bed in front of us. Perfect opportunity to fire on the Confederates in front. As Rufus Dawes, their commander, or third in line, says, are every man scrambled up the bank and over the fence. That's at the road. The turnpike, Route 29. In the face of shot and shell. I could now see the men of the 2nd Wisconsin. Again, lack of trees, he can see the other end of the line. They were under the concentrated fire of at least 6 times their own numbers. There was space enough vacant between our regiment and the others for 1,000 men. Again, he's now talking about that gap that Doubleday's men go into. They took a position down here on the low ground. Let's advance a little bit more. So here we go, 6th Wisconsin. Let's go into the fight. Same type of cloud cover.
Did it rain that day? These the temperatures of the 90s like this?
Yeah, definitely humid.
Storms were waiting for the first, I think.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look where we are. We're still in the bottom. There's the Confederate line coming straight at you. Rufus Dawes continued, our regiment was on the low ground, which, in the gathering darkness, gave us great advantage over the enemy as they overshot our line. And if you can imagine, the silhouette, the sun hitting them. Later on, you had, as Dawes continues, the rebels had rallied after a severe firefight. The rebels had rallied in a line overlapping ours both ways, burst from that dark wood. Volley after volley roared and crashed in a manner never surpassed in any action I have seen. It mowed out gaps in the line, but the isolated squads would rally together and rush right up into the face of death. So, 6th Wisconsin, let us all ride right into the face of death and greet the men on the other side. Rufus Dawes is trying to show that he has more men than he actually does. Again, 25,000 in front of us. We've seen how Gibbon is conducting the fight. From here on out, we will see how Thomas Jonathan Jackson continues his fight. He's the one causing the battle. He's the one with 6 times the amount of men. He's the one with the veteran. Let's see how he conducts this fight. We're going to go from this end, and we'll head the half mile back. This, ladies and gentlemen, is all in the dark. All right, so Thomas Jonathan Jackson has 3 divisions under his command. The division of A.P. Hill to our right. In front of you, the division of a guy named Richard Buell. And to our left, the division of William Booth Tolliver. Jackson has 25,000 men, all together on 1.5 miles worth of land. 6,000 of those men are going to actually pull a trigger. Why? The lateness of the hour, the lack of communication, no planning. Jackson's going to be riding all over the place that night. In some instances, right behind the individual regiments going into the fight. Lee's number 3, doing the job of a colonel or a captain. The desire to just keep the fight. 26,000 men. 6,000 pull a trigger. In front of you are the men of Trimble's brigade. Soldiers from the 15th Alabama. You've been to Gettysburg before? Or watched the movie Gettysburg? Little Round Top. Again, that line of Federals is on the rise right behind you. William McClendon of the 15th Alabama right here. My position at this fence was in the immediate rear of Alonzo Watson. So let's talk about McClendon here. We were both on our knees, he firing through a crack and I firing over the top. I stood as high on my knees as possible in order to rest my gun on the top rail. My left elbow was at one time resting on his shoulder, when all at once I heard a thud and felt a jar, and poor Alonzo began to relax and sink, exclaiming in a low tone, "Oh Lordy, I'm a dead man." These were his last words. Another soldier, lying as close to the ground on their faces as ever a frightened squirrel lay upon the branch of a tree. Severity of the fight. That ridge is where your enemy is. In the growing darkness. Finally, Trimble orders a whole brigade to charge across this field. Except only half of them hear the order. 21st Georgia, 21st North Carolina, over to our right, charging across the field. Gives a chance for the 2nd Wisconsin to, as the other Badgers did further up, mow them down like grass, firing into their flank. Right here across this field, right behind us. Here's another soldier. The position of the left wing of the 15th Alabama, where we are, was in a thick clump of bushes covering a space not exceeding 4 acres, and it was very rocky. Can't see it in front of you. We reached an old dilapidated fence. The space in front was clear, but the night was so dark that the boys in blue couldn't be seen or located only by the flash of their guns. We were not over 50 yards apart. Look at that rise behind you. One of those soldiers from Wisconsin even comes charging straight across the field in the darkness and captures a Confederate. It's so dark you can't tell what's going on. So, Trimble's men charging across this field, held up by the amateurs of the 6th Wisconsin. The 21st Georgia, 21st North Carolina charge across the field, held up by the amateurs of the New Yorkers, 76 New York. So your ancestor holding up some of the best troops in the Confederate Army. That's Trimble's front. Let's go further down. We'll talk about Lawton's men, but Jackson again has 3 divisions. Only 2 of them go into this fight. Both of those division commanders will be wounded. Richard Ewell, for example, goes down on his left knee to peer under the smoke, and a soldier's bullet from the 76th New York fires straight into his knee, causes him to miss a whole bunch of battles, shows up at Gettysburg with a wooden leg. Same guy that's told, if you know Gettysburg, to take that hill if practicable. Well, here he is, losing one of his limbs. We're going to go down, we're going to go to the next division in line and talk about the Georgians.
So isn't Gibbon a fighter? I mean, this is not his first day.
Forget what I mean. Over here, right, you got his men. He's far enough away, not really commanding much of the battle.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he's dealing with on this side Stonewall Brigade, and later on another brigade of Confederates that comes around and flanks him. So down on this end, he's waging a pretty nice battle. And it's down there that a whole bunch of the amateur, like the non-West Point trained men, are doing the fighting. All right, are we all caught up?
I think the end of the caboose is the one with the bright light.
That's probably my dad. Hello. How's it going? Hello. What's his name or what's her name? Sammy. 26 Georgia. We were ordered in just after dark. Marched steadily across an open field, the one behind you, for about 400 yards, over which the balls were flying by the thousands. When we reached the fence, in front of you, the men were ordered to lie down and commence firing. We poured volley after volley into the ranks of the enemy, who were drawn up in a line of battle in the field beyond. After firing several rounds, General Lawton ordered the brigade to charge. At that command, every man went over the fence, and the Yankees did their fearful execution. That's that 30 yards mowed down like grass right in front of you. What's Jackson doing? As one of his staff officers said, Jackson's staff was unusually small, several being absent, the invaluable Pendleton among them, and upon those who remained the labor was unceasing. On that day I acted in every capacity, from assistant adjutant general to courier, and our medical director was most effective as an aide de camp. 26,000 men, some of the best troops of the Confederate service. Their commander is acting as a captain, as a courier, pushing regiment after regiment into the fight. Let's go see how his Stonewall Brigade is doing. Somewhere back here, Staff Officer W.W. Blackford. The musketry became a roar, the individual shots merging into one continuous sound, broken upon by the rapid booming of the artillery accompaniment. In a few moments, wounded men made their appearance, limping back toward you as best they could. The stream of wounded came greater and greater, and an officer of rank, slung in a blanket and borne by men, would be brought out. 33rd Virginia, defense in front. 2nd Wisconsin, the tree line. We have one more regiment to talk about, and we have one more chance for Jackson to win before the night is out. We're going to go back to the house to wrap up. So, John Gibbon is commanding this battle from the area right in front of you, and this is where he throws his Hoosiers, the 19th Indiana, straight through us. They can't see the enemy until they're 50 yards away from them. the growing darkness, Jackson has one more trick up his sleeve. Alexander Tolliver's brigade of Virginians coming around the parking lot. Who's got a strong flashlight? Can you point it at that picture? Right here.
I better close your eyes.
The last person to show up is this fella. 23 years old. His name is John Pelham. Captain, Major, whatever he is. He's got one cannon. He says that he puts the cannon 50 yards from the 19th Indiana. That's right here. My belief is it's at the parking lot, but it scares Meredith, Colonel Meredith of the 19th Indiana, enough to pull back his men. Using the shape of the ground, you can see the ground slips off. Fresh Confederates forces him into the woods. After an hour and a half, darkness ends the fight. Both sides pull back. Rufus King is awake again, convenes his officers. They make the decision to leave here. John Pope, hearing of this fight, hearing that King has found Jackson, wishes Rufus King to not leave. Too late. King has already pulled out and headed towards Manassas. John Pope, believing that he has bagged Jackson, will begin moving his command here overnight into the next morning. Thomas Jackson has pulled John Pope into a fight. Jackson will now withstand multiple assaults all day long on August 29, waiting for Robert E. Lee to show up. You can, tomorrow, all day, walk in the footsteps of these attacks. Well, let's wrap up by talking about where we are. 19th Indiana, you have Hoosiers, you have Badgers, you have Virginians, Alabamians, Georgians. Many men, this was their first fight. Frank Haskell of the Gibbon staff, as the daylight came on the next morning, none of us could look upon our thick ranks, so full the night before, now so shattered, without tears. In the faces of these brave boys, the morning sun disclosed them no pen can describe. The men were cheerful, quiet, and orderly. The dust and blackness of battle were upon their clothes, and in their hair, and on their skin. But you saw none of these. You only saw their eyes, and the shadows of the light of battle, and the furrows plowed upon cheeks that were smooth a day before, and now not half filled up. I could not look upon them without tears, and could have hugged the necks of them all. Blackford. The positions of the two lines were 70 yards apart. The lines were well marked by the dark rows of bodies stretched out on the Broom's Edge field, lying just where they had fallen, with their heels on a well-defined line. Let's return to that question from earlier. What makes a place memorable? To the soldiers of Wisconsin and Indiana, they passed through this same ground in June of 1863. Where are they headed? Gettysburg. What's still lying out here? The bodies of their comrades that they left behind. They bury them in July of 1863. They come back out here. What makes the place memorable? 1887. The light again. In the Milwaukee Sunday Telegraph is this poem talking about that burial. They had lain for long months in the ghostly array. They were keeping their lone vigil well, as if guarding the pike from the low line in gray, closely ranged o'er the opposite swell. Oh, brave comrades and true, we remember you still, though war-weary and worked since you fell. Now at last we have come these sad rites to fulfill, ere we bid you forever farewell, and covered them over with cold clammy clay, though we left them still proudly in line where they lay when the Battle of Gainesville was done. Behind you, 18-year-old Willie Preston of Virginia, killed. his uncle buries him 2 miles away. Up until recently, this 18-year-old was buried in a golf course, now in the backyard of a house. What makes the place memorable? These men are at battlefields all across the East Coast. They're in hard fights. But for these Hoosiers, this is their baptism of fire. They're going to remember that. The Badgers, they're going to remember New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina. They remember. They're in worse fights. They remember. 1 in 3 is shot, killed, wounded, missing in an hour and a half. 90 minutes. 4 to 5 men every minute for 90 minutes. 159 years ago tomorrow, this land was given meaning. After the war, some of the soldiers come back and put 2 monuments. One of the speeches that's made says that many unborn generations will make pilgrimages to this site. Look around you. Unborn generations, right? Where are you? Here. Did you know any of these men? You were unborn. You're here 159 years ago. You're giving the place continued meaning. And on behalf of 330 million, thank you. So, we've done it. I've got schedules if you'd like to check out some of the programs throughout the weekend. Our next walk is at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, tour stop number 5. And there's one at 2. There's one at 4. And then you can walk with me in the darkness again tomorrow night over at stop 9, where we'll talk about what's called the Twilight Class. Hopefully the weather's better. I'll take the pictures. We hope to see you for the rest of the weekend. But thanks for visiting your national park. Good morning to everybody. My name is Hank Elliott, one of the permanent rangers here at Manassas National Battlefield Park. Welcome as we're here to commemorate the 159th anniversary of the Second Battle of Manassas. And we have a full weekend of programs, all of course weather permitting, starting last night, continuing through this evening, and all day tomorrow. So we have a number of programs, some walking tours, we have living history, as well as a number of historic structures that are open, including the Stone House and the Lucinda Dogan House at the Groveton intersection. And the Lucinda Dogan House, I should mention, is only open one weekend per year, and that's the weekend of the Second Manassas anniversary. So if you've never been in that structure, you have today and tomorrow. The hours are 10 to 4. So keep that in mind as well. A couple of very knowledgeable volunteers are down there to greet you. For those of you who have been on this program with me before, I've done it for a number of years, you know the drill. For those that are new, what we're going to do today is very quickly leave this busy, loud parking area, and we're going to walk down the unfinished railroad grade. We can get a little away from the traffic noise and begin our program, kind of set the stage for the fighting that would occur here on August 29th, 1862. This is a program that lasts roughly 90 minutes, give or take. We will be going off trail in a special route that our maintenance staff has very kindly mowed for us. It's not manicured, however. It is still rough cut, so keep that in mind. I strongly encourage you to apply some insect repellent, sunscreen, again, bring some water. We're going to try and stick to the shade, but we may be in sun for brief moments during our program. So with that, as I look back towards the church lot, I don't see anybody making their way up. We're going to start our program, and my one ask is that you please take the steps and not walk up the resource. We try to get everybody funneled onto the steps, and thus they're not damaging the unfinished railroad grade. So needless to say, follow me, we'll get away from busy Sudley Road, and we'll begin. All right. Again, I promised we would take advantage of shade when we can. Again, you're standing along the unfinished railroad bed, which is going to be the focal point of a number of programs throughout today and tomorrow. Now, I appreciate that many of you may be first-time visitors, maybe you're not as familiar with the story of Second Manassas as you may be with the first battle from 1861. And I also appreciate that many of you may not have been able to attend last night's program at Brawner Farm. And for that reason, I'm actually going to start at the beginning and set the stage and bring everything back here from 1861 to 1862 so that you have an understanding as to why these two armies returned twice in a 13-month period to this same ground. So, the spring of 1862, the Confederacy is definitely trying to reverse a season of misfortune. Since their victory at First Manassas in the summer of 1861, they had suffered a number of major military defeats, particularly in the Western Theater. They had seen a tremendous loss of territory, and by summer of 62, the near capture of their capital at Richmond. George McClellan's Army of the Potomac, over 100,000 strong, had marched within a few short miles of that capital city. And defending Richmond at the time was Robert E. Lee's Confederate Army of Northern Virginia. Lee was a relative newcomer to this army. He had only assumed command on June 1st. Many of the men were unfamiliar with him and in fact looked at him initially with skepticism and doubt. And the best way to earn their trust and devotion, to win them over, would be through battlefield victories. And over the coming months, through the summer of 1862, Robert E. Lee is going to orchestrate some of the largest and most famous Confederate victories of the Civil War, including this one here at Second Manassas. And in fact, he is going to emerge from this summer, from this campaign, and from this battle in particular as the Confederacy's greatest hope for independence. Now, Lee felt the best way to protect Richmond was to come out from the city's defenses and give battle. And in a series of savage engagements fought in a one-week period, known collectively as the 7 Days Battles, Lee pushes McClellan away from Richmond back down the Virginia Peninsula to a point on the James River. When it became apparent that McClellan was not really a threat to the city any longer, Lee felt confident to turn his attention elsewhere in central Virginia to address a new issue. During this same time, meanwhile, President Abraham Lincoln had created an entirely new secondary Union Army to operate here in the Old Dominion. This was an additional 45,000 troops. They were christened the Army of Virginia, and they were placed under the command of Major General John Pope. Now, Pope had spent the first year of the war out in the Mississippi River Valley. He had seen some success there. Granted, most of those successes were feats of engineering rather than combat victories. He's a Republican, like Lincoln, vehement opponent of slavery. His aims and objectives are consistent with those of the Lincoln administration, and that's in stark contrast to the Democrat George McClellan, who in the summer of 1862 is one of Lincoln's most vocal critics, both about political policy but also military strategy. So Lincoln's bringing in an officer to command this new army who's committed not just to winning the war, but to supporting the administration at the same time. And that's an important distinction in the summer of 1862. Now, Lincoln's plan was for these two Union armies, McClellan's and Pope's, to work together in a cooperative dual effort to defeat Lee, capture Richmond, and end the war. But before Pope could even assume command in the field, the situation at Richmond had changed dramatically. McClellan had been beaten, and thus Lincoln's plan never even gets off the ground before the president is compelled to revise that strategy. And he decides the two Union armies now need to merge together into one. And if McClellan and Pope could join their forces together, they're going to number somewhere close to 150,000 strong. And those might be odds simply too great for the Confederates to overcome. The downside of that revised plan was logistical. It meant that McClellan would have to move his troops by boat up the Chesapeake Bay and Potomac River to Alexandria and Washington. And that's a massive logistical undertaking when you consider not only the number of men, but all the supplies that would accompany an army of that size. And it's going to take time. And the time that it took offered Lee and the Confederates this golden window of opportunity to dash northward from Richmond in hopes of defeating Pope's smaller force before McClellan's larger army could come around in support. And that time is what frames the Second Manassas campaign in the summer of 1862. So let's fast forward to the middle of August. Lee and the Confederates are in Culpeper County, which is still about 40 miles southwest of where we now stand. There, they will confront Pope along the upper Rappahannock River, where Pope and the Union Army had occupied a very strong defensive position on high ground overlooking that waterway. For several days, Lee attempted to cross the Rappahannock and bring Pope to battle. He tried to cross upstream, he tried to cross downstream, but in every effort he was thwarted. And while he's maneuvering, Pope starts to receive the very first reinforcements from McClellan. In fact, roughly 20,000 additional Union troops will join Pope's command along the Rappahannock River line, bringing the Union Army to close to 65,000 strong, now larger than the roughly 55,000 Confederates on the opposite bank. So the window of opportunity for Lee is beginning to close. Sensing this urgency, the Confederate commander gambles. He divides his force in the shadow of a larger opponent and sends roughly 24,000 men, one wing of his army, under the command of Stonewall Jackson, on a bold march around and behind Pope's Union Army, hoping they could sever the enemy's supply line, which was the railroad stretching all the way back to Washington, D.C. So began one of the greatest marches in American history. Jackson's men are going to march roughly 50 miles in about 34 hours. They do so secretly, they do so successfully. Not only do they cut the railroad, they're going to capture the Union Army's supply base right back near here at the prized railroad junction of Manassas. And the junction today is, of course, what we know as Old Town Manassas, which is about 7 or 8 miles south behind me from where we now stand. Now, many people who are familiar with the story of First Manassas remember that in 1861, that summer, Manassas Junction was in Confederate hands. Here it is a year later in the summer of 1862, and that same junction is now in federal hands. And that tends to cause some confusion. How did that change of possession take place? Well, in the spring of 1862, between the battles, the Confederate Army abandoned all of northern Virginia and they fell back south to protect Richmond. When they evacuated this area, the Union Army naturally marched out of Washington and occupied Manassas Junction for their own purposes. They stockpiled there an enormous quantity of supplies, food and clothing and medical supplies, ordnance and ammunition. Anything the Army could possibly need could be found there. And because it was initially rather far behind friendly lines, it was never deemed to be in any serious danger and thus only lightly guarded. Well, in the wee hours of the morning of August 27th, 1862, 24,000 Confederates are going to show up unannounced, and they're going to capture Manassas Junction basically uncontested. Now, for the next 12 hours, Jackson's men are going to tear the place up. They're going to loot and plunder and ransack all of these captured supplies. Very memorable experience in their service with the Confederate Army, but for our purposes, the capture of Manassas Junction is critical for understanding how and why the battle subsequently develops. Remember, the whole purpose of sending Jackson on that march was to sever the enemy's supply line. Well, he's accomplished that goal, and in rather spectacular fashion. By doing so, this compels Pope's Union Army. It forces the enemy to fall back off that high ground overlooking the Rappahannock River, if anything, just to repair the damage. That's exactly what Lee and the High Command wanted all along. Get the enemy off that high ground, draw them out into the open and set the stage for battle only if it is favorable in terms of ground and terms to the Confederates. Now, within hours of the Junction's capture, the entire Union Army, 65,000 strong, is backpedaling in this direction. Jackson, with only half the army at hand, the other half of the Confederates' force is still down at the Rappahannock under Longstreet, acting as a decoy. As Hope's force gets nearer Manassas Junction, Jackson appreciates he can't linger. So he will carry off everything he can take with him. He burns anything he must leave behind. He vanishes into the night, leaving Manassas Junction a smoldering ruin. Where does he go? He deliberately returns to the old Bull Run battlefield where the Army had fought the previous summer and where he and his brigade had together earned that famous nickname. He comes back here by choice. He's familiar with the ground, he knows the landscape, he knows the terrain, and he wants to go into hiding to elude the enemy's pursuit, but also to await reunion with Lee, Longstreet, and the other half of the Confederate Army, which is going to be playing catch-up over much of the next 24 hours. So Jackson deliberately comes back to the old Bull Run battlefield, and he goes to ground for protection. And he occupies a very strong defensive position of his own. We're going to see part of it throughout the day at our various tours. Jackson occupies high ground known as Stony Ridge, which is behind you by a few hundred yards. It's wooded, which gave his men cover and concealment, and near its base ran the cuts and fills of an unfinished railroad bed. This was a pre-existing man-made feature of the landscape that in many areas would give Jackson's men protection in any coming battle. And he wanted to incorporate that feature of the landscape into his mile-and-a-half-long defensive front. The other advantage Jackson enjoyed, not so much where we now gather, but perhaps on the far western end of his line, a mile and a half to your right, is he had a view of open rolling farmland down to the Warrenton Turnpike, modern Route 29 today. And that road, many of you may not realize, in 1862 was macadamized. It was crushed stone. It was hard surfaced. So it was much better, far superior to most of the dirt roads elsewhere in northern Virginia. And Jackson was looking for an opportunity to ambush any unsuspecting portion, a juicy morsel of Pope's army that might obliviously come marching past his concealed position. Well, Jackson got that opportunity late on the afternoon of August 28, 1862, 159 years ago this evening. Now, that action was, of course, the focal point of last night's guided program at Brawner Farm, when Jackson made the deliberate decision to reveal his hiding place. He gives up that hiding place because he recognizes if they're going to pick a fight with a larger opponent, you must do so on ground and terms favorable to the Confederate Army. And his position will rank as one of the strongest that either army would enjoy during the war. So it's Stonewall Jackson that initiated the Second Battle of Manassas 159 years ago today. And of course, he opens fire on a passing Union column that was swinging eastward on the Warrenton Turnpike a little before dusk. And that fight will rage for roughly 2 hours. We got a runner coming through.
Pardon me, guy.
Hello.
Thank you.
That fight will rage for roughly 2 hours, right at twilight, right at dusk, with battle lines less than 100 yards apart. And as you learned last evening, those of you that attended, you know that that was somewhat of a tactical, bloody draw. Jackson was disappointed, never able to take full advantage of the numerical superiority he had over that passing Union column. But from a broader perspective, Jackson accomplishes his larger goal. He beckons Pope to battle. And Jackson has every intention of resuming this fight on the morning of August 29, 1862. And that's the day that we will focus on in our various programs today. Now, you know that Rufus King's division, after the fight at Brawner Farm, decided to retreat 6 miles south to Manassas Junction. But there had been other Union troops in the vicinity of that fight that were not engaged on the evening of the 28th. Notably, Franz Siegel's corps, which had camped overnight in the Henry Hill Chinn Ridge area, which of course is only a couple of miles down the Sudley Manassas Road, modern Route 234. So when dawn breaks on the morning of August 29th, Jackson is no longer confronting Federals over at Brawner Farm, but with other Union troops in the vicinity of Chinn Ridge and Henry Hill. He full well recognizes that battle is at hand. And at 6 a.m. that morning, Franz Sigel is going to order some of his troops, the division of Karl Schurz, to begin a push north on the Manassas-Sudley Road to try and feel out the enemy position. They're going to probe. They're going to gather some intelligence. They're going to research the enemy's position. Well, any Federal troops marching straight up Sudley Road would potentially threaten Jackson's left flank, which again was very near Sudley Church, where we parked, and which is just a couple of hundred yards to your left east of here. And as a result, Jackson is going to shuffle the deck, and he's going to move his divisions around to gather the greatest strength on the left end of his line. And he will choose specifically Powell Hill's division, the largest in Jackson's wing, to position on the left end of the line to protect Sudley Road, to protect Sudley Ford, and to protect the left flank of Jackson's wing, and eventually the left flank of the entire Confederate Army. Now, Powell Hill is going to station his 6 brigades into 2 lines of 3 brigades each. 3 on the front, behind the unfinished railroad bed, and 3 couple of hundred yards behind, up on Stony Ridge. Well, needless to say, for the purposes of our program this morning, and again at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to focus specifically on one of those brigades in great detail, and that's the Brigade of South Carolinians under the command of Brigadier General Maxcy Gregg. Now, Maxcy Gregg was born in 1814 down in South Carolina. Interesting to note, of Yankee stock, of New England stock. His grandparents hailed from Massachusetts and Rhode Island. In fact, his maternal grandfather had been the president of Brown University. He moved to South Carolina to take on the presidency of what would become the University of South Carolina in Columbia. And again, in 1814, Maxcy Gregg would be born there. He would eventually go to some of the better schools, have private tutors. He's going to end up becoming a lawyer. He's going to open a practice in Columbia for over 20 years. And he is going to have some very interesting, notable interests in the kind of scientific world, becoming, good morning, hello, becoming noted for his library and his interest in botany and ornithology and astrology and so forth. So needless to say, he was somewhat cultured and worldly, but he had some pretty vehement, vociferous views early on when the country was divided sectionally when it came to the issues of slavery and secession. In fact, he spoke out loudly against compromise and in favor of disunion and secession as early as 1850, opposed to the compromise of that year, which even at that time, surrounded by other firebrands, was still an outlying position. Needless to say, a decade later, when South Carolina does leave the Union, he will be part of the convention to draft the Ordinance of Secession. And when that convention is going to authorize one 6-month regiment to defend the state, Maxcy Gregg is going to be appointed colonel of that military unit. So he's going to put his money where his mouth was for all those years, and he is going to serve as colonel of that 6-month regiment authorized in December of 1860. Now, he will spend most of that time in Charleston. He and the 1st South Carolina will be present during the Charleston Harbor Fort Sumter April 1861 action. And needless to say, as that leads to Lincoln's call for 75,000 militia, and with it 4 additional southern states bowing out of the Union. When 11 southern states join the new-founded Confederacy, and it becomes obvious that Virginia, as the northern border of this southern Confederacy, will be the focal point of much fighting to come, Maxcy Gregg and the 1st South Carolina are going to offer their services. And that was not by any means, unanimously among the men appealing. Some felt that they served only South Carolina and wanted to remain in their native state. But the 1st South Carolina is one of the very first units to pass through Richmond and into northern Virginia after the Old Dominion aligns itself with the Confederacy. Interesting to note that that 6-month regiment would be discharged, their enlistments expiring in June of '61, before the first Battle of Manassas or Bull Run was fought. And as they near that opening battle of the war, Maxcy Gregg, together with his men, have to return through Richmond and back to Columbia to be discharged. And although many of the civilians in the city didn't recognize the circumstances requiring their return to their native state, many of those men got jeered and booed as they were leaving Virginia facing its greatest crisis. Needless to say, the 1st South Carolina would reorganize very quickly and be back in a matter of weeks here in Virginia. Now, a couple months later, Maxcy Gregg is going to be promoted to Brigadier General. It's going to separate him from his regiment as he returns home and takes command of the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th South Carolina Infantries, which had rather light duty up to that point along the South Carolina Atlantic coast. He's going to whip those men into shape. He's going to discipline them, get them ready for battle. And eventually, those units will also be sent into Virginia. And as they arrive in Richmond, they will be joined by the 1st and also by the 1st South Carolina Rifles, often more commonly referred to as Orr's Rifles, not to confuse them with the many other regiments from South Carolina that were known as the 1st during the course of the war. And those 5 regiments, the 1st, the 1st Rifles, and the 12th, 13th, and 14th, would go on to serve together for the balance of the war as one of the most famous Confederate brigades to fight at some of the hottest actions of this conflict. Now, their first taste together as a brigade would be during the 7 Days battles. They're going to see action at places like Gaines's Mill, where they're going to suffer very horrific casualties. They're then, with Jackson, going to make their way from Richmond and elsewhere in central Virginia to Culpeper County, but miss out on Cedar Mountain as they were held back in reserve during that precursor to our Second Manassas story. When they arrive on the battlefield in late August of 1862, again, they're experienced, they're veterans, they're capably led, and they're going to be placed at a point of great danger and great honor, the extreme left flank of Jackson's wing and eventually of the entire Confederate army. And Maxcy Gregg is going to shoehorn his men, roughly 1,500, atop a clear, open, rocky knoll, as it was referred to. And that rocky knoll is a few hundred yards to your right rear. We'll get closer to that site as part of the afternoon program beginning at 4 o'clock, again, right here over at Sudley Church. Now, he's got, as we said, Powell Hill, 3 brigades on the front line. Maxcy Gregg, he's got Thomas's Georgians, and he's got Field's Virginians. That second line back on Stony Ridge has got 2 brigades of North Carolinians, Branches, and Penders, and he's got Archer's mixed brigade. One of the downsides of this area, however, is the limited use for artillery. Now keep that in mind. Although Jackson has a strong position, it does have some weaknesses, notably lack of artillery, but also he's got a gap in the line between Maxcy Gregg and Thomas's Georgians, which is going to see some very bitter fighting later on the 29th, which is the focal point of the 1 o'clock tour today at stop number 6. Now, what happens on the morning of August 29th in this area is the advance of the Union troops at around 6 a.m. And again, Sigel is in command on the field. John Pope is not present yet. He is still down at Manassas Junction. And Sigel is gathering intelligence on the enemy's position to be able to provide that information to the commanding officer upon his arrival somewhere close to midday. And Carl Schurz's 2 Brigade Division is going to be sent forward to collect that intelligence. And at around 8 o'clock that morning, they are going to encounter, right here in the fields behind me and ahead of you, South Carolinians, which would begin over 10 hours of fighting with 6 separate attacks that'll hit Maxcy Gregg over the course of that day. Some can argue that Gregg's brigade will have a harder, more heroic, more famous day later on, maybe at Spotsylvania. But many could argue defensively, this will be perhaps their finest hour. No question, it's Maxcy Gregg's finest hour in command of this unit. So what we're going to do is we're going to begin our walk off trail, and we're going to head out into the field where much of this early action took place. And over the coming stops and over the next hour or so, much of what we're going to discuss today is really at a micro level. We're not going to be discussing wings, we're not going to be discussing divisions, not really even going to be discussing brigades. We're really going to be discussing the regimental actions that occur in these fields in front of the Rocky Knoll and the unfinished railroad. So we're going to be really getting down to some very small scale action, which is unusual for some of our programming, but this helps set the stage. So with that, let's go ahead and make our way to the next stop. Vicinity before dawn. But yes, Jackson had every intention of bringing all 24,000 of his troops to bear over at Brawner that runs out of daylight. All right, come on over on this side. Try to keep you in the shade. So the route that was mowed is a little different from years past if you've been on this program. Usually we follow up the tree line behind you so that we can get more of a view looking out to this field and into the bottom. We're right up here on top of these woods. And to give you an idea, the woods ahead of you sloping down into that bottom are historically correct. It's the woods on the far side of the unfinished railroad bed up on the Rocky Knoll that should be removed as part of potential future landscape rehabilitation. But this slope and the woods below you are where some of that early August 29th action is going to initially take place. And to get you oriented south or behind the group, if we were to pass through these woods and over this slight ridge, you would emerge in the open fields of the Dogan farm and across the road from Matthews Hill. So you might start to see some more familiar landscapes that are very close to us. But again, since this is an area that's not typically accessible to visitors, you don't have a chance to explore here on foot very often, except as part of these types of programs. So, as we said, Sigel wants his troops to feel out the enemy, which he recognizes are in considerable force somewhere to the north of Groveton and the Warrenton Turnpike. And Sigel is going to feel the enemy over about a 2-mile long front. So by no means is the action we're going to focus on this morning the only combat that's occurring during the morning of August 29th. Milroy, for instance, is going to be fighting down about 3/4 of a mile to your left. So there are other actions taking place simultaneously. But needless to say, as federal troops make their way up Sudley Road, you'll have 2 brigades advancing cautiously on either side of that roadbed. Krzyzanowski's brigade on the left and Schimmelpfennig's brigade on the right. And you may recognize some of these names. Needless to say, Schimmelpfennig is brand new in command of this 3-regiment brigade advancing on the east side of Sudley Road, having just assumed command only a matter of days ago after the death of Henry Bolin down at Freeman's Ford, one of those actions along the Rappahannock River. The order again was to attack the forces of the enemy supposedly in our front. And as these Union troops approach up Sudley Road, Krzyzanowski is going to send two of his regiments, the 54th and 58th New York, through the Dogan fields, over this slight ridgeline behind you, and down this slope into the woods ahead. And it is in the woods before you where they will encounter skirmishers from Maxcy Gregg's brigade, specifically the 1st South Carolina, his old regiment. They'll be under the command that day of Major Edward McCready. Now, Maxcy Gregg was under specific instructions from Powell Hill, who was under specific instructions from Stonewall Jackson himself, not to bring on a general engagement. The reason being is because Longstreet, Lee, and the other wing of the Confederate Army were only a few miles away and were due to arrive on the battlefield over the coming hours. So the two divided wings of the Confederate Army are going to reunite that day, and Jackson wants to wait for the other half of the army to be on the scene before an engagement develops. So Maxcy Gregg is under very specific orders: don't bring on a general engagement. So he sends out the 1st South Carolina, and he is told to give them, McCready is told by Gregg to give them 2 or 3 volleys and then charge them with the bayonet. So some shock forces go out and try to slam into these approaching cautious New Yorkers and drive them back over the ridge behind you. But as the 1st South Carolina descends off the rocky knoll, climbs over the unfinished railroad bed and into the low ground before you, they find that the 2 regiments of New Yorkers overlap their line on both flanks, and very quickly, McCready would remark later on, instead therefore of carrying out the brilliant maneuver proposed, the charge, I sent a message to General Gregg telling him of the situation, and he feels overwhelmed and very quickly beats a hasty retreat back up toward the rocky knoll. Well, needless to say, Maxcy Gregg wants to up the ante, and much of this morning's engagement over the coming hours is going to be a bit of a poker match with the opponents raising one another, one regiment at a time, and Maxcy Gregg is going to order his 2nd unit, the 12th South Carolina, off the knoll to assist the 1st. And the 12th South Carolina was under the command of Colonel Dixon Barnes, who was a wealthy pre-war planter and supposedly a quiet man with a very long white beard, who would be destined to be mortally wounded within a few weeks at Sharpsburg. And needless to say, the 12th South Carolina joins the 1st, and they strike the 2 New York regiments, pushing them back and supposedly killing a large number. And those New Yorkers are in fact going to make their way back towards the Dogan fields. Krzyzanowski is going to send in his 3rd and final regiment, the 75th Pennsylvania, as he's somewhat chagrined and embarrassed that the New Yorkers had been beaten back. So he commits that last unit, and they will advance again back down into the bottom. McCready and the 1st are going to throw back their flank, and they're going to be dealing one-on-one with these units over the next hour plus. Well, Gregg again is also going to commit a 3rd regiment. So suddenly he's upping 60% of his command into this fight that started at 8 o'clock in the morning. And that's the 13th South Carolina under the command of Colonel Oliver Evans Edwards, who will later die at Chancellorsville, or I should say be mortally wounded at Chancellorsville. Edwards, his performance here was singled out. In fact, one account says he stood there cheering the men, directing their fire, and even supplying them with cartridges. But the 3 South Carolina regiments were not aligned, and they were disjointed. They're fighting almost individually in solitude, losing contact with one another in these woods behind me. So, needless to say, Gregg has committed 60% of his brigade, despite being on orders not to bring on an engagement, and Krzyzanowski's brigade of Federals are battling, but Schimmelpfennig is about to get involved. So needless to say, I want to make our way to our next stop, because we're going to talk about the arrival of Phil Kearny's division and what that's going to do to the fighting right here. So follow me. Again, most of the programming today is in the woods and thus in shade, but it's important to get you out here to get you oriented to the landscape. So, directly ahead of you, not too far across this tall grass, just a couple of 100 yards, is the Second Manassas Trail. If any of you have hiked that 6.5-mile loop, it actually passes right through this field. And it is crossing in this area the Dogan Farm. So these are the Dogan pastures, Dogan Ridge in the distance. You can hear Sudley Road immediately to your left, and just through these woods on the opposite side of Sudley is the Matthews Hill parking area, for those of you familiar with that important battlefield landmark. So, back to our story. It's been about 2 hours of fighting. Again, we're really down at the regimental level here. 3 of the 5 South Carolina regiments, the 1st, the 12th, and the 13th, 60% of the brigade have been committed to a growing, escalating fight in the woods and the low ground behind you and beneath the unfinished railroad bed. So Maxie Gregg is pushing right up against those orders about committing his whole force and bringing on a big engagement. Krzyzanowski's committed his entire 3-regiment brigade, and Schimmelfinnig is about to enter the fray as well. So
Where was A.P. Hill and not restraining?
Hill is at the, well, I can't tell you with certainty where Hill is over that morning, but Hal Hill's headquarters was the Wilkins House, which is on the land that the American Battlefield Trust preserved almost 20 years ago now. I have led some groups up to that site, notably the Bull Run Roundtable and I went up onto that ground with permission, and the Wilkins House site is on that trust property, which is the far side of Featherbed Lane today, or to call it by its historic name, the Groveton Sudley Road. So, needless to say, what causes Schimmelfinnig to enter the fray? Well, it really has to do with the arrival of Heintzelman's 3rd Corps. 3rd Corps is arriving on the battlefield at about 10 o'clock that morning. They're crossing over Bull Run at the bridge that federal engineers had built over the abutments and piers of the blown up stone bridge, which had been destroyed that spring. They're passing the Robinson House and passing the marching down the Warrenton Turnpike towards the Stone House intersection. And as Heintzelman's men arrive on the field, Siegel is going to ask for help feeling out the enemy's position. And Heintzelman is going to send Phil Kearny's division up Sudley Road to assist with the growing action here along the far end of the Confederate line near Sudley Church. And as Kearny approaches, he's going to meet with Carl Schurz, and they're going to discuss the situation, and Kearny's going to suggest that the others shorten their line and that Kearny will come in beside them, and they're going to make a larger attack together. While Kearny's bringing his troops to the front, Schimmelfinnig is going to move from the east side of Sudley Road to the west side, and the fight here will continue as Kearny is approaching. So we're not talking about Kearny's attack yet, but still, needless to say, Schurz's men. Now, Schimmelfinnig brings in 3 additional regiments of his own. He's got troops from Pennsylvania, he's got troops from Ohio, he's got troops from West Virginia or Western Virginia at that time, and 1 New York regiment from Kearny will end up attaching themselves as well. All told, 7 regiments. There are about 2,000 Federals on this side of Sudley Road by late morning. And that's a significant advantage over the 3 regiments of South Carolinians, which probably numbered about 900 at that moment. And as the 2 brigades start pushing in, those 2,000 troops, again, the Confederates are very quickly overwhelmed. They're getting pressed in front, they're getting pressed on both flanks, and not wanting to have but a static defense, Dixon Barnes decides to again try to shock his opponent by launching an impetuous charge. And needless to say, the 12th South Carolina charges, striking the seam where Krzyzanowski and Schimmelpfennig joined, and actually where that one other regiment, the 1st New York, on loan from the 3rd Corps, was in the middle, and the 1st New York immediately breaks and runs. And as they collapse, they are going to in turn expose the left flank of Schimmelpfennig and the right flank of Krzyzanowski, and suddenly they've rendered an enormous hole in this Union line. Now what's interesting is those Federals are going to pass over the ridge we just walked, and they're going to emerge right here in these open fields. This is the point where the wreckage of those regiments are going to be gathering and scattered, and nipping at their heels would be Dixon Barnes and the 12th, who are going to follow and actually emerge right on the edge of the wood line to your right rear, only to find the Flushing battery of artillery out in this open field, dominating their approach. And very quickly, the South Carolinians' pursuit is going to come to a very screeching halt, as artillery is going to keep them at bay. It's interesting to note that Schurz would say that he heard a tremendous turmoil in the direction of my center, the rebel yell in its most savage form, and one crash of musketry after another. I concluded the rebels were making another and more furious charge. I ordered the commander of the artillery to load his pieces with grape shot to be ready for action, and not many minutes later, 3 of my regiments, completely broken, came tumbling out of the woods in utter confusion. A rebel force in hot pursuit, those were Dixon Barnes's 12th South Carolinians, wildly yelling, gaining the edge of the forest, and is about to invade the open when the artillery pours into them one discharge after another, and the rebels are stopped. So, pretty daring, pretty impetuous, pretty reckless for a single regiment of roughly 300 South Carolinians who've been fighting for a couple of hours to charge a battle line 2,000 strong, with more than 50% of those units fresh going into action for the first time, but for whatever reason their dash manages to have the desired effect, where they manage to hit that seam and causing the breakage in the line. Needless to say, they're not going to get anywhere out here into the field behind us because of that artillery support. As the Federal High Command here starts to corral the shaken survivors, reorganize them, bring some cohesion back to the lines and the ranks, Schurz would go on to say, the routed men present a curious spectacle. Some were fierce and indignant at the conduct of their comrades, some ashamed of themselves, their faces distorted by some sort of idiotic grin, some staring at their officers with a look of helpless bewilderment, as if they did not understand what had just happened, and the officers hauling them together with bursts of lively language and with an incidental slap of their blades. So it's here in these fields before you, the extent of that Confederate breakthrough, and here in the fields before you, where the Federals are going to be brought back into order. Now, as we make our way back towards the unfinished railroad bed, we're going to be focusing on the arrival of Kearny's division. Kearny has promised support. This is supposed to be a 2-division-wide attack. It is supposed to be hitting Jackson's left flank, perhaps exposing his emergency escape route, which was over not just Bull Run, but Catharpin Creek toward points in the Bull Run Mountains. This is supposed to be an opportunity to really punish the left flank of the Confederate line. But Kearny's going to fail here, and we're going to talk about why that attack misfires from the very get-go back at the unfinished railroad bed. So we're going to walk back the way we just came. So waiting for a couple of folks. We're right on schedule. It's 11:15, so we'll be finishing up right on time. Anyone behind you?
Just one more.
One more. Are they
Taking pictures.
okay? So they're not struggling or anything like that. Okay. All right. Again, it's hot. It's humid. Okay, so Dixon Barnes in the 12th South Carolina very boldly launches that charge, briefly breaks the Federal line, sends them hurling back towards the Dogan fields and farm. Very quickly, they're going to reorganize and be ready to advance yet again. Maxcy Gregg at this point commits his 4th Regiment. 80% of his brigade will now be engaged, despite orders not to get heavily involved with the enemy, when the 14th South Carolina under Samuel McGowan comes down off that rocky knoll, over the railroad grade, and into the fields and forest ahead of you. Many people would know McGowan as the commander of this brigade subsequent to Maxcy Gregg's death. I think this is almost equally known as the McGowan Brigade, depends on what period of the war you tend more to focus on. But needless to say, you end up having Orr's rifles go forward. I apologize. McGowan's 14th is the one unit that remains behind. So I apologize. I'm going to backtrack. It's Orr's rifles that go forward.
Are they called rifles because they have rifle muskets?
So, no, they are, but they're also Orr's as opposed to the first rifles to distinguish them from the first. But yes,
No rifle muskets.
I don't know what the breakdown would be. I'd have to research the specific breakdown. But needless to say, 80% of the unit is now forward. Maxcy Gregg starts to recognize perhaps he's too heavily engaged. And he's going to break off the action a little before noon. And he's going to order all 4 of his regiments to fall back to the Rocky Knoll. And needless to say, the Rocky Knoll is a couple of hundred yards behind the unfinished railroad grade. So it's important to recognize that Confederate troops in this area will not be lining the railroad embankment, but actually behind it, up on that Rocky Knoll, which was clear, unlike today, which is very thickly wooded, almost impenetrably wooded, except perhaps in the winter. Now, needless to say, Phil Kearny is on the scene, and he has promised support of this entire division. It's supposed to be a large-scale attack. It's supposed to expose the Confederate left flank, perhaps uncover Sudley Ford, and perhaps even cut off Jackson's emergency escape route to the Bull Run Mountains. But needless to say, when Schurz's men go forward, Kearny is nowhere to be seen. In fact, Schimmelpfennig and Krzyzanowski advance 2,000 strong, with 2 of those regiments, the 61st Ohio and the 71st Pennsylvania, actually occupying the railroad grade and beyond it, moving past, and other Federals making their way through the woods right up to the embankment itself, where they get into a very steady, very incessant back and forth with Gregg's brigade on the Rocky Knoll. But all the while, they're looking off to their flank, to the east, to their right, looking for Kearny's troops who are nowhere to be found. What in fact happens to the various brigades of this division? Well, one of them, Poe's brigade, is going to go right up Sudley Road, and they're actually going to splash across Bull Run and start causing a bit of concern on the far opposite side of the creek, so much so that Jackson is going to send some cavalry, some artillery down there, fearful that his flank is in jeopardy. Robinson's brigade passes behind the Federals engaged and kind of wanders aimlessly off into the woods. And Birney's brigade, 7 regiments in total, the largest in that division, are kind of parceled out, frittered away, diluted, so to speak, when Birney is going to dispatch several to act as reserve for artillery over at Dogan Ridge and Matthews Hill, others to stay behind, and needless to say, only 3 of Birney's 7 will eventually wander anywhere near the action that was fighting here at Sudley Church. So, Kearny fails in his role, and after Schurz would say, "My hope that on my right the troops from the Army of the Potomac under Kearny would attack at the same time, but I was sorely disappointed. All remained quiet, and it became clear to me that he had not followed Sigel's request to attack simultaneously with me." Heintzelman, writing after the war, looked back and said the orders to General Kearny were to attack immediately. There was so long of a delay that I sent him a second order to move at once. The message brought me was that he was delaying to care for his division. Why it took so long I never learned, but I only know that the reply I got was very unsatisfactory. And as they lament the lost opportunity, another officer said, had the whole force been flung upon Jackson's left in conjunction with our attack in front, we might have seriously crippled Jackson. But it was not to be. So, a little bit more to the story, supposedly. Why does Kearny perhaps not engage? Well, John Hennessy, the author of Return to Bull Run, identifies a perhaps ulterior motive, and that's because of a fraught relationship that Kearny has with Franz Sigel, who commands this entire corps of the Army of Virginia. Kearny had sent a private letter to the governor of New Jersey in which he had disparaged some of the German element of the army. Well, that private correspondence somehow made its way into Sigel's hands, who subsequently had it published, much to Kearny's chagrin and embarrassment, dismay. And perhaps that incident led Kearny to some bitter resentment because of that embarrassing scenario, and thus prevented, despite orders and circumstances requiring their cooperation. Perhaps that played a role in why Kearny failed to assist Sigel's troops here in the late morning of August 29, 1862.
I have Hennessy's book in my car. I think he goes on to say he could have been subject to court-martial if he would have survived.
Sure, and of course Kearny will be dead shortly thereafter, and perhaps, again,
would it be
death.
correct to say that Kearny getting killed, at the Battle of Ox Hill on September 1, that helped save his reputation?
I think correct? Without a doubt,
Would that be fair
certainly
to say
he can't be investigated in a post-war, so needless to say. So, the fight here begins to wane. Late morning, Schurz's men fall back, and ultimately Kearny's 3rd Corps Division and Hooker's 3rd Corps Division will ultimately take the place of Sigel's men, who will be relieved of action after spending 4 to 5 hours battling the South Carolinians and other troops at points west that morning. So Sigel's men are finally relieved and are going to fall back into the open fields of the Dogan farm for some rest, some relaxation, and to be refitted. Needless to say, John Pope, the Army's commander, arrives on the battlefield, on the scene, to assume command at around 1 o'clock that afternoon. Remember, Pope was not present on the field during this morning's actions. When he arrives, Sigel hands off command to John Pope, and together with their staffs, they will ride along the front, and Sigel will brief the commander on the enemy's position, deployment, strengths, and weaknesses. So there's the transition from command from Sigel to Pope at around 1 o'clock, and John Pope is pleased. Sigel, to his credit, although some actions that occurred west of here perhaps were, again, disjointed, uncoordinated, and perhaps some poor judgment involved in some of the fighting involving Milroy. Some of Sigel's men had been bloodied, there's no doubt, but Sigel and his troops on the morning of August 29th had performed rather capably, and John Pope recognizes that. He's pleased, and as he assumes command on the 29th, he is going to issue orders for fresh troops to reach the front and for a series of attacks to be made throughout the afternoon along Jackson's 1.5-mile battle line. Some of those attacks, as we will learn this afternoon at 4 p.m., will be tied to actions occurring 5 miles away from here along the Manassas-Gainesville Road, where Fitzjohn Porter's 5th Corps are cautiously advancing, but running into the fresh arrival of Longstreet's wing of the Confederate Army. That movement, that approach towards the right flank, the western edge of the battlefield, will very much factor into John Pope's orders and commands on the afternoon of the 29th. We'll put that into context We'll put that into the discussion at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I hope all of you will join me for what is essentially a continuation of this program later today that will be much shorter. It has far less walking, and it's about 1 hour in total time at 4 o'clock, weather permitting. So thank you all for coming out this morning. Hope to see you at 1 o'clock. Hope to see you at 4 o'clock. And again, enjoy the rest of the afternoon program.
To close the book on Maxie, I saw on the internet he died of his wounds at Fredericksburg.
Correct. But again, we're going to go into that at 4 o'clock. You won't be here at 4 o'clock because some of the very last actions of the day on August 30th, which Maxie Gregg is not heavily involved in, when there's an incident of friendly fire, may perhaps play a role in the context and the scenario and the setting at Fredericksburg, which will lead in part to his mortal wounding a few months later. So that's all right. So
that was my plug for the Dogan House. If you have not been there yet today. No, that's fine. Jim Barnes is here, so yeah, Jim's providing support. All right, so why don't we get started? My name is Liz. I am the education coordinator here at the battlefield on behalf of the Park Service. We're very happy to have you out here today. This is just one of many programs we are offering this weekend. What is the 4 o'clock? It's Hank. Where does that one meet? I'm now blanking all of a sudden.
Number 5.
At the church.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, he was talking about that with me before, and I couldn't remember what he said. But yeah, the next program is at 4 up at Sudley Church. I knew she'd have it. That's why I asked her. She's good. So it is the Battle for the Rocky Knoll. If you're at all interested in that, that's about some of the later afternoon struggle along the cut here.
That's mine.
Well, we sat down.
We act like this all the time.
But what that program is that program essentially will pick up where this one leaves off. What we're going to do is talk about the mid-afternoon fighting out here on this cut, really through the stretch of woods we are going to walk through. And in some senses, the fight that happens out here is a little bit unusual. It's a bayonet charge. These are kind of going by the wayside at this point, and they are not anywhere near as common as they were at the beginning of the 1800s. And in his 1981 book, R.G. Lee wrote a book, Introduction to Battlefield Weapon Systems and Technology. He said the fixing of bayonets is more than the fixing of steel to the rifle, since it puts iron into the soul of the soldier doing the fixing. And that's a really interesting statement. It puts iron into the soul of the soldier doing the fixing. Essentially conditioning the soldier to be in this hyper-aggressive state. And in fact, using a bayonet is a very personal and intimate gesture. You are not shooting at somebody across a field. You're looking straight at them as you are wounding or killing them. By the time of the Civil War, the bayonet is on its way out. In fact, in the first 5 decades of the 19th century, 15 to 20% of battlefield injuries are due to bayonets. By World War I, the American Expeditionary Force will have 0.1% of its injuries attributable to bayonets. And by 2010, the U.S. Army stopped training men to use the bayonet as a point of conditioning them into a hyper-aggressive state. By the time of this fight out here, many of the men had taken to using their bayonets for other kind of sundry household camp purposes, much like they will in later wars. They're using their bayonet as a pot hook. They're using it as a candle holder. Maybe using it as an edged blade to cut or chop through something or stab something. And when this fight develops, the brigade commander that orders his men to fix bayonets, Cuvier Grover, is really relying on his West Point education. He's relying on his training in how he's going to use the bayonet, but he's also going to improvise based on the terrain, and terrain is a big reason for this being a bayonet charge. For both sides, this action is going to be nasty. Not only are the Confederates going to be surprised and shocked and even at times afraid at the approaching Union men with their bayonets drawn and ready to dispatch them, the Union soldiers will be shocked by it too. This is really a very personal, intimate gesture that puts iron in the soul of a soldier. Marion Fitzpatrick, who was a sergeant in the 45th Georgia, wrote to his wife that when the Union charged the first we knew, both wings had given way and the 45th was nearly surrounded. The last fire I made, I stood on the embankment and fired right down amongst them just as they were charging up the bank. I turned and saw the whole regiment getting away, and I followed the example in triple quick time. Now, one of the big things about the second day of the Second Battle of Manassas is that it's a lot of maneuvering. It's a lot of smaller fights. It's a lot of manipulation of the land as Longstreet moves in. By about noontime, he's in position as these guys are fighting up along this cut throughout the day. And in the 1880s, the commander of the 1st South Carolina, Edward McCready, was giving a speech to the 12th South Carolina, who had also fought out here that day. And he was really distressed, as he told the men, to find out that a lot of people felt that what happened out here was not something that constituted battle. And so what he says to the men is, the question has been seriously asked and warmly debated. Was there a battle at all on the 29th? This is indeed a startling question to us. A battle, technically speaking, is defined to be an engagement between two armies, as distinguished from the skirmishes where minor actions fought between two sections. In a sense, it is true that there was no general battle on the 29th, but that there was a great battle of great severity between considerable parts of the two armies. We, the survivors of Gregg's brigade, are here to testify today. Now, in that same speech, McCready will go on to describe the scene following what happens on the evening of August 28th, as these men settle in for the night, awaiting what's about to happen. He says, "We lay that night on the hard and rocky sides of the railroad cut, knowing that many of us who did sleep were sleeping their last sleep on earth, and others were watching for the rising sun, whose setting beams would fall upon their lifeless bodies." And if you'd like to join me, we'll talk about what happened as the sun came up that day at our next stop. But any questions before we go? You all?
Just orientate
Sure.
us, if you would. Jackson's people were over here,
Yes.
and the Union troops are coming this way.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But any other questions? I do want to make one safety message. You guys all look like a pretty hardy bunch, but because it is so stifling out today, if you are feeling uncomfortable or under the weather, if it's really serious, let me know. I have a radio. We can get some EMTs out here. Or please don't feel like I'm going to be put out if you need to duck away and get into some AC or get some water. Please make sure you do have water, and make sure you check for ticks when you are done, because we are going through the woods here. But follow me and we'll talk some more. Brawner yesterday, or Thursday, and yeah, it scared the heck out of me because I didn't know there was anybody there, and all of a sudden he was there and he's like, "Hello." I was like, "Hold on." "Oh, it's just you." It was one of our volunteers.
That's what she says to us. It's just
trail work.
Wasn't a ghost.
But
be cleaned out.
But what's going on the second day of the battle? Of course, the day starts after the fight at the Brawner farm, with Pope having one of his corps commanders, Franz Siegel,
He's
basically
the one on the field in command initially, until like about 1 o'clock or so,
Yeah, and he's basically going to probe Jackson's line. The other person that was lined up to come out here and assist him was Phil Kearny's division. And Phil Kearny, when he gets the orders to come at daybreak, basically says to hell with Pope.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going
or
anywhere.
Franz Siegel, for that matter, yeah. Didn't like either one.
No, and I was just rereading Hennessy's book,
Yeah,
and
that's a great one.
I think there's a suggestion in there that if Kearney had survived, because of course he's killed a few days later,
really quickly.
that he would have also been falling under the eye of court-martial
He was
alongside
just
Porter.
talking about that on the 10 o'clock tour.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scholarship says that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
A lot of hatred in the Union Army.
yeah, and that's, as education coordinator, one of the things that I find very valuable about the Second Battle of Manassas is it's a real study in teamwork and what happens when you don't have a very good working team who have personalities that get in the way. One of my favorite Eisenhower quotes is, "I don't deal in personalities." And I'm sure as a student of the Civil War, this would have been one that he was certainly acutely interested in, where these personalities are out here. But of course, all throughout the morning, up to the north and east of us here along this cut, there is going to be fighting. This is largely Carl Schurz's division within that corps under Sigel. They're going to probe that line and get a very good sense of where the Confederates have arranged themselves. We are right now following in the footsteps of the Union lines on this side of the cut. The other side of the cut would have been where the Confederates were positioned essentially, and up along and over it all throughout.
And that's the other side of the cut right there, right?
Yeah, there's a trail over there. Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, before we move, I should also say if anybody wanted to walk down and take a peek, we can certainly do that too if you wanted to peek in. But
Pretty deep.
it is. It is.
Surprisingly, it doesn't look that from over there, but it is.
And that's actually one of the features of the cut that really makes it not always the best line of defense, because it's so deep. Not only can it keep the Union out, but it also can provide a sizable barrier to the Confederates if they wanted to chase the Union up or follow them. But what we're going to do is walk along this cut, and then eventually it'll become an embankment, so we'll be walking along the embankment as well. But what's going to happen is, around 10 a.m., after Schurz has been fighting out here for part of the morning, Kearney will arrive. He will arrive with another division. This is the division of Joe Hooker. They both serve under Samuel Heintzelman in the Army of the Potomac, the 3rd Corps. And when they arrive out here, Kearney will head up to Jackson's left flank, and he and Schurz will work together to cover that flank. But as the morning goes on, Schurz's men are flagging. They're tired. They're running out of ammunition. They've been fighting a pretty good fight. And Pope had been a little hesitant in removing them from their position. But he gets here around 1 o'clock onto the field. And at that point, what his plan for the day is for there to be a major attack at the right flank of Jackson's line over near the Brawner farm. This attack was meant to be led by Fitzjohn Porter, the commander of the 5th Corps of the Army of the Potomac, and Irvin McDowell, the commander of the 1st Corps in the Army of Virginia. And the orders that they receive, of course, known as the Joint Orders, are really a masterful case study in obfuscation. Orders are often left a little bit loose with the idea that there's a little room and a little give for the man that is receiving the orders, or for the commander to get out of something if bad choices are made on the field. These orders really take it to a new level. Basically, they never use the word attack. They say move up, fall back, you can disregard these orders. What do you do when you have these orders? McDowell will head off and kind of link up with Sigel. What Porter will do is he'll try to make a go at this attack, but it's just never going to materialize at all. One of the big barriers, of course, is the arrival of General Longstreet on the field. His men skirmish with Porter's throughout the day. In addition to having these very confusing orders, by the end of the day, this attack will never happen. But to distract from this move whenever it comes, when Pope's anticipating it's going to come, what he does is he orders a series of attacks at this cut. Frontal attacks designed to distract from the main event off this way and really draw the Confederates' attention in the wrong direction. Also to test the line. The first of these attacks will come mid-afternoon, and it's going to be Hooker that gets the order to make a frontal attack. And Hooker is really not too keen on doing this, because on June 26th at Fairhaven, he had made a frontal attack that had essentially destroyed a big part of his division. He was none too keen on this. In fact, he rode out with Pope to take a look at the situation and show Pope what was going on. And he pointed out some artillery that the Confederates had in Hill's division pointed at them if they were to try to make a frontal attack. At that point, Pope does have reinforcements that will supposedly come in. This is going to be Phil Kearny's men. And Kearny is going to turn, and sometimes I just really love showing pictures of people, just Civil War portraits are fun to look at. Yeah. He is going to turn to General John Robinson, who is referred to as the hairiest general in a much bearded army. You can really tell by this portrait how true that statement is. And what Robinson is going to do is he's going to take his brigade and get some additional men, including men from Michigan, from General Poe's men, to create this basically flank move on Jackson's line that will help support this frontal attack. Now, what's going to happen is Hooker is going to order General Cuvier Grover's brigade to make this frontal attack. And I couldn't decide which picture I liked better of Grover, so this is two-sided. But this is Grover. He was born in Maine. His brother was actually the governor of Oregon at one point. And he had a lot of New Englanders in his brigade. This included the 1st, 11th, and 16th Massachusetts, the 26th Pennsylvania, and the 2nd New Hampshire. And these guys, when they get the order to make this attack, basically how it goes is this. Staff officer approaches Grover, kind of impatiently says, "What does the general want me to do now?" They say, "Go in the woods and charge." And then he says, "Where's my support?" And they tell him it's coming. Now, somewhere along all of this, one of the people that had been out here in the morning fighting was Robert Milroy. He had been at the head of an independent brigade, largely made up of West Virginians. He had made a slightly ill-fated attack a little further down along the cut in that area known as the Dump. He had not scouted it out quite as well as he should have, and it turned out to be a bit of a disaster. And when Grover is assigned to this attack, Milroy found himself pretty dismayed at what's going on. In fact, Milroy would write in his report about this, and basically what he says to Grover is the only way you can dislodge the Confederates is to charge. He was dismayed that Grover didn't seem to understand this terrain. It's very thickly wooded, and not all stories from the battlefield are really quite so depressing or sad. Some of them are a little bit more lighthearted. When they are told they're going to charge, there's a man in the 11th Massachusetts that asks his colonel, Colonel Blaisdell, "What are we going to charge on?" He says, "Yes, a good dinner." And really, these guys are initially going to really make a meal out of this, so he's not entirely wrong as they come out here. But as you look out here, you can see this is pretty thickly wooded terrain, very similar to what it would have been in 1862. Stealth was really the name of the game out here. Woods could often be the devil's snare. They were a very difficult bit of terrain to negotiate. And so what Grover is going to do is he's going to very quietly and nonchalantly order his men to fix bayonets. And what he directs them is to move slowly until you feel the first fire. Hold them, close on them with a rush, fire a volley, and then, as he put it, rely on the bayonet. Now, Henry Blake of the 11th Massachusetts would say at the words "fix bayonets," every man was inspired. Great enthusiasm arose when this command was passed from company to company, and the soldiers, led by their brave general, advanced upon a hidden foe through tangled woods, which constantly interfered. Now, when the order comes to move forward, it's not going to come with a big flourish. It's going to be very gentle, very quiet. And so one of the men from the 11th Massachusetts decides to put his own flourish on the moment. And he says, "We will stir these fellows up with a long pole in a minute." And really, these guys are initially going to really make a meal out of this, so he's not entirely wrong as they come out here. But as you look out here, you can see this is pretty thickly wooded terrain, very similar to what it would have been in 1862. And as they come through the woods, they do manage to close in on the Confederates. In fact, one of the men from Massachusetts would comment, "I was within 2 rods of the enemy's line before I was aware of it." And when we get to our next stop, we'll talk about how Grover ends up in this particular patch of the woods as these men move forward. But any questions before we go?
How did you think that the bayonets would work if they had to go down into the cut and up again?
So we're going to get there.
Okay.
You will see it because, actually, we can talk about this here. Basically, where we're going to end up next is a 125-yard gap in this cut. What's going on is in the 1850s, the Manassas Gap Railroad had been interested in building a spur that bypassed Manassas Junction completely. The reason they were doing that was because anytime they went through Manassas Junction, they were now using the Orange and Alexandria's tracks the rest of the way in to the port. They didn't want to pay them. So what they did instead was they started to build the spur that went from Gainesville into Alexandria, and they gave up on it because they ran out of funds prior to the war. They had never laid rails or ties, they had never run trains, but they had leveled out the ground in general in order to do that. There are some spots along here where there are trenches, there are areas where there are embankments, and then there are areas that they left alone with the idea that there'd be a trestle bridge in place. We're about to head to one of those areas where there would have likely, when they finished this, been a trestle bridge. So you'll really get to see that. And any questions? As you can see from our walk, we were walking initially along that cut, then we were along that embankment, and now we're in that gap. And it's a 125-yard gap. You can see the other side, there's an embankment over there. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You following me?
Yeah.
No, oh yeah, it is. Whoa, go away! You're all right. You'll be all right.
I'm allergic to bees.
I think it's a fly, isn't it?
It's right below your pocket there on your leg.
Oh, me?
Right. When
He
you're
loves
just
you.
Below your, just below your cargo fly.
She's my friend. He's right there. It's a horsefly.
There's a horsefly, yeah. They'll bite, but
Keep him.
whatever. We're
Because
good.
you have pants on, I don't. I mean,
So, we are right in the middle of the gap, and it sits between these two embankments of this spur that the Manassas Gap Railroad had been working on. Now, the gap does have a couple of brigades on either side of it. For whatever reason, whether it just didn't appear that there was an advantage to you putting men in this gap, or whether it was just an oversight on the part of the Confederates, this is going to be a very fortuitous position in between these two brigades that the Union, by chance, is going to end up exploiting. Because what's going to happen is, as Grover scouts out the terrain before he orders his men forward, he starts out where we parked, right along the Groveton-Sudley Road, or as we know it today, Featherbed Lane. He started to shift, and he ended up shifting his men 500 yards to the right in front of this gap. Their line is going to extend over about 1/4 of a mile in total, and there are 1,500 of them. Right down in front are the 1st and 11th Massachusetts, along with the 2nd New Hampshire. Behind them, the second line Grover will have out here is the 26th Pennsylvania and the 16th Massachusetts, kind of bringing up the rear. What they will find right on the other side here is the brigades of Edward Thomas, who is mostly men from Georgia, from the 14th, 35th, 45th, and 49th Georgia. Her ancestor was in the 49th Georgia. Here is Edward Thomas. I did make sure I had this picture. You reminded me this morning. I had neglected last week when I was putting these together. And then the other brigade that's out here up to the north of us, and one that Hank loves to talk about, and if you go on his 4 o'clock program, I know he will talk about, is the brigade of Maxcy Gregg. This is men from South Carolina, the 1st, 12th, 13th, and 14th. And Maxcy Gregg and Edward Thomas are really not necessarily prepared for what's about to come at them. In fact, Maxcy Gregg, along with the commander of the 13th South Carolina, who is there with him, will be quite shocked when these guys suddenly appear. But For Grover, his men are going to go right through these woods, get up to within about 100 yards of the Confederates, and as they do, one of Grover's men will say that the volley that they fire seemed to create a breeze that made leaves upon the trees rustle, and a shower of small boughs and twigs fell upon the ground. One of the men from the 11th would say that the men staggered a little, but recovering in an instant, they gave a wild hurrah, and over they went, mounting the embankment, driving everything before them at the point of the bayonet as they move into this space. From one of the men in the 2nd New Hampshire, they are the ones that are going to probably get the furthest out of all of these regiments. One of them comments that the men in Thomas's brigade are mostly having delivered their fire, were closely hugging the ground under the cover of the bank. They were expecting a return volley, and apparently, but had not anticipated looking into the muzzles of the guns that delivered it. They're shocked. And that's where we get back to the story of Marion Fitzpatrick in the 45th, who says the men, or the 49th, who says the men cut and run. And he's one of the last to do it, and he does it triple quick. This is really a shock. And some of the men are so shocked and so terrified in this moment that they play possum. They pretend to be dead in order to survive this initial rush of the Union. And the 11th Massachusetts will easily cut through the first line of Confederates they encounter, which is the 49th. The 45th will be the ones to hold for any length of time, but they initially cut and fight. And then observing the situation from behind the Georgians was a man from North Carolina who observed that it looked for a time as if the entire left wing of the Confederate army out here would be overwhelmed. One of the men from Massachusetts was feeling pretty confident, and he said victory appeared to be certain. Now, the regiment that would get the furthest is the 2nd New Hampshire, and from those men's perspective, here occurred the most desperate fighting of the day. A hand-to-hand melee with bayonets and clubbed muskets. Such a fight cannot last long. And that same person proclaimed New Hampshire won in that initial volley, in that initial charge, that rush onto these guys with the clubs of their muskets, or with clubbing with the butts of their muskets and their bayonets. But 10 minutes into this whole thing, things start to fall apart, because these men are moving so quickly and so furiously that they become increasingly disorganized and scattered. And they lose a certain amount of their momentum. And it's really in that moment that the Confederates will have some time to rally and kind of recuperate and recover and get back in this. But the Union manages to get through a second line of Confederates. One of the men who will do this in the 2nd New Hampshire is Private Martin Haynes, and here's a picture of him from a little bit later on. What Haynes will say is that by this time, after that second line, no semblance of organization was left in the 2nd. But men still on their feet dashed again, every man for himself. They keep going. Now at this point, Grover starts to look to the guys in his second line, the 26th Pennsylvania and the 16th Massachusetts. But it's at this point they're also starting to grasp the reality of the situation. One of the biggest questions they're going to have as the Union is, where are their reinforcements? Where are the men coming in to assist them? These men are still not here. They're still not in position. And every second counts in this fight. It's so fast and so furious. In fact, General Hooker and Cuvier Grover will both ask, where are Kearny's men? And for whatever reason, it's really not clear where they are. But Robinson, we do know, is moving slowly. He is certainly aware of the fact that not only is Maxcy Gregg in his front, but right behind Gregg and Thomas are Lawrence O'Brien Branch, Archer, and William Dorsey Pender. Their brigades were all out there too. Now, the lack of reinforcements does give the Confederates an opportunity to figure out how to deal with this situation, and they're going to rally. If you'd like to join me, we're going to head a little tiny bit further to talk about that rallying moment where these guys come back at the Union after that initial shock. But any questions before we go?
Where is Sudley Church from here?
Sure. So if we were to follow this, we're not going to go all the way up. We're going to get close. It would probably be about another, what would you say, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile from where we're going to end up. So we are getting pretty close to it. I'm sorry? Yeah. So if we were to follow this path does eventually make its way all the way up there.
We don't need to go.
Yeah. I am going to save that section of the cut for later.
Because Hank will come
Yes.
this way.
Yeah.
And it'll be almost to the same spot she's going to leave us at.
So we're going to just come up here to the other side on this embankment, and we'll gather up here. What it's going to do. The Confederates had certainly considered the idea of using a bayonet. In fact, Major McCready, his picture I have yet to show you, even though I keep quoting him. Here he is. Would say that one of his fellow commanders, Colonel Barnes of the 12th South Carolina, one of the regiments that will come to his assistance here in this rally, earlier in the day said he intended to use the bayonet at every opportunity. He went on to say he thought long, tough fighting was a mistake, that it wasted ammunition, which was a matter of great consequence to us, and more than that, lost to us the advantage of the elan of our troops, which he thought greater than the enemy. And he was determined, therefore, to close with him whenever the occasion offered. So using the bayonet for Colonel Barnes is a way to take advantage of what the Confederates really do not lack at all. They may lack in ammunition or weapons technology, but they don't lack in spirit, elan, that their passion is there. And by using the bayonet, they can take advantage of that passion and that desire to really win this fight. He's recognizing the value of the bayonet in terms of that kind of hyper-aggressive state where you really are able to accomplish much. Now, one of the important things is that the bayonet was used for years after it was no longer really necessary on the battlefield for training, for that purpose, for that spirit, for that elan. And McCready and his men out here are going to be supported by Colonel Edwards of the 13th South Carolina. And as the fighting began, McCready said of the initial Union advance, we had no time to form a regular line to meet them, but now they are in position to really rally and come back from all of this. The fighting was so intense that McCready, reflecting on this, would say our men stood gallantly to their post. The work of death was terrific, but as each man fell, his place was filled by another. Initially, what the Union had managed to do, though, was they had managed to cut off Maxcy Gregg's brigade from the rest of Jackson's line, which is a dangerous, dangerous thing. Especially considering that the left end of Jackson's line is really very important to him. If he needed to get out of here, his men would have moved up and out of here, crossing Bull Run just above us here, and off and out of this area, up to Elliott or up to Fairfax, and on to another fight another day. Colonel Barnes and his 12th South Carolina would make their way to assist the 1st, and as they do, McCready would say that they moved forward with a rush and a shout with cold steel and nothing more. They were determined to succeed here. Now, the rush does initially do some damage. In fact, one of the men from the 1st Massachusetts would say, it was terrible. Men dropped in scores, writhing and trying to crawl back or lying immobile and stone dead where they fell. It's at this point that A.P. Hill, Edward Thomas, and Maxcy Gregg need to figure out how to fill that hole, that breach in their line, and fix it, plug it. One of the ways they do it is by ordering a battery of artillery that serves under A.P. Hill to Stony Ridge, just north of the Groveton-Sudley Road, just back from where we came, and fire on the Union. And this is the Lynchburg battery, Latham's Lynchburg battery. After about 5 minutes, Thomas is able to rally the 49th Georgia and to order his reserve regiment, the 14th, to provide a front to their left. So they come out here and they are ready to go. It's at this point Grover moves his second line forward in an attempt to continue this breakthrough that the Union has achieved. But they're going to be cowered by that battery of artillery that comes out here. Within minutes, Grover, riding up along the embankment just from where we came, his horse is shot from under him. And he has just enough time to hop off that horse before it rolls down to the other side of the embankment where the Confederates are. And if you'd like to join me, we're going to head back in that direction and talk a little bit about this rally that the Confederates engage in.
What happens to Grover after this battle?
Yeah, so he continues to fight in the war. He does live through the war. And I think he ends up out west. I'd have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure he does by the end of his career. Having his brother be the governor of Oregon, I'm pretty sure he ends up out there with him. But he does continue on. And he does get a lot of kudos. One of the things that will happen, of course, following this battle just in general, is there'll be a lot of criticism of General Pope, which you're all probably pretty familiar with. And then in a secondary way, McDowell. Especially because Pope really gives McDowell a position of trust, allows him to make a lot of choices and decisions. And so as one falls, so does the other. And in fact, McDowell will get it even worse almost than Pope, because the criticisms of Pope will be that he's hapless, he's a dunderpate, as one of the quotes I have for later says. McDowell will be leveled as a traitor, and there will be charges that he was a traitor, which he will attempt to have investigated, and he's cleared of those charges. Yeah. But it's basically a career assassination, and he's done.
And of course, John Porter, the ultimate scapegoat.
Yes.
We'll see that later in this weekend.
Yeah.
Porter was cleared just a few days before his death, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where was Jackson while all this was going on? I mean, Jackson himself, not his troops.
Yeah, so Jackson probably would have been further off to the west of us.
Does he know that this brigade is cut off?
Yeah, well, he knows they're in trouble. One of the persistent things here is throughout the second day, Maxcy Gregg gets hammered again and again and again and again.
68 times.
And it's really amazing the fact that they're fighting in this bayonet charge here, but they've been fighting all morning.
Yeah, tired.
You know, fatigue, supplies, everything's dwindling. It's all dwindling. And by evening, what's going to happen is A.P. Hill is certainly concerned about Maxcy Gregg and his men. He does have a little bit of communication with Jackson. Jackson initially sends Henry Kidd Douglas, one of his staff, to bring a message, but then Jackson decides to ride along and basically tells him, no matter what, you got to keep going, essentially, paraphrasing a little bit. But if they come at you again, you got to just stick with it. They hammer this end of the line so hard throughout that second day that by the third day, Pope's subordinates are all discussing what should happen, and many of them are of the opinion that there should be an attack up here because there had been so much hammering of this end of the line, they figured they could make some headway. Pope doesn't necessarily disagree with that, and in fact does order Heintzelman and McDowell to do something, but never expects them to carry out the orders, because by then he's been tempted by these reports coming back that say the Confederates are in retreat.
Is that the dust from some of Longstreet's troops coming through I guess what would today be 55?
Yeah, Stewart in particular is responsible for helping to kick up some of the dust too, to help provide a feint.
He was taking tree limbs and going him and his cavalry back and forth to make it look like there was many more than there was.
It did work.
Yeah, it did work. It did work. So they are out here, and Jackson is certainly very happy when they position themselves beginning at Brawner and then down to the south of us, linking up with him that way. As our map at Brawner likes to say, and sometimes I dream about this at night unintentionally after working a bunch of shifts there, it looks like a gaping pair of jaws. The question was when to snap the jaws shut. You know, and for the Confederates, they're in a really good position by this point. But the Union feels that if they do this, this might be a good thing to try on the third day. And then Pope ends up kind of paralyzed. As one of his staff officers says, his preconceived wishes decided him. He basically sat under a tree pondering what to do. But he had already sort of decided this is what he was going to do, was attack Jackson's front again. So, yeah, any other questions? That's awesome.
Meanwhile, Jackson's troops are all running out of ammunition.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. In fact, Maxie Gregg's guys need to go off and get stuff, and AP Hill needs his men to go off and get more supplies and ammunition. Yeah. Yeah.
And the whole battle turned out pretty.
No, you're okay. So at this point in the fight, Grover does ride up onto the embankment to try to spur the men forward, keep them moving because they become increasingly slow and disorganized as this charge has gone on. They've made it through 2 lines of Confederates. They're waiting for reinforcements, and those reinforcements don't appear to be arriving anytime soon. To try to buy some time, what they're going to do is try to penetrate a 3rd line of Confederates. And what they're going to do is maneuver around, stab at them, do anything they can to try to hold out. And what they manage to buy for themselves is about another 10 minutes. So by about 20 minutes in, things are not looking good. We are actually out here a lot longer than this fight actually happened in 1862. And as it continues, what's going to start to happen is they're going to find on their left, in the vicinity of where we are, the men of William Dorsey Pender. He's got men from North Carolina serving under him. And what will start to happen is they're a really important piece of the mix out here. They had been on Thomas's right all morning, kind of up this way, and had orders to support the Georgians when the time came. Now, when the time has come, they jump into action, and Pender says, it seemed to me to be the time to go to his assistance, and I ordered my brigade forward. They're going to position themselves to the right of the 49th Georgia as they come out. Now, at this point, Grover's men are fighting over a 500-yard front, about a quarter of a mile. They see this as a fight with no reinforcements coming. They start to waver at this point. And William Blaisdell, the colonel of the 11th Massachusetts, is going to comment that the men are surprised they had been sent to fight a force that is 5 times their size. This doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. And this is really what Hooker had tried to tell Pope, was just making a frontal attack isn't going to work. Look at what the Confederates have out here. Now, the 1st regiment in Grover's brigade to be cut down is going to be the 1st Massachusetts. By 20 minutes into this, Grover's lost about 30% of that 1,500 men. And because of this, there's reduced firepower and manpower pointed at the Confederates, which again slows up any progress they could possibly try to make. The 11th goes down next, then the 2nd, and actually the 2nd ends up with Confederates in their rear, and at that point they break and run. Now, what's going to happen is as the brigade of Grover starts to retreat out of here, Pender's men are going to pursue them. As they do in the fields kind of on the north end of Dogan Ridge off this way, where the Union artillery is, the men start to stream out. It's such a frantic flight for the Union that the 11th Massachusetts when faced with losing their flag because it's caught in a tree, rips the pole from the flag and runs with the pole rather than trying to save their flag. And when they eventually rally around that pole, it'll be a point of pride for them. In fact, one of the men in the 11th is going to say that if possible, it was more honored than it was when it was bedecked by folds of bunting. Martin Haynes of the 2nd would say the brigade came straggling back into the field where it had been formed for the charge, but here the fight ended. The men rallying in the flags of their respective regiments with a spirit which showed how little daunted they were by the ordeal through which they had passed. Now, after 30 minutes, just as Grover is collapsing, here comes his reinforcements. Robinson's brigade and the additional men that he had pulled in are going to arrive, and they're going to seek to fill the void left by Grover, but what's going to happen is, instead of forming up right in front of Pender, they form perpendicular to Pender, and Pender goes right past them. As he does, he's chasing the Union, who are now approaching Union cannons that are out here, and they get a stern warning from their cannoneers, get out of the way, we're going to blow your head off. And they open fire on Pender. Pender made this move only because he had himself been promised reinforcements and support that then never arrived. And so he moves back into these woods relatively quickly. Walking away from this, one could really ask the question, what was the cost of this fight? What were the implications of this fight for what was going to happen? And what happened to these men walking away from what was clearly a very traumatic, difficult struggle for them? And at our final stop, we're going to head back for the lot. We'll talk a little bit about what happens going forward. But any questions?
When did the Union had a lot of casualties out here, and they were on the ground?
Yes.
Dead bodies on the ground, and they were swept from the field the next day. Do you know when they came back? Or did they come back to pick up the dead?
This was a tough one. This was a battle where there were bodies out here. There were sometimes days that went by before this was dealt with or handled in any way. It really was a tremendous human tragedy as men lay here, essentially wounded or even dying of infection out on these fields. A lot of questions were raised following this battle about ambulances and an ambulance corps, and the idea of having an ambulance corps versus an ambulance maybe that traveled with a smaller bit of Army organization. And so Antietam's really the first place where that sort of thing is deployed. But this battle is one that's such a human tragedy in respect to that. In fact, there are quotes from soldiers who come back through this area a year later, and the burials that are out here have been done so hastily, they're shallow, and the bones have now been exposed and they're bleached in the sunlight. And you can see them out in these fields as these men come back through here. It is an incredible, incredible human tragedy. In fact, about 7 years ago, they were doing routine archaeological work out in the park. She knows this is one of my favorite things to talk about. I have an anthropology background. And they discovered some bones. Sent them off to the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian determined the bone fragments were human rather than animal.
And two intact, two
Yeah.
completely intact.
Yeah.
Skeletons. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They were missing a few bones. One of them was missing a skull, but they were more or less intact. And after doing a lot of research into these bone fragments, they determined it was the limbs of 11 different people that had been amputated in addition to the bodies. The bodies were then tested using technology that basically looked at the radioactive isotopes in the bone that were left behind, and they were able to determine these guys were in upstate New York or New England somewhere. Along with some additional evidence that was found on the scene, they could almost conclusively prove these were Union soldiers, and their bodies were interred at Arlington 3 years ago as unknowns. So they are in the new Millennium expansion if you're ever out at Arlington and want to see that. In addition to several thousand men that are also buried there from this battle. So.
And one of them that laid there, actually, his hip bone, the ball had fallen out, was laying there as well.
Yeah.
So Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I mean, it was down to the point where the projectile that hit the man left an impression from the fabric in his bone, and they could tell from the weave of the fabric essentially what kind of fabric it was even. So.
And I think Brandon, they've narrowed it down to 3 different units that they were part of Brandon's side.
Yeah, and so the forensic anthropologist at the Smithsonian, who's the real life equivalent of Temperance Brennan, if you're a Bones fan, was, I love that show as an anthropologist. I'm like, yay, anthropology.
Me too. I love that.
But he thinks he knows who the surgeon was, in fact, because there were so few people from the Union that crossed the lines to treat the wounded and dying.
And it was near where there was a field hospital.
Yeah.
Where were these found?
See,
can't tell you.
Yeah, what my trademark line is with a wink and a smirk is, if I tell you, I have to kill you. We want to eventually one day go back, I think, ideally, and get to do some more work there and see if we find anything else. But it was the first and only limb pit that has ever been discovered on a battlefield in North America.
And they found them only because they were digging a utility line.
Yeah.
If they'd been this much to one side, they never would have found them.
Yeah.
And our now superintendent was part of the find.
That's where he comes in.
And so when all this came out, we're like, no wonder you say you love us so much. Because he wasn't the superintendent then.
But it was a big, big discovery at the time. So, and it could always happen again. And that really is just a symptom of how hasty sometimes these burials were, or maybe not as organized as later on things might be.
Well, there's also quotes of when they marched back through here after Antietam, which was 2.5 weeks later. As they marched through, there were still bodies laying, just a sea of blue up a deep cut, and their faces were blackened, from the sun. So reading that really makes you realize,
So why don't we head back to the parking lot? Any other questions before we go? That was a great question. It's a series of great questions. I love getting questions. That was a great idea. There he is. Okay. So the casualties turn out to be heavy, as you would expect. Really on both sides, but in 30 minutes, Grover has lost about 500 of his 1,500 men. This is an incredible amount of casualties, and the Confederate side is just about as heavy as this. In fact, Gregg's brigade will lose about 500 of 1,500 men throughout that first half of the day, really. But despite the fact that this was a very aggressive, bloody battle, it had a lot of casualties. Both sides comment that it's not without instances of man's humanity toward their fellow man. One of my favorite stories that I try to weave into any Second Manassas program I do, but actually properly fits into this one, is the story of a man in the 2nd New Hampshire. Martin Haynes, whose picture I had showed you a little while ago, said that one of his fellow soldiers during this fighting came across a Confederate in retreat. He had tripped and fallen over. According to Haynes's fellow soldier, because his pack was loaded with the stuff that had been taken from Manassas Junction. It was so overloaded with supplies that they had taken from us. Now that Confederate begs for his life, and Haynes's fellow soldier does let him walk away. But in exchange, he takes his quote-unquote Yankee killer, his Bowie knife, as payment in kind. For Edward McCready, he'll even talk about giving his canteen to a dying Union soldier out here. So there are men looking out for each other in one way or another. But like I said, a member of Pope's staff, T.C.H. Smith, would end up really being very critical of everything that happened out here. And he described the scene when a Union surgeon wandered back here under a flag of truce to care for the wounded. He said, the Massachusetts and New Hampshire men lying dead in regular lines, silent witnesses of the thorough discipline maintained throughout the charge. McCready would later say by the end of the day that the fight had exhausted all the romance of battle. Our feet were worn and weary, our arms were nerveless, our ears were deadened with the continuous roar of the battle, and her eyes were dimmed with smoke. And despite all of this, all this effort, all this pain, all this suffering, that longed for, hoped for attack that Pope had planned to execute will never materialize, that this was meant to be a distraction from. Now, more charges will happen, and if you join the 4 o'clock tour, you can hear about some of the later ones out here. But at some point, there is a concern that Greg is going to fold, and he tells his commanding officer, A.P. Hill, that they will hold their position with the bayonet. Again, considering using this particular weapon. General Jackson will tell them, General, your men have done nobly. If you are attacked again, you will beat the enemy back. And he goes on to say, one final time, I'll expect you to beat them. Now, as they walk away from this fight, Joe Hooker's men will start to move for Chantilly, and they will play a part in the Battle of Chantilly or Ox Hill on September 1st. While out there, Phil Kearny, the man who had told Pope to go to hell, who had been the guy to provide reinforcements, will be killed. But what I wanted to do was finish with quotes from the men who were actually out here. Henry Blake of the 11th Massachusetts expressed supreme confidence in the abilities of the commanders on the field, but again was very critical of the guys in higher command. Robert Milroy said that of Grover's brigade that they had executed with such telling effect as to drive the rebels in clouds before their bayonets. He had been very impressed by the early phase of this charge. Grover said, though forced to retire from the field by immensely superior numbers of the enemy, supported by artillery and the natural strength of his position, men never fought more gallantly and efficiently. Jackson even had a compliment for Grover's men, and he said that the Union had fought in defiance of our fearful and fatal destructive fire, and that they had fought with great determination. McCready would sum it up probably best, this fighting out here at the cut. He would say that this was the consummation of the grand debate between Massachusetts and South Carolina. Webster and Calhoun had exhausted the argument in the Senate, and now the soldiers of the two states were fighting it out. Eye to eye, hand to hand, man to man. If the debates in the Senate chamber were able and eloquent, the struggle on the Knoll at Manassas was brave and glorious. Each state showed that it had the courage of its convictions. What I wanted to do was end with the story of William Rogers Porter, who was in one of those Massachusetts regiments. Here's a picture of his colonel, Colonel William Blaisdell. And Blaisdell wrote home to his brother Edward. Porter was killed out here. He wrote to him, I sympathize deeply with you and his large circle of friends at home in their bereavement, trusting you may find consolation in the knowledge and manner of his death, in the van of battle for human freedom and the perpetuity of our institutions, formed a fitting termination to the life of a brave and worthy soldier. A comment that could likely have been made by many commanders writing to the families of now their deceased relatives. Somebody in tribute to Porter wrote a little poem, and so I wanted to finish with a couple of stanzas from that poem. What they wrote was, tread softly, passing here. This is a soldier's grave. Press lightly, this is sacred soil. Here sleeps a hero brave. Speak gently, passing here. Yes, talk in tender tone. 'Twas here our brother shed his blood, far from his happy home. Blow softly, passing here, ye winds that sigh and moan. Our tender hearts are bleeding now for those he loved at home. Touch gently, passing here. The leaves that fall around, move not a twig or stone, for this is holy ground. Thank you for coming out. Again, if you want to catch Hank's tour, it is at 4. You meet up by tour stop 5, up by Sudley Church. You should be able to park in the church parking lot. And have a wonderful afternoon. I'll be here if you have any questions. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Friction. All the levers. It's amazing how much they sent the beginning in the city.
All right, as as we wait for at least one more person to make the walk up from the parking lot. Again, just want to welcome everybody. I know some of you were with me this morning on the 10 a.m. program. Some of you are new. This is a continuation of a program, again, that was offered this morning. So the second half of our story, as we commemorate the 159th anniversary of the Second Battle of Manassas. And I want to mention that tonight's 7 o'clock program is in jeopardy. Please pay attention to the forecast, look at the radar, but as of right now, there is a heavy band of thunderstorms heading this way that will most likely hit the Manassas area right around 7 p.m. And because of the fact it's an evening program with sunset at 7:45, we can't really delay the start for those storms to pass through. So if there is thunder and lightning around 7 o'clock, that program will most likely be simply canceled outright with no makeup. So please keep that. So again, we're going to begin by making our way off of Sudley Road via the staircase up onto the unfinished railroad bed, and we will walk a few hundred yards away from Sudley Road to get away from the traffic noise, and we'll begin, or I should say, we'll resume our discussion of Maxcy Gregg and his South Carolinians' defense of the rocky knoll on the very left flank of the Confederate battle line. So, got a couple more people coming up the path. We'll just give it about a 15-second delay, and then we'll begin our walk.
So, I take it these roads have gotten a lot more traffic over the years, huh?
They're the same roads the soldiers used, both the Warrenton Turnpike, Route 29, and the Manassas Sudley Road, modern Route 234. So they are, in fact, the same roads the soldiers used that we are using today, and during the work week that the commuters use during rush hour. So, unfortunately, the traffic that passes through the park very much can adversely impact the sense of place when you visit the battlefield because of the noise and the volume of traffic. All right, with that, again, let's please use the stairs in order to protect the resource, and we'll make our way. So again, this is, for those of you who are not with me this morning, a continuation of a 90-minute program that was offered earlier today commemorating some of the fighting that occurred in this area of the battlefield throughout August 29th, 1862, 159 years ago tomorrow. So admittedly, we are one day off in our commemoration of this anniversary, but needless to say, this is an area that saw over 10 hours of combat with 6 separate assaults on August 29th, 1862. And we're focusing right now on the largest of those assaults, which would be the very last one, in fact, of the day, coming at around 5 o'clock when Phil Kearny's Federal Division launched an all-out assault on Maxcy Gregg's South Carolinians, who occupied a rocky knoll. And we will get near that rocky knoll as we walk today, but the rocky knoll will be behind you in a thickly wooded area, which is inaccurate historically, as the ground would have been generally open where the South Carolinians were positioned. And in fact, much of the ground that we'll be describing and discussing is a future candidate for potential landscape rehabilitation, perhaps sometime down the road. Although there are probably some higher priority areas, this is something that we have identified for potential work in the future. So again, Maxcy Gregg, Brigadier General, commands a South Carolina brigade made up of 5 regiments in total, roughly 1,500 men. And those regiments include the 1st South Carolina, the 1st Rifles, more commonly known as Orr's Rifles, as well as the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th South Carolina Infantry. Now, they had been together as a brigade for several months. They had seen action during the 7 Days battles outside of Richmond, and in some of the smaller actions leading up to the Second Manassas campaign when the armies were maneuvering in central Virginia. When in fact Stonewall Jackson captured and burned Manassas Junction, and he led his 24,000 troops 6 miles north to the old Bull Run battlefield, he was very deliberate in occupying a position that was familiar to him, one that he knew and recognized, which included an unfinished railroad bed, which is where we now stand. And the cuts and fills of this man-made feature, Jackson wanted to incorporate into his defensive position. And his defensive line in total would run about 1.5 miles from end to end. To get you oriented, especially for, again, those who weren't here this morning, we are now on the very left end of Jackson's line. And Maxcy Gregg's South Carolinians have a very important role on this day. They're at a post of danger, they're at a post of honor. Not only are they guarding the left flank of Jackson's wing, when Longstreet and Lee arrive also on August 29th and extend that Confederate position to the south in a different direction, Maxcy Gregg's position on his rocky knoll ends up being the left flank of the entire Army of Northern Virginia. And he's got an important role here and responsibility. He is protecting the Army's left flank, which includes Sudley Ford and Jackson's emergency escape route. If he was to get pressured, especially prior to Longstreet's arrival, Jackson could always withdraw across Catharpin Creek, not Bull Run, but one of its tributaries, Catharpin, and make for the Bull Run Mountains and potentially hook up with Lee and Longstreet to the west. So needless to say, that emergency escape hatch is directly behind the rocky knoll, and it's Maxcy Gregg's responsibility, together with the rest of Powell Hill's division, to protect this critical part of Jackson's line. So, very important role. Now, the fighting here started at 8 a.m. on the morning of August 29th, and it was almost continuous, various levels of severity over the course of the day, but for almost 10 straight hours, there will be some combat which will ebb and flow in terms of its intensity involving Maxcy Gregg's command. And as you can imagine, late in the day, by 5 o'clock, his troops have suffered several hundred casualties. They are running low on ammunition. They are physically and emotionally exhausted. And it does beg the question, why didn't Powell Hill relieve Maxcy Gregg's brigade and replace those wearied soldiers with a fresher unit that had not seen much action, maybe some of those North Carolinians that had been back up on Stony Ridge several hundred yards behind this position? We don't know the answer to that. Perhaps there was no period during the day of quiet and calm where that opportunity presented itself. And of course, extricating a position is often very vulnerable, so perhaps Gregg just had to power through in hopes of relief or in hopes that federal efforts would turn elsewhere as the day progressed. In fact, the major in command of the 1st South Carolina, Edward McCready, said the 10 hours of fighting had exhausted all the romance of the battle. Our feet were worn and weary, our arms were nerveless, our ears were deadened with the continuous roar of the battle, and our eyes were dimmed with the smoke. So you can just imagine how these several hundred South Carolinians that are huddled together on this rocky knoll, which is to your right rear, just to give you an idea, must have felt late that day. And their position, although many are fronting the unfinished railroad, it's important to note, because we're going to discuss it towards the end of this tour, that they had an angle, an obtuse angle in their line, somewhere in the vicinity directly behind you, which is where I stop, why I stop here, bending backwards, kind of diagonally along a fence line and overlooking a field of corn. And that field of corn was adjacent to Sudley Church, near where we parked. So that angle in the South Carolina line was somewhere in the vicinity directly behind you. but most of these men will be huddled up on that rocky knoll, which is to your right rear, and we'll get closer to it at our next stop. Now, during a little break in the fighting, maybe mid-late afternoon, Powell Hill, the division commander, perhaps from his headquarters up at the Wilkins house, which is behind Featherbed Lane, behind the historic Groveton Sudley Road, he is going to send one of Jackson's staff officers, Henry Kid Douglas, that happened to be on this end of the line, back to Jackson to warn him of the rather dire situation that his brigade under Maxcy Gregg now faces. That these men are running low on ammunition. Again, they're really kind of at the end of their rope, and they're going to need some assistance. And Henry Kid Douglas rides back towards the west to locate Stonewall Jackson, and when he comes upon the commander of the wing, he passes on Hill's information and says to Jackson, if attacked again, he would do the best he could, but could hardly hope for success. And Douglas would continue that the news seemed to deepen the shadow on his face, meaning Jackson's face, and the silence of the group about him was oppressive. Now, Jackson immediately turns Douglas back around and sends him east to the Wilkins house, to Tapey Hill, with a very specific order. Tell him if they attack again, he must beat them. Very straightforward. Needless to say, Douglas rides off, and just a few moments after leaving Jackson's presence, he looks beside him, and who's come galloping up beside to accompany him but Stonewall himself, who decided perhaps he needed to deliver this message to Powell Hill in person. That it's reached this level of crisis, maybe he needs to have somewhat of an impromptu council of war with his entrusted division commander. And as the two of those officers make their way east, who starts approaching from the west? Powell Hill himself, who must have felt the exact same thing, that this grave crisis demanded a face-to-face meeting. And as the officers gather, Jackson says to Hill, General, your men have done nobly. If you are attacked again, you will beat the enemy back. And as they are holding this very conversation, somewhere around, again, late afternoon, a rattle of musketry back near Sudley Road, this far end of the line, could be heard. And Powell Hill remarks, here it comes. He recognizes the Federals are resuming their advance and their attacks, and as he turns to ride off to his command, Jackson yells after him, I'll expect you to beat them. Now, needless to say, no pressure. That's right. That's right. Needless to say, the musketry that was heard does in fact mean the Federals are launching yet another assault on this very hobbled and this very damaged and very spent position. This is the largest Union attack of August 29th, 1862. It's not the largest Union attack of the battle. That would be the following day when Porter makes his assault at Deep Cut, which will be the focal point of the 11 o'clock tour tomorrow morning. But Kearny's attack around 5 o'clock on the 29th is the largest Federal assault that particular day. And those of you who are with me this morning know that Kearny was somewhat absent, conspicuously so, in the morning's fight when he was expected to go into combat alongside other Federals who ended up making that attack in solitude and by themselves, much to their frustration and anger. But needless to say, Kearny commands 11 regiments. So he's got 2 brigades, that of John Robinson and that of David Bell Birney. He's got another single regiment from Michigan that's on loan from Poe's brigade. So he's got 11 regiments in total. Now on paper, those 11 regiments should be roughly around 3,000 men to make this attack. But not all of those regiments are actually going to go forward. Kearny is going to detach a couple to assist with providing some protection for some Federal artillery batteries. And needless to say, some of those Union regiments are actually going to wander somewhat farther to the west, and instead of striking the left flank, Maxcy Gregg's brigade, they're actually going to tangle with the adjacent Confederate brigade under General Archer. So you're going to see some of these Federals over a very wide front get somewhat spread out, and that's going to dilute and minimize the number that actually hits Maxcy Gregg South Carolinians. But I would estimate it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000 Federals that are going to make this attack in hopes, after 10 hours of fighting and multiple assaults, that this one final push will break the Confederate command. Before we move on to our next stop and talk about the assault itself, it's important to again emphasize that although we are standing in the unfinished railroad, and although the trail that will follow throughout this afternoon's tour is on that important resource of the battlefield, it's a common misconception. People assume the Confederate troops occupy the cuts and fills of the railroad bed throughout the entire 1.5 mile long of Jackson's position. And in fact, this is one of those examples where the Confederate troops are actually 60 yards behind the railroad cut, and during much of this fight on the afternoon of August 29th, the cut itself will actually be in Union hands. So the Confederates are on a rocky knoll, a slight elevation, 60 yards behind the railroad grade. They had a skirmish line down here that would be very quickly pushed back up the slopes. But don't think Jackson and Hill's and Gregg's men are in the railroad bed itself or behind it. They are 60 yards above it on that rocky knoll. It's also worth knowing that where you parked in the Sudley church area was firmly in Union hands during this attack. The 3rd Maine occupies the Sudley churchyard during this assault. So again, just to keep everybody kind of in perspective, the Confederates are going to be shoehorned up onto one very small spot with a line that extends obliquely at an obtuse angle back along a fence line overlooking corn, but the railroad grade itself will be in Union hands during much of this assault. So keep that in mind as we walk down to our next stop.
Along with Jackson at Chancellorsville, I think he was, but he recovered. He wrote memoirs after the war.
Yeah, he writes very famous memoirs.
Well, he talked about, he was kind of a dandy with the ladies. Didn't he have a relationship with the famous Confederate spy Belle Boyd? They were both from Winchester, right?
Well, his home is up over near Shepherdstown.
Oh, okay. He was nearby. Yeah, they were. Well, she was from.
Still stands. Yeah.
She was from what? Winchester or Shepherdstown? I forgot. She's somewhere.
Douglas, I'm talking.
Yeah, Belle Boyd was from, I don't know, somewhere up there.
All right. So this is an area that I don't have, due to the narrowness of the trail, many opportunities to stop where we can kind of spread out. I apologize that we're in the sun, at least partially, for this stop, but wanted to walk you down here to what is a gas line, an easement that passes through the park, because we have a little bit of an opportunity to spread out, and I can get you a little more oriented from here. So the rocky knoll is actually behind you, again, about 60 yards through these thick woods. Not much to look at today, but open at the time. Now, I've explored this ground pretty extensively in the winter when we don't have foliage and we don't have ticks and we don't have poison ivy to deal with. And in fact, I have led tours for roundtable units up into that area. But in the last 10 years, this has become much more challenging to actually explore. Number of storms that have passed through over the last decade have caused a lot of these pines to fall. It's now a real jungle and very challenging even in the winter. I will say that in the many, many times I've explored that rocky knoll, I've not found a single stone to speak of, and I wonder if in the 100+ years after the war, when this was farmed, if local farmers were actually pulling most of that rock out of the field and throwing it back down the ravine on the far side. This was open, based on aerial photographs in the park's library and archive, till about the World War II period, which is where many areas that were open into the 20th century are lost, and we start to see successive the forest coming back in and reclaiming those open fields. So again, a relatively young forest, but one that is almost impenetrable now due to some recent storm damage that has really brought down a lot of trees over the last decade. But needless to say, we are in the vicinity of the rocky knoll behind you. And for those of you who are on the 1 o'clock tour, you don't have to walk very far down the trail to your right before you'll come to a flight of steps which will lead you to a gap in the railroad where a trestle bridge was supposed to be built to bridge a wet weather stream. Well, that bridge was never constructed, and that left a gap between Maxie Gregg's right flank and Thomas's Georgians just beyond and their left. And that gap is going to be a vulnerable point that you're going to see impacted during one of the afternoon assaults made by Grover and his bayonet charge. Now, let's keep these Union attacks in context and perspective. So before we start talking about Kearny's men going forward, what are the purpose of all of these assaults that the Federals are making on the Confederate line throughout the day on August 29th? Well, as we said, John Pope arrived on the field to assume command of the Army at about 1 o'clock that afternoon. And he at that moment had a fundamental misunderstanding of the tactical situation. He had no idea that James Longstreet's wing of the Confederate Army, an additional 28,000 troops, were filing onto the battlefield over a 12-hour period on August 29th. And they were extending the battle line, the Confederate line, in a different direction from Jackson, about 1.5 miles south across the Warrenton Turnpike and almost all the way down to the Manassas Gap Railroad. And Jackson and Longstreet's line, the Confederate line, is going to resemble, and I'm very much simplifying, somewhat of a 90-degree angle. And again, that's a very kind of an oversimplification, but to give you an idea that the two wings of the Confederate Army are actually positioned in two totally different directions, and the Union Army is kind of caught in the middle. Well, Pope is unaware that Longstreet's on the field in such number, and having, again, a fundamental misunderstanding of the tactical situation, he is going to order Union troops from the 5th Corps under Fitzjohn Porter to march up the Manassas-Gainesville Road. That road today is still in use. It is known as the Wellington Road for anyone local, to potentially get to Gainesville and fall upon Stonewall Jackson's supposedly vulnerable right flank. Well, needless to say, as Porter makes his march up that road on the afternoon of the 29th, he, of course, is inevitably going to eventually run into Longstreet's infantry, which is blocking his path. And Porter is unable to advance any farther because, again, the road forward is obstructed and blocked by Longstreet's men. Now, Pope, under the impression that Porter is going to reach Jackson's right flank, wants to launch a series of diversionary assaults to keep Jackson pinned down in place while Porter makes this potential move around the western flank of Jackson's line. Well, again, Porter's not moving because his path is blocked, but Pope nonetheless orders these attacks throughout the afternoon. These attacks include Grover's bayonet charge, the focal point of the 1 o'clock tour, and includes Kearny's assault late that day. So all of these Federal attacks on the afternoon of the 29th are meant to be diversionary in nature, to pin Jackson in place and prevent reinforcements from being sent to the far right flank to combat Porter. Well, Porter's not going to, again, arrive anywhere near Gainesville since his path is blocked, and thus these Union attacks on this end of the line are made really under kind of false pretenses of the battle's reality and the tactical situation. Now, that all is going to result in great controversy. That all is going to result in charges and investigations and trials and retrials in the post-battle and post-war period. And those are well beyond the scope and focus of this program. But just to, again, put these attacks into a larger context of the battle, they were really meant to be diversionary, to keep the Confederates pinned in place. Now, when Kearny launches that assault, again, 11 regiments, not all of which go forward, maybe 2,000 men. They're passing through the fields of the Dogan farm, over a slight ridge we visited this morning, down a slope, and through the woods directly behind me, which are historically correct. And as they push forward, they are going to steadily make their way to the unfinished railroad bed where Confederate skirmishers are going to fire a couple of ragged volleys, and then those skirmishers are going to make their way right back up onto the rocky knoll behind you. And it won't be long before Federal troops are going to reach the unfinished railroad bed itself. Again, don't be under the mistaken impression that this position is Confederate held. It is Union held for much of this particular attack. Now, some of those Union regiments are actually going to be attacking significantly off to the right, to your west, notably the 20th Indiana, whose colonel is killed, and they're going to drop out, and the 63rd Pennsylvania, Hayes's men, Alexander Hayes, who's going to be wounded. They're battling Archer, the neighboring Confederate brigade, so they're a little beyond the scope of our program as well. Right in this area where we're standing is going to be more the action of the 40th and the 101st New York. And they're going to make a direct frontal assault to the railroad grade and then start steadily pushing up and beyond in what again was open. You're going to see at this point, as we said, the Confederates begin to fall back, and initially the New Yorkers are unimpressed, and instead of finding foemen worthy of our steel, we saw the whole lot of them running for dear life. And that was the account of one soldier in the 40th New York, and the 101st beside them, the lieutenant colonel, seeing that Confederate retreat, says, "Forward, boys, we're driving them." Well, again, they're driving essentially the skirmish line and some of the South Carolinians back to that established rocky knoll. This is where it really gets tough for Maxcy Gregg. Again, his brigade has been fighting all day, and it shows. And Samuel McGowan, commanding the 14th South Carolina, talks about the attack from these two New York regiments, and he says, "It caused a semicircle of flame and smoke, extending at least half round our devoted hill." The brigade historian, J.F.J. Caldwell, would later write, right after the war, very, very soon after the war was this brigade history published, "Standing, kneeling, lying, we fought them so close that men picked out their marks and on some occasions saved their lives by anticipating the fire of someone on the other side." Well, it was, as Edward McCready later remarked, a critical moment. Now, other Union troops who we're going to talk about when we start heading back are pressing through that cornfield and up towards that fence line and up towards the Confederates near that obtuse angle. So they're getting pressed here throughout. Kearny indeed had the beginning of victory, for our men were thoroughly exhausted. Whatever the spirit was willing to do and dare, the flesh was failing. On they came with their deadly volleys, and our men fell fast around us. The enemy pressed on, past the cut, and slowly but steadily compelled us, step by step, to yield the long-coveted position which we had maintained all day. Now, this is the crisis of the day for Maxcy Gregg, for Powell Hill, and for Jackson's line. And as we said earlier, you can debate if the Gregg-McGowan Brigade, as it was known over the course of the war, had a finer day than August 29, 1862. And I like to engage in those debates. There's no question this is Maxcy Gregg's finest hour as their commander. He's going to rise to the occasion very dramatically. Maxcy Gregg, again, half-deaf, pre-war lawyer, no military experience, but he carried very loyally with him his grandfather's Revolutionary War sword, scimitar. And needless to say, at that moment, rising to the occasion in an effort to rally those men one last time, he is going to brandish that sword over his head and very dramatically yell out to his men, "Let us die here, my men, let us die here." Those words, whether or not we find them inspirational today, have the desired effect. And as many of these South Carolinians were dissolving, melting away, regiments that were losing organization and cohesion, beginning to slide down the slopes on the far opposite side towards Stony Ridge, needless to say, many will halt rally and return to the Rocky Knoll for one last desperate stand based on that act by Maxcy Gregg. It's only going to buy them a few minutes, however, because down along that cornfield and right up along that fence row, you're going to see Federals finally break Gregg's position and cause the line to give way and collapse. And we'll talk about the circumstances surrounding that final reverse when we get back down the trail, and we'll pick up our story. So follow me. Again, admittedly, this is a very challenging area of the battlefield to understand visually because the landscape is so different, because the woods behind me and throughout much of our program have really encroached on what was historically open at the time. It's hard to understand and appreciate the landscape, the terrain, the topography that the soldiers would have experienced and how it would have impacted that combat experience. But needless to say, as we mentioned, from the Rocky Knoll, the South Carolinians eventually bent back at kind of an obtuse angle that went away from the unfinished railroad bed, and that fence bordered a cornfield. The cornfield is most likely the area directly behind me, and some of you can probably see the vehicles parked over near Sudley Church. So to give you a little perspective as to where we are via Sudley Church, as we said, was occupied and the ground occupied by Union troops during this attack. So the men that would have been passing over the unfinished railroad bed, through this corn, and approaching that fence line, in particular, I want to focus on the 3rd Michigan and the 105th Pennsylvania. These are part of Robinson's brigade. They are attacking simultaneously as the New Yorkers and the other units I mentioned a little farther to the west. And they too are going to have some steady progress and some success. The unit that they're going to hit along that fence line, Gregg's leftmost regiment, Hill's leftmost regiment, Jackson's leftmost regiment, and thus Lee and the Army's leftmost regiment, is Orr's Rifles, the 1st South Carolina Rifles. And they had taken it very heavily that day, particularly among the ranks of their field grade officers. In fact, their Colonel, J. Foster Marshall, is dead at this point. He's been killed. Their Lieutenant Colonel, Daniel Ledbetter, has been mortally wounded. Stay tuned for more information on him momentarily. Their Major, James Livingston, as far as I'm aware, was absent that day, still recovering from wounds received, I believe, at Gaines's Mill. So needless to say, with the loss of the colonel, the loss of the lieutenant colonel, the absence of the major, the senior captain, Joseph Norton, is going to assume command late in the day. And among the ranks within Orr's Rifles was Joseph Norton's own father. So junior commands senior here as a member of Orr's Rifles. And again, they've been fighting throughout the day. They're suffering terribly physically, emotionally. They're down very low on ammunition, and miscommunication is going to finally be the undoing of Orr's Rifles and thus Gregg's brigade. Again, with the absence of a field grade officer of experience present, Norton is going to grow confused during this fight as Gregg sends word for him to bend his line back, to start kind of pulling it back, almost refusing his position more dramatically, almost 90 degrees, but he interprets it as orders to retreat. And after this battle, when there's some controversy related to that, Norton is going to claim that Gregg ordered a retreat. Gregg would deny it, but needless to say, as the men start to peel off from that fence line, the damage has been done, and it snowballs, and those Federal units are going to be able to surge through the corn up to the fence and begin to again take this position. A.P. Hill had been working tirelessly to try and assist. I should mention, Marvin's on the program, got to give a shout out to the North Carolinians because there are some units coming out off Stony Ridge, notably Branch's Brigade, the 7th, 37th and 18th North Carolina are being fed into this fight from the backside and are being helping to prop up the Confederates up along that rocky knoll. But again, when Orr's rifles gives way, it really, like pulling a thread, begins to topple the entire position. Edward McCready I recognized as the position was collapsing, as they're giving up this rocky knoll they had fought for so long, that the position is collapsed, and on they came, and soon a shout from behind paralyzed us with dread. Was all the glorious fight that we had made that entire day to end in our capture by an unseen movement to our rear? And terror-stricken we turned, when lo, there were friends coming to our assistance, and not the enemy to our attack. McCready was referring to the very timely arrival of Jubal Early's brigade of Virginians, who had been sent to reinforce this vulnerable position by Jackson himself, and are arriving not a moment's too late. Literally, as the South Carolinians are abandoning their rocky knoll and the Federals are surging up those slopes, up the backside come some North Carolinians and come a very large, very numerous in terms of manpower brigade of Virginians, 2,500 strong, one of the biggest, kind of fattest brigades in the Army that day. 7 regiments. I think they pick up 2 along the way, some Georgians and some Louisianans. By the time Jubal Early starts climbing the rocky knoll from the backside to preserve the position, he has more men at hand than Kearny's entire attacking force has left. So needless to say, dramatically, very quickly and decisively, the Federals right there taking the rocky knoll are going to see the fortunes of battle and of war shift against them. The Union forces turn tail and run under that forceful attack by the Virginians, which lasts all of 10 minutes. One Union soldier in the 40th New York, who we mentioned, said, "I grasped my musket and ran to the rear as fast as my legs would carry me. The rebel balls flew all around like hailstones, but not one touched me. It seemed almost a miracle that I was not hit." The 105th Pennsylvania, that had passed through this cornfield and busted up Orr's position along the fence line, one member said, "The regiment seemed to reel like a drunken man, and for a moment all was confusion." So just as quickly as the Federals were making progress up the rocky knoll, the fortunes of war turn against them, and they will be swept back down the slopes. Maxcy Gregg's men will have fought again for 10 hours through 6 separate assaults, and although that line will bend, and it will bend severely, in the end, with help from reinforcements, it does not ultimately break to their credit. Now, Kearny's attack will end. It will be a failure, like all of the other assaults that day that had preceded it. Kearny will lose roughly 25% of his force, perhaps 500 if we estimate 2,000 men made the assault. And finally, Maxcy Gregg and his South Carolinians have some rest. Now, over the course of that day, they will suffer 613 casualties for a brigade that entered the fight with roughly 1,500 men. I've always been somewhat surprised that their losses weren't a bit heavier. They were particularly numerous among the officers, of the field grade officers present. All but 2 would be killed or wounded on August 29th. Casualty rates between the various regiments vary from the low being the 14th South Carolina, which was roughly 20%, up to in excess of 40% from some of the other units that had been involved throughout the day. It's a fine day for Maxcy Gregg and his brigade. And because of the efforts they put in on the 29th, they will be relieved from the front line overnight and remain essentially out of the August 30th fighting that occurs the following day. So they'll get some much needed rest. It's important to note, though, before we move on to our last stop, make a connection between Second Manassas and Fredericksburg and the fate of Maxcy Gregg. Because on August 30th, as many of you know, late that afternoon, the Confederate counterattack, being spearheaded by Longstreet's wing, but eventually Jackson's troops will join in late that day. And the Confederate forces that had occupied this portion of the line will move forward in an effort to drive the Union Army from the field in defeat. Maxcy Gregg's brigade does not participate in that forward movement. They remain behind. As you know, the Confederates are successful in driving the Federals all the way back to Henry Hill, where ironically the battle climaxes, where it culminates on the very same ground that it had 13 months earlier during First Bull Run. Overnight, the Federals retreat. John Pope abandons the field in defeat. As Confederate troops under Jubal Early that had come to the South Carolinians' assistance make their way back from points east of Sudley Road late that afternoon into the evening past dusk, some of Maxcy Gregg's men, unaware that friends are approaching the unfinished railroad bed in Stony Ridge, open fire in an isolated incident of mistaken identity and friendly fire. As you can imagine, Jubal Early, frustrated, annoyed, upset that fellow Confederates took shots at his own brigade, has some stern words for Maxcy Gregg, and Maxcy Gregg is reproved. Perhaps he's bruised. Those feelings may still have been raw several months later when we fast forward to December 1862. For those that know the story of Fredericksburg, Maxcy Gregg's brigade was posted in reserve along a military road. And while in reserve, to potentially avoid another incident of friendly fire like what had occurred here on August 29th, he orders his men to stack arms. Little does Maxcy Gregg realize that several hundred yards in advance of his position was yet another vulnerable gap in the Confederate battle line, right along the railroad. And when George Gordon Meade's men make the assault on December 13th, 1862, they pass through a swampy area that Confederate commanders thought was impassable. They thought it was an obstacle, when in fact it became an avenue of approach. And Meade's Pennsylvanians are going to penetrate that swamp, hit the railroad, and go right through that gap in the Confederate line. And as they push uphill and ascend the slopes toward the military road, Meade's Pennsylvanians will close in on Maxcy Gregg's South Carolinians, who were unprepared and whose arms are stacked. As some of those men look out into those dark woods ahead, they recognize that enemy troops have penetrated, and they reach for their muskets and start firing ahead towards the oncoming Federals. Maxcy Gregg, fearful of another incident of friendly fire, on horseback, rides forward and furiously orders his men to cease firing for fear of hitting his own troops. In fact, will take the side of his blade, of his sword, and start slapping down the muzzles of some of those muskets to prevent the men from firing forward. At that very moment, a Yankee bullet will sever Maxcy Gregg's spine, and he will be mortally wounded, falling at Fredericksburg, with circumstances eerily similar to what happened late on August 29, 1862, right here. Was Gregg making that connection at Fredericksburg? Perhaps. But in the end, it will cost him his life. He will die shortly thereafter, just a few months after his greatest day for the Confederacy here in the defense of the Rocky Knoll. Please join me in the Sudley Methodist Church Cemetery for one final stop for this afternoon's program. And you can look at the 2 o'clock hour and fair conditions and so forth. This will be our final stop. We're just a little beyond the 1 hour mark, so I appreciate you stick with me as we conclude our program here in the modern Sudley Methodist Church Cemetery. This is not a wartime church, and it is not a wartime cemetery. The wartime church was later destroyed by fire, and this is a post-war, early 20th century, I believe 1920s structure.
That's right.
So, if you look around you, you'll notice that we're actually in a fairly modern section of the church cemetery. They have some much older graves as you get closer to the building and to the sanctuary, but we're in a very modern area. And yet, here beside us is a very older stone. And it's a stone and a grave that has tremendous relevance to our program today and to Gregg's South Carolina Brigade. It is the grave of Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Ledbetter of the 1st South Carolina Rifles, Orr's Rifles. He was mortally wounded, as we said, in the fighting that afternoon, and would die a few days later in early September at the Bushy Park Farm, which was located several miles north of where we now gather. Also taken to that same area, having been wounded, was in fact Captain Joseph Norton's father. I mentioned that Captain Norton, who was thrust into command of Orr's Rifles when the field grade officers all fell or were absent, that his father was among the ranks that day. Well, his father was mortally wounded as well, and would also die at Bushy Park Farm and be buried there. Now, when word made its way back to rural South Carolina, and Orr's Rifles is from the upcountry, so they're from upstate, Greenville, Anderson, places like that. When word reached that area that Daniel Ledbetter had been seriously wounded, his wife made every effort to reach him, but by the time she arrives here, he had died, and no one could locate where his grave was, and she returned to South Carolina empty-handed, having never found where her husband was buried. And in fact, she will die a widow, never learning where her husband was permanently buried. Well, needless to say, fast forward a few years later, and a local Manassas man who was only, I think, 8 or 9 years old at the time of this battle, wrote a very poignant poem, and it was entitled "Two Rebels Wearing Gray." Well, that poem got picked up, and it was published in local newspapers, and then eventually it got picked up by some of the South Carolina newspapers. And Daniel Ledbetter's son, just coincidentally, happened, and this is about the 1880s or so, to be reading the paper one day and read this poem and happened to find a familiar name. Now, this is a very long poem, so I'm only going to read select passages that are relevant to our story. Among the brave who dared to do, and in the carnage bled, before my vision there rise two, who fell where Jackson led. One was a parent, aged and gray, whose son fought by his side. The father fell that fatal day, the following he died. Beside him, in that last long sleep, D.A. Ledbetter lies, far from the home the friends that keep our deepest memories. There, side by side, the vigils keep, watch over those forms of clay, while there in honor's fame they sleep, two rebels wearing gray. Written by W.A. Buckley, who again was only a boy during the battle in the post-war period. Ledbetter's son read that poem in a South Carolina newspaper and immediately made plans to rush here to Prince William County, Virginia, to find the burial site of his father. Needless to say, he was escorted to the Bushy Park Farm, and the son had this monument erected over the grave of his father. And there it would remain for more than a century. In the late 1990s, Bushy Park Farm was purchased by developers. Well, as word spread that that property was going to be turned into a subdivision, Ledbetter's descendants in South Carolina were contacted in an effort to make plans to either exhume and remove their ancestors' remains back to South Carolina or somewhere else here in Manassas. They approached the National Park Service in hopes that Ledbetter's remains might be interred at the Groveton Confederate Cemetery over on Route 29, which is today one of the tour stops on the self-guided driving tour. The Park Service declined, and the reason being there are 500 essentially unknown soldiers buried in that Confederate cemetery today. They are not in marked locations. So to dig Ledbetter's grave might in turn disturb someone else's. And for that reason, the Park Service passed. Instead, in 2001, the remains of Daniel Ledbetter were removed from Bushy Park Farm and brought here to the modern section of the Sudley Methodist Church Cemetery. And here they rest, with the monument coming with the remains. A fitting place, perhaps, not just for Ledbetter, who was mortally wounded, most likely within a few hundred yards of where he now rests, but perhaps representative for all of the South Carolinians that fought under Maxcy Gregg on that rocky knoll on August 29, 1862. This concludes the program. I want to thank you for joining me today and sticking with us through some pretty intense heat and humidity. Again, a triple-digit heat index. I again would caution all of you who are hoping for the 7 o'clock program to monitor the forecast and check the radar. Before we started our program at 4 o'clock, there was a pretty intense band of storms coming this way that were scheduled to hit right around 7 o'clock. So if there are thunderstorms at that hour, it's most likely a program that will be canceled. So please keep an eye out on the forecast if you're planning to stick around to 7 o'clock. And our commemoration of the 159th Second Manassas resumes tomorrow morning at the Deep Cut with an 11 o'clock tour with Ranger Jim Burgess, who is without question the oracle of all things Manassas, having been on staff here as a permanent employee for in excess of 40 years. So have an opportunity to get out in the field with Jim. He knows this very well, and he'll be leading the program at Deep Cut, Tour Stop 7 at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I'll stick around to answer any questions.
So the 7 o'clock program's on New York Avenue.
The 7 o'clock program is scheduled to begin at tour stop number 9, which is New York Avenue, and Anthony Trusso will be out there at 7 regardless of the weather. But needless to say, again, if there's any thunder or lightning,
Just think about
that program is going to be canceled. There just is not time to postpone
Exactly.
it when sunset is at 7:45. So I hate to break it to you, but it doesn't look good for that program. But just again, check your phones for the latest radar information, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thanks again for coming out today.
Thank you very much.
So she suggested just keep working.
I hope you have good weather in the hood.
Well, I'm also spending a week at my house too, so we actually had
Yesterday,
a hurricane
Winchester was terrific.
tornado warning first time in 22 years. I mean, you don't have tornadoes. But yeah, this is 3 years, but
Okay, I'm going to get started here. If you want to gather in a little closer, you might want to still maintain your social distance, but I hope I don't have to scream too loud. Good morning and welcome to Manassas National Battlefield Park as we observe the 159th anniversary of the Second Battle of Manassas. My name is Jim Burgess. I've been here a while, the subject matter today can be a little bit complicated, and it goes without saying, if you have any questions along the way, you're more than welcome to interrupt me at any time and ask. Only one thing you have to be careful of, you gotta yell loud, because I've been shooting competitively for nearly 50 years, and my ears aren't what they used to be. So you definitely have to speak up if you have any questions. Okay, we're going to be focusing this morning on the largest Union attack of the battle, which occurred on the afternoon of August 30th, 1862. There's a lot that happened before that led up to the fighting here, and I'm going to probably try to cover that to some degree, but I want to get everybody out of the parking lot before I do that. And we're going to wander down this trail about 200 yards to the shade of a big tree. Right now we don't have to worry about sunlight. We have a reprieve from the sun today, at least for a little while. They are saying it's going to get a little warm this afternoon with a chance of thunder showers, but I think we're going to be good for the next 90 minutes.
He drives.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a long drive. I mean, I love driving, you know, down Interstate 95, you just get on it and just stay on it into Florida, but it is a long drive.
Yes.
Especially when he's driving by himself, you know.
You have been to
Okay, run that by me.
Was this like a chance
Yeah, oh yeah.
where one of the soldiers saw the army and then they had to stop to get
Yeah,
prepared? Or
they're
was
my
this
friend from Richmond.
an actual
I've
prepared?
I'm
done
going to
each of those battlefields except Spotsylvania. It's the only one
I
we
think
haven't
it's
got.
important to understand how we got to where we are.
Yeah.
and it's, you know,
For the benefit of those who have not been out here before and do not know just how the Second Battle of Manassas came about, I'm going to dwell initially a little bit on the campaign. And it's a good 2-month-long campaign. You know, what happened here in late August of 1862 is really just the climax of a 2-month-long campaign. So I'm going to start out the end of June 1862. At that point in time, much of the fighting here in Virginia was a good 100 miles to our south, outside of Richmond. George B. McClellan had worked his way up the peninsula east of Richmond with his Army of the Potomac, and by late June was nearly to the gates of Richmond. But then Robert E. Lee, the new commander of the Army of Northern Virginia, launched a major counteroffensive, resulting in a series of battles known as the 7 Days. Lee was successful in pushing McClellan's army away from Richmond down to Harrison's Landing on the lower James River. While all that was going on, a new Union Army was created here in Northern Virginia. This new Union Army would be christened the Army of Virginia, and General John Pope was chosen to command it. Pope was new to this theater of operations. Previously, he had been in command of Union forces out along the Mississippi River. Out there, he did enjoy some success. Pope can take some credit for the capture of Island Number 10. Well, Pope was brought here to Virginia because he seemed to display a very aggressive nature, very much in contrast to General McClellan, who by this time had demonstrated an overly cautious nature down on the peninsula. So many in Washington had high hopes that John Pope was now the right man to turn things around here in the East. It would take the better part of the month of July for General Pope to organize his new army, which was actually a consolidation of 3 separate Union commands which had been operating independently up to that point in time. On July 14th, General Pope issued a proclamation which was intended to inspire his new command. I'm going to recite to you a portion of what General Pope had to say because it very nicely reflects his whole philosophy of war, not to mention his personality. Pope said, and I quote, "Let us understand each other. I have come to you from the West, where we have always seen the backs of our enemies, from an army whose business it has been to seek out the adversary and to beat him when found, whose policy has been attack and not defense. I presume I've been called to pursue the same system and to lead you against the enemy. It is my purpose to do so, and that speedily. Meantime, I desire you to dismiss from your minds certain phrases which I am sorry to find much in vogue amongst you. I hear constantly of taking strong positions and holding them, of lines of retreat and of bases of supplies. Let us discard such ideas. The strongest position a soldier should desire to occupy is one from which he can most easily advance against the enemy. Let us study the probable lines of retreat of our opponents and leave our own to take care of themselves. Let us look before us and not behind. Success and glory are in the advance. Disaster and shame lurk in the rear." Unquote. Does that sound a little arrogant? Just a wee bit?
A little.
Pope was indeed a very boastful officer. He also had a rather abrasive manner. He did tend to rub people the wrong way. Pope certainly did manage to alienate one individual in particular, and that was George B. McClellan. McClellan took great offense at what he considered to be rather disparaging remarks coming from General Pope, and there would be no love at all between these two Union generals. This friction would eventually factor into the campaign. Eventually, McClellan would be ordered to abandon the peninsula and move his troops by boat back up here to northern Virginia to join forces with Pope. Well, McClellan was very loath to leave the peninsula, but he was even more loath to go to the support of John Pope. So McClellan moved his troops somewhat incrementally, and only a portion of McClellan's army would make it up here in time to join Pope and help fight this battle. Some historians might contend that McClellan is partially to blame for the Union defeat here at Second Manassas, because it almost seemed like McClellan was deliberately withholding reinforcements for Pope's army. Be that as it may, no sooner had General Pope managed to alienate himself to some of his fellow officers and men, when he then proceeded to alienate himself to the entire population of Virginia. Pope began issuing a series of general orders. Pope decreed that his army would subsist off the land. Any Virginians who refused to cooperate would be dealt with rather harshly. General Orders number 11 specified that any citizen living behind Union lines who refused to take the oath of allegiance would be immediately evicted from their homes. Sent beyond Union lines, all their property would be confiscated. If any of these people were caught behind Union lines again, they would be considered spies, which meant they could be shot. Needless to say, these policies generated quite a bit of contempt in Richmond. General Lee would term Pope a miscreant and was determined to suppress John Pope and his Army of Virginia at the earliest possible opportunity. Well, by the end of July, General Pope's army was finally beginning to move southward. His Second Corps, under General Nathaniel Banks, would cross the Rappahannock River into Culpeper County. And from Culpeper, these troops were poised to strike further southward across the Rapidan River into Orange County, where there happened to be a rather vital railroad junction at Gordonsville. This posed a dilemma for General Lee in Richmond. At the time, McClellan's army was still situated at Harrison's Landing, Berkeley Plantation, less than 30 miles downriver from Richmond, well within striking distance, and McClellan had a huge army far outnumbering the troops Lee had available in Richmond. But with this new Union army now threatening Lee's supply lines off to the west, Lee had to make a decision. He made a very bold move. Despite the fact that McClellan's army far outnumbered his own troops, Lee divided his forces and sent nearly half of his army, the troops under Stonewall Jackson, westward to make sure Gordonsville did not fall into enemy hands. In early August, General Jackson, after having arrived in Orange County, saw an opportunity to go on the offensive. Pope was slow in concentrating his 3 army corps in the vicinity of Culpeper, and initially only those troops under Nathaniel Banks were situated there. So Jackson decided to attack Banks before the rest of Pope's army could arrive. This resulted in the Battle of Cedar Mountain on August 9th. Jackson's troops crossed the Rapidan River into Culpeper County and struck at Banks just south of Culpeper in what would become known as the Battle of Cedar Mountain. Jackson had the advantage in numbers. General Banks suffered some rather severe losses. But the timely arrival of Union reinforcements that night and the following day forced Jackson to withdraw. And Jackson fell back south of the Rapidan River back into Orange County. But within a week's time, Jackson would be joined by the other half of Lee's army, the right wing under General James Longstreet, and General Lee in person. By this time, Lee had discovered that McClellan was beginning to put his troops onto transports and move them off the peninsula. Richmond was no longer under any immediate threat. So this gave General Lee an opportunity to move northward with the rest of his army, join Jackson, and hopefully envelop Pope's forces while they remained in the vicinity of Culpeper. But Lee's plans fell apart on the morning of August 18th. That morning, Jeb Stuart was literally caught napping and nearly captured by Union cavalry making a scouting expedition south of the Rapidan River. Stuart did manage to escape just by the skin of his teeth. But one of his staff officers, Major Norman Fitzhugh, was not as fortunate and fell into Union hands. To make matters worse for the Confederacy, Major Fitzhugh was found to be carrying some rather important papers which detailed General Lee's entire plan of attack. This vital intelligence was carried back to General Pope's headquarters in Culpeper, and it confirmed Pope's suspicions that he was now being confronted by General Lee's entire army of some 55,000 Confederate troops. Pope at the time had less than 45,000 men. So on the 19th of August, General Pope did the prudent thing. That point in time, he withdrew from Culpeper, falling back to this side of the Rappahannock River. For the next week, a very frustrated Robert E. Lee would probe General Pope's lines along the upper Rappahannock and would discover that Pope now occupied a relatively strong defensive position. A stalemate would result along the Rappahannock. Both sides would trade artillery fire back and forth. Neither side could really gain any advantage. Meanwhile, Jeb Stuart is suffering a somewhat bruised ego, having nearly been captured on the morning of the 18th. But rather than getting mad, Stuart found a way to get even. He's got permission to launch his own little raid behind enemy lines. On the morning of August 22nd, his cavalry crossed the Rappahannock River just above General Pope's right flank and would proceed to ride directly around behind General Pope's lines. By 9 o'clock that evening, Stuart and his cavalry reached Catlett Station on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, which is now much more than 15 miles to our southwest. Stuart's plan was to destroy the railroad bridge at Catlett, which would sever General Pope's line of supplies. But it proved to be a very dark and rainy night. It was so wet the bridge refused to burn, and it was too massive to chop down. So Stuart was a little bit frustrated in not being able to accomplish his primary goal. But fortune was smiling upon Stuart that night. Much to his pleasure, he discovered General Pope's headquarters baggage, all sitting there at Catlett. So for the remainder of that rainy night, Stuart and his troopers plundered General Pope's personal belongings in Pope's absence. Pope can thank his lucky stars. He was out near Rappahannock Station that night visiting other troops on his front lines, and so he managed to avoid capture. But Stuart certainly managed to capture a good number of General Pope's staff officers, but the real prize, aside from General Pope's uniforms and other things, was General Pope's dispatch book, which revealed the fact that Pope is now anticipating the arrival of reinforcements from General McClellan's army in just a matter of days. This vital intelligence was quickly carried back to General Lee, and it confirmed Lee's suspicions that Pope was being reinforced, which meant that the window of opportunity to destroy Pope and his Army of Virginia would soon close. Stuart's raid at Catlett Station also demonstrated that General Pope's line of supply, the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, was quite vulnerable. True to his word, General Pope was letting his rear take care of itself. So, armed with this intelligence, General Lee came up with a very bold and daring plan, one that defied conventional military wisdom. Despite the growing strength of the Union Army, General Lee would again divide his forces and send General Jackson on another flank march around Union lines. Now, of course, Jackson's troops were already famous for some lightning-fast marches, and they certainly lived up to their reputation as foot cavalry. They covered over 50 miles in 2 days. By sunset on August 26th, Jackson's column finally arrived at Bristow Station, just 5 miles south of Manassas. After derailing a couple of Union supply trains and causing other havoc at Bristow, Jackson sent 2 regiments of Isaac Trimble's brigade, 21st Georgia, 21st North Carolina, along with Stuart's cavalry, up the tracks to Manassas Junction, where in the pre-dawn hours of August 27th, they took possession of a huge Union Army supply depot, taking some 300 Union prisoners along the way. After daybreak on the 27th, Jackson moved the bulk of his command up to Manassas Junction, leaving General Ewell behind at Bristow as a rear guard. And for the remainder of that day, they proceeded to plunder all the Union supplies that General Pope had stockpiled at Manassas for his own army. Meanwhile, back down the tracks in the vicinity of Warrenton Junction, General Pope discovers early that morning that his telegraph lines have gone mysteriously dead in the middle of the night. His communications with Washington have now been severed. After sending out some cavalry to investigate the situation, Pope becomes aware that Jackson is the cause of all his woes here at Manassas. But Pope sees this as a tremendous opportunity. Jackson is isolated behind Union lines with an inferior force, and Pope is quite confident that he can easily cut off Jackson's escape and totally destroy Jackson's entire command once and for all before the rest of Lee's army could arrive and render any aid. So on the morning of August 27th, while Jackson is plundering Union supplies here at Manassas, General Pope orders his entire army to abandon their positions along the Rappahannock River and begin converging upon Manassas in hopes of trapping Jackson. Little did General Pope realize at the time, but he was doing exactly what Robert E. Lee was hoping he would do. This whole maneuver by General Jackson behind Union lines was intended to try to draw Pope's army away from their strong defensive positions along the Rappahannock River. And everything seemed to be working quite well for the Confederates at this point. No sooner had General Pope's troops turned their back on the Rappahannock, the rest of General Lee's army, the troops under General Longstreet, were already in motion, following much the same path that Jackson had taken to get around behind Union lines. Everyone now was converging in this direction. General Pope finally arrived at Manassas Junction around noontime on August 28th. He found the place a smoking ruin. Jackson had vanished in the night and had torched everything that he could not carry off. Eventually, some of Jackson's stragglers were picked up on the road towards Centerville, some 6 miles to our east. Well, General Pope concluded that Jackson with his entire command now was trying to escape via Centerville. So on the afternoon of August 28th, General Pope issues a new order to his army, which at the time was converging upon Manassas, but now they're directed to converge upon Centerville instead. Well, it was late in the afternoon on August 28th when a Union division under General Rufus King was seen marching eastward down here along the Warrenton Turnpike, Route 29 today. These troops had just received their new orders from General Pope, and the turnpike here was certainly the most direct way to get to Centerville. Well, as these troops passed through the little hamlet of Groveton down here, they were totally unaware that they were being watched. Somewhere off here to our north, there was a lone horseman very intently watching this Union column passing eastward towards Centerville. And that horseman was none other than General Thomas J. Jackson himself. When Jackson left Manassas Junction the night before, he had split up his command. He sent his 3 divisions off on separate roads, which was primarily designed to expedite their evacuation of Manassas Junction. But somehow it would also serve to confuse General Pope. Only one of Jackson's divisions, the troops under General A.P. Hill, had actually marched all the way to Centerville. And upon reaching Centerville, A.P. Hill had doubled back in this direction, recrossing Bull Run and then moving northward to reunite with the rest of Jackson's command a little more than half a mile to our north on a low elevation known as Stony Ridge. Now, Stony Ridge was a little bit off the beaten path and somewhat secluded. Jackson chose this position to rest his men while waiting for General Lee and General Longstreet to catch up. Stony Ridge would prove to be a very strong defensive position by virtue of the fact that there was an unfinished railroad grade running directly across the front of Stony Ridge. The embankments along this railroad grade would give Jackson's troops excellent cover and concealment. It was almost like ready-made fortifications. When Jackson was informed that there were Union troops down here on the turnpike late that afternoon, he had to ride out to investigate for himself. And after sizing up the strength of this one lone Union division, Jackson rode back to order out his men. Jackson was determined to attack this Union column, and by doing so, he would knowingly be revealing his position to General Pope. But that was calculated to try to draw Pope's army into battle on ground that now much better favored the Confederates. And Jackson was aware at the time that Longstreet's troops were not much more than 10 miles away, just the other side of the Bull Run Mountains at Thoroughfare Gap. So it was right around 6 o'clock that evening on the 28th of August that Confederate artillery deployed over here on the neighboring Brawner farm and began shelling these unsuspecting Union troops down here along the Warrenton Turnpike. Most of that artillery fire would fall upon the brigade of General John Gibbon. And to his credit, General Gibbon would get aggressive and go after these Confederate batteries. This would lead to some very intense fighting over on the Brawner farm. Fighting that would spill over here to the Lucinda Dogan farm where we are now. And the fighting would rage until roughly 8 o'clock that evening. By that time, it was pitch black, totally dark, and the fighting would ultimately break off. Jackson was a little bit frustrated that he could not overwhelm these Union troops, which he certainly outnumbered. But Jackson had suffered some severe losses that night among his senior subordinate officers. He lost 2 division commanders, William Tolliver, Richard Ewell, both very seriously wounded, and there was very little coordination among the troops in the growing darkness. But Jackson was ultimately successful in achieving his primary goal, Later that night, General Pope would learn of the action over here on the Brawner farm and would immediately order his entire army to now concentrate on the old battlefield of Bull Run, fully confident now he had Jackson trapped, little realizing he was walking into one. Now, we've covered a lot of ground. I hope nobody here has yet gotten confused. If so, again, feel free to ask questions anytime along the way. Sometimes I even know the answers. But in any case, I'll be happy to demonstrate my credibility by saying I don't know if I don't know. But in any case, before we go much further, I think it is important that you understand what the landscape looked like at the time of the battle. There have been some significant changes in the landscape over the last 159 years. Now, you're now standing on the Lucinda Dogan farm, which was a plantation known as Peach Grove. The plantation house was down here, although the plantation house had burned in 1860 before the war, and the family had moved into the little overseer's cabin on the corner, which is, by the way, open today. You might want to check it out after you get done touring with me here today. But in any case, it was generally open. This area was either under cultivation or it was pasture for some of the Dogan's livestock. So all this tall grass probably would not have existed at the time. It was probably kept well cropped by the livestock. None of these trees over here existed. This parcel of land just to our immediate south is actually owned today by the American Civil War Trust, or American Battlefield Trust, I should say. So it is at least protected from any further development. None of these trees over here existed in 1862 either. It's generally open here directly to our north. About 11 years ago, we had to take out about 140 acres of trees off this hillside over here to bring it back closer to the way it might have looked in 1862. Unfortunately, when you take out the trees, it allows all this small stuff to grow up. And because that area is very rocky, we can't mow it. So we have been resorting to controlled burns every year to try to keep the vegetation down to some degree.
Don't forget the goats.
I'm sorry?
I said, don't forget the goats.
Oh, yeah, well, we did try goats once. And unfortunately, it was a very wet summer, and the vegetation was growing faster than the goats could keep after it. If we put livestock out here year-round, fenced it off, and kept visitors out, we'd be able to keep the vegetation out. But unfortunately, since visitors do like to wander through these fields, we can't have livestock grazing all the time. Okay, so this area was generally open. You could see all the way down to the Warrenton Turnpike from here, and there were some trees on the other side of the Groveton-Sudley Road, which is now known as Featherbed Lane, and those trees over there were known as the Groveton Woods, and they offered a little bit of shelter to the Union Army prior to the major attack here on the afternoon of August 30th. But I also have to talk a little bit about the fighting on August 29th. And some of you have already been on some of our tours yesterday, which covered some of that action. But for the benefit of those who weren't here yesterday, General Pope did begin probing General Jackson's position, which was oriented along the unfinished railroad. Jackson's line on the morning of the 29th stretched nearly 2 miles from the Brawner farm all the way up to Sudley Church. And General Pope's forces, as they arrived on the field, would be directed to start advancing against this position to check out General Jackson's positions and strength. Most of these Union attacks were repulsed quite handily with heavy losses. Although the Union Army at times did manage to break through, they were quickly pushed back without much to show for all their effort. But General Pope only envisioned the attacks along the unfinished railroad that day to be a holding action, to keep Jackson's troops occupied and basically pinned down, while a much stronger flank attack could be delivered from the west. This flank attack was assigned to the 5th Army Corps under Major General Fitzjohn Porter. These were troops that had previously been part of McClellan's army, and they had just arrived to join Pope as they came up along the railroad behind Pope's forces. On the morning of the 29th, Fitzjohn Porter had his 5th Corps in position down around Manassas Junction, some 5 miles to our south. And Pope sent orders to Fitzjohn Porter that morning to proceed in the direction of Gainesville, off to our west, to try to get on Jackson's right flank and rear, cutting off any opportunity for Jackson to escape. So Fitzjohn Porter put his troops in motion up the Manassas-Gainesville Road off here to our southwest. They got maybe 3 miles outside of Manassas, and still a good 3 miles from where we are here, and they came to a little stream called Dawkins Branch. Dawkins Branch was not a very big stream. You could easily jump across it. But right along Dawkins Branch, they encountered some rather stiff resistance from a brigade of Confederates and that had deployed their skirmishers. And Fitzjohn Porter was forced to deploy his own skirmish line. A very lively skirmish would erupt down there along Dawkins Branch and would continue into the afternoon, well isolated from all the rest of the fighting up here along the Unfinished Railroad. While the skirmishing continued down there along Dawkins Branch, Fitzjohn Porter had a pretty good view off to the west in the direction of Gainesville. They could see some rather heavy dust clouds off in that direction, which certainly suggested a strong presence of Confederate troops in his front. Actually, a lot of those dust clouds were being kicked up by Jeb Stuart's cavalry dragging brush along the road to make it seem like there were a lot more troops in front of Fitzjohn Porter than there actually were. But Porter also received a report from General John Buford, a newly appointed Union cavalry commander, who had actually witnessed several Confederate brigades passing through Gainesville earlier that morning. So Fitzjohn Porter became aware that he was likely being confronted by elements of General Longstreet's command. And he would have realized that Longstreet had some 25,000 to 30,000 men, a force well over 4 times the size of his own. Consequently, Fitzjohn Porter was not about to get too aggressive believing that he was vastly outnumbered and certainly well isolated from the rest of the Union Army fighting over here. He at least held his position along Dawkins Branch throughout the day and continued to skirmish with the Confederates in his front. Meanwhile, however, John Pope is anxiously awaiting a massive attack to be made over here on Jackson's right flank. And for reasons unknown to General Pope, it was not happening. Pope was totally oblivious to Longstreet's arrival on the field that day. In fact, Pope had every reason to believe that Longstreet was still a day's march away, and in his arrogance, he simply refused to believe any reports to the contrary. Longstreet contributed somewhat to Pope's perceptions because Longstreet did not immediately make his presence known on the battlefield. Longstreet was a little bit concerned about these Union troops down there along Dawkins Branch, which certainly could have given his right flank a little bit of grief. So he convinced General Lee that it might be prudent to wait and see what these Union troops down there along Dawkins Branch were going to do before making any moves here at Groveton to join the fighting. So he kept most of his troops in concealed positions in woods west of Groveton down here. And again, Pope is not really aware of their presence. Well, throughout the afternoon, as fighting continued to rage up here along the Unfinished Railroad, General Pope is becoming more and more impatient for this attack to be made on Jackson's right flank. And finally, he sends out a courier with a direct order to Fitzjohn Porter. The order reads, "Your line of march brings you on the enemy's right flank and rear. Attack immediately." Of course, Pope is not really aware of where Fitzjohn Porter is actually situated. He's certainly not aware of what is confronting Fitzjohn Porter. But the courier rides off with this order and proceeds to get lost and does not find Porter until about 6:30 that evening. And by that time, it's starting to get dark again. The sun sets about 6:30 on standard time around here. And Fitzjohn Porter, still believing that he's vastly outnumbered by an overwhelming force of Longstreet's Confederates, is not about to launch a night attack. So the attack is never made, much to General Pope's frustration. Around 9 o'clock, well after dark, General Pope issues a new order to Fitzjohn Porter. This one is worded somewhat tersely, reflecting General Pope's strong displeasure with Porter's lack of aggressiveness. And this one essentially reads, "Upon receipt of this order, which you will acknowledge immediately, you will march with your entire command and report to my headquarters first thing in the morning on August 30th. General Pope's headquarters at this point in time are on the hill behind the stone house, a very nice central location. So Porter receives these orders well after midnight and proceeds to put his troops in motion. Of course, it is a very dark night, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to find their way in the darkness, but Fitzjohn Porter will arrive at Pope's headquarters first thing in the morning as directed. Now, on the morning of August 30th, General Pope is still somewhat optimistic despite the previous day's frustrations. Early that morning in the pre-dawn hours, Confederate troops were seen, moving westward here along the Warrenton Turnpike, passing through Groveton. And this would give General Pope the impression that the Confederates now are trying to break contact and retreat. Actually, what was observed was R.H. Anderson's division of Longstreet's command. These troops had arrived in the middle of the night. In the total darkness, these troops had advanced beyond the Confederate positions here at Groveton and had gotten to within spitting distance of the Union lines. But General Anderson realized his exposed position very early in the morning and quickly countermarched his troops back through Groveton in the direction of Gainesville to get behind the rest of Longstreet's command. In so doing, managed to confuse General Pope. So when Fitzjohn Porter arrives, he'll be given an opportunity to redeem himself for the previous day's inaction. Instead of attacking Jackson's right flank over here from the west, he's now going to have to do it from the east. It would take most of the morning and early afternoon for Fitzjohn Porter to get his entire command onto the field, ready to make this massive attack. On paper, it looked like there would be 10 Union brigades assaulting Jackson's line all at once. But it didn't quite work out that way. Fitzjohn Porter had two divisions in his 5th Corps. One division under General Morrell, another division under General George Sykes. Well, each division had 3 brigades, so a total of 6 brigades in the 5th Corps. One of those brigades, the brigade under Charles Griffin, managed to get lost on the night march to the battlefield. They took a wrong turn, and by dawn they found themselves at Centerville, some 6 miles from the battlefield. So that reduced Fitzjohn Porter's available strength down to 5 brigades. Now, 3 of those brigades were in the division under George Sykes. And George Sykes had orders that afternoon to keep his left flank anchored down here along the Warrenton Turnpike. And he did exactly that. In fact, one of his brigades was siphoned off to support a Union battery just south of Groveton, Battery D of the 5th U.S. Artillery under Lieutenant Charles Hazlitt. So the regular troops under Sykes really would not play much of a role in the fighting over here on the Dogan Farm. They did get onto the Dogan Farm. They were certainly subjected to artillery fire coming from the Brawner Farm, but they really were not in a position to join the fighting here along the unfinished railroad. So with Sykes' 3 brigades not immediately available, that only left 2 brigades, the brigades of Butterfield and Roberts, to make this attack. But these troops would be supported by the division under General John Hatch, formerly under General Rufus King. But King had suffered an epileptic seizure and was no longer able to command his brigade, so the senior brigade commander, John Hatch, was now in command of this division, which was 4 brigades. But Hatch lined up his troops in echelon, 1 brigade behind the other. Only the first 2 brigades under Sullivan and Doubleday, I take that back, Sullivan and Patrick, would be making this attack to join the troops under Fitzjohn Porter. The other 2 brigades, Doubleday's and Gibbons' brigade, were in the rear, and unfortunately, even though they were under fire, they were not in a position where they could deliver any fire and join the attack because there were just too many friendly troops in their front. So, in actuality, only 4 Union brigades would make this attack. Still, it would prove to be the largest Union attack of the battle. Some 6,000 Union troops would be pressing Jackson's line all at once. And it would come very close to breaking through Jackson's line. But as we shall see, it didn't quite work out the way it had been planned. Now, Fitzjohn Porter would line up his troops behind the Groveton Woods over here, which offered him plenty of cover and concealment. It would not be until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the attack would be launched. Union troops would come pouring out of those woods in their massive lines right around 3 o'clock. But prior to that, some skirmishers were deployed out here in this meadow on Lucinda Dogan's farm. Butterfield's brigade had one regiment perfectly suited for skirmishing, and that was the 1st U.S. Sharpshooters under Colonel Hiram Burdan. These were somewhat elite troops. Every man in the regiment had to pass a marksmanship test in order to belong to this regiment. Each man had to put 10 consecutive shots in a 10-inch square target at 100 yards, shooting from an unsupported standing position. Having competed with rifle muskets and such, I know that's not easy to do. Or they could actually fire at the same target at 200 yards off a rest. Still, rather difficult to do with the weaponry available at the time. But each man in this regiment could achieve that type of marksmanship. They're all dressed in green uniforms, dark green uniforms to blend in with some of the vegetation, so they didn't stand out in a crowd like troops in a line formation. And they were armed with some of the best weaponry available, the Sharps breech-loading rifles. These were single-shot weapons, but very accurate. And being a breech-loader, they could be loaded and fired from prone position on the ground. You didn't have to be standing up to load it like a rifle musket. So these troops were well suited for skirmishing, and skirmishers were oftentimes sent out in front of your main battle line to feel out enemy positions and provide some initial covering fire. And that's exactly what these skirmishers, Burdan sharpshooters, did. They ventured out here in this meadow in a fairly loose formation, maybe 5 yards between each individual, so they weren't massed together. They got about halfway across this open meadow, and they were beginning to draw a lot of enemy fire from that ridge line up there. They found a dry stream bed. Today there's water in it for all the rain we had last night, but it was bone dry on the 30th of August, and they would find this to be like a ready-made foxhole. They would take advantage of this cover and concealment, and they essentially would get pinned down out here in the middle of this meadow. Later on, a veteran of Burdan sharpshooters, George Albee, Company G, the Wisconsin Company, would come back long after the war, probably in the 1880s, after he retired from the regular army, and he would put up a marker to basically memorialize the service of his regiment here. And you see this sign over here on a cedar pole? Well, that's a reproduction of the sign that was put here by George Albee back in the late 19th century. And you're welcome to go over there and read it carefully if you can't read it all from here. It's a reproduction sign because the original is in pretty bad shape. We have it in our museum collection. In fact, it is on exhibit right now in our main museum over there at Henry Hill. One thing kind of curious about that original sign, it seems to be shot full of holes like it had been in the battle. But it was, again, put here well after the war, and apparently after George Albee put it up and left it here, it became a very inviting target for some of the local marksmen. Now, Albee, of course, was a good marksman in his own right, and he was very active in marksmanship competition after the war. It's somewhat ironic that the sign he put up here would be also used for marksmanship as well. But in any case, the sharpshooters essentially did get pinned down here, but they were really the only Union troops that were delivering any fire into the Confederates up there on that ridge line. Around 3 o'clock, when these Union lines came out of the Groveton Woods in their massive line formations, they were advancing with their muskets on their shoulders. There was no sense in them trying to fire their weapons while they were in motion. You're not going to be able to hit much if you're moving. You have to come to a halt to aim your gun. And if you come to a halt to aim your gun, you're just that much more a vulnerable target. And then, of course, you have to reload your musket, and if you have to reload your musket, you're going to be a standing target for another 20 or 30 seconds. So the only salvation for these Union troops as they came out of the woods there was to advance across this open ground as quickly as they could. They were probably marching at a double quick time. And as they were advancing across this field, they were receiving a very heavy volume of fire from Confederates up there on that ridge line. Let me read you a portion of what one of the participants had to say about advancing over this field. John Mills of the 21st New York Regiment was part of Patrick's brigade, advancing over here in this direction. He writes, "With a cheer we come out from among the trees. and an answering hell blast sweeps with sudden fury in our faces. Every man leans forward as though breasting a heavy wind. From right, left, and front, we feel the pounding breath of batteries, grape and canister, sweep broad gaps in our little line, and it melts like the first snow of winter before the awful wind of bullets. Nobody writes like that anymore. Well, anyway, I might give you a taste of what these troops were experiencing. Not only did they have to contend with heavy volumes of musketry fire coming from that ridge line over there, they were now under a very heavy barrage of artillery fire coming from Confederate batteries off to our west on the Brawner farm. Colonel S.D. Lee's Reserve Artillery Battalion from Longstreet's wing was situated over there with 18 guns. They had a very good field of fire. They could reach out and touch anything that moved this side of the Groveton Woods. S.D. Lee gets a lot of credit for helping break up this Union attack, but he really doesn't deserve all the credit, because there was another battalion of 18 guns over there that Jackson's Chief of Artillery, Stapleton Crutchfield, had thrown together under the immediate command of Major Lindsay Shoemaker. And Shoemaker's batteries certainly had an equally good field of fire. So you had some 36 pieces of Confederate artillery raining lead and iron into this open meadow on Lucinda Dogan's farm. These shells bursting in the air with time fuses, you know, was throwing shrapnel in all directions. We've done a lot of archaeology out here over the past, and we've pulled pieces of shrapnel out of the creek down here. We've pulled shrapnel over there from where you saw that wayside with the lovely painting that was spaced off of a big panorama or cyclorama that was done on the Second Battle of Manassas back in the 1880s. Well, in any case, these Union troops, again, as they advance through this open meadow, they're taking a lot of casualties. Their lines are getting cut up pretty badly, but they keep passing forward, overtaking the skirmish line of the sharpshooters and advancing toward that hillside over there. And we'll proceed in that direction as well. You might want to stop and read the next wayside and check out the sign that George Albee put up there back in the late 1900s. And we'll reconvene over there at the base of that little ridge.
And the weather during the actual day?
It was typical hot, humid August weather. The only actual records of the weather were taken in Georgetown in Washington, D.C., and of course it could vary considerably 30 miles out this way. Yes?
When King's division comes down the road down there.
On the 28th.
Have you ever thought where the guns were that started firing on him that Gibbon talks about? Have you ever thought precisely where those guns were?
Yeah, Gibbon noticed those guns as soon as he passed through the woods along the turnpike there. Are you familiar with Battery Heights? Stop number 2 on our driving tour. Well, he had reached that little rise of ground when he noticed the Confederate batteries. So I dare say those batteries are almost due north from where he was.
You think
there.
pretty much straight north then?
Yeah.
Do you think it was a 6-pounder that fired the first shots?
I can't say what gun fired the first shots. I don't know if it was a 6-pounder or it could have been a rifled gun. We have found a 10-pounder Parrott shell over near Groveton. The shell, the way it was oriented, looked like it had been fired from the north. So certainly the Confederates did have rifled artillery, and they certainly could have used them. Okay, everybody's caught up. I just wanted to pause briefly before we start climbing this whole ridge here. You might notice from here, you can't really see over the top of this rise, which means the Confederates up there can't really see you. And so this hillside here offered the Union forces advancing in this direction some cover from enemy fire. Of course, they were still getting a lot of artillery fire coming from this direction, so this may not have been entirely safe here, but at least the small arms fire was not as heavy once they got to this ridge line. Now, during the archaeology we've done here on this slope, we've found a lot of dropped Union bullets. This is where a lot of the Union troops were reloading their guns prior to making the final assault up to the top of the hill. But I want to caution everybody, don't go looking for any bullets in the eroded spots you see on the field. because it is illegal to hunt for any artifacts. Thank you.
I just had a question. I don't know if it was like quite 10 years ago or maybe less, where they found the two bodies. I mean, I think it was a mass.
Yeah, that was more like 5 years ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
making sure. I couldn't remember how long.
Yeah,
ago.
that was in the vicinity of a known Union Army field hospital. Okay, we'll continue on up to the top of the hill. Good question.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Just no answer to that.
No answer.
I just saw the Atlanta one, and they made mention of this one. You know.
It's in the Atlanta history.
Yeah, exactly.
They restored it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I saw it 3 years ago because I'm a member of GBA.
It's amazing. You know,
They took
it
us
tells
in
you
there
what
as
we
they
could
were
have here if we could find it.
Yeah.
But it would be a guessing.
The panorama was displayed in Washington on essentially what is
That's
today the Washington Monument Grounds. But around the turn of the century, it was sold to a guy by the name of Emmett McConnell. And he was known as the Panorama King. He had several panoramas that he displayed at various venues across the country. The last time the Manassas panorama was seen was at the Jamestown Tricentennial Exposition in 1907.
Oh wow, that recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's it.
after that, it was rolled up, put in storage, and we don't know what happened to it after that.
It could be out there somewhere.
Yeah, we're
hiding
hoping
somewhere.
there's
Yeah, that'd be
some
cool.
vestiges left.
I'll do a little some investigating.
Moving pictures. Boy, that's what happens.
Yeah,
moving pictures.
they literally move.
Exactly.
All right, hopefully everybody here can see this little ditch behind me, which is a part of the unfinished railroad. This section of the railroad we call the deep cut. How it got that name, I'm not so certain. There are other portions of the railroad that are just as deep, if not deeper. But this has traditionally been known as a deep cut for much of the 20th century. This portion of the railroad grade was held by a brigade of Virginia troops under Bradley Johnson. And Bradley Johnson's brigade was part of a division now commanded by General Stark. Stark had taken over command of the division after William Tolliver was seriously wounded on the night of August 28th over on the Brawner farm. There were 4 brigades in Stark's division. Alexander Tolliver had his brigade a little bit further off here to our west. Bradley Johnson had his brigade right here along this portion of the railroad. And Leroy Stafford and his Louisiana brigade just down the line in this direction here. The Stonewall Brigade under Colonel William Baylor was held in reserve. They were still licking their wounds from the fighting over on the Brawner farm on the evening of the 28th. They had gone into the fighting that night with some 850 men, and they now were down to roughly 500 effective troops. But they were in position in reserve back there in those woods. Now, of course, beyond Leroy Stafford's Louisiana troops, there was Lawton's division, formerly belonging to General Ewell, who also got wounded on the night of August 28th. Okay, well, if you look back towards the Groveton Woods here, you see a lot of open ground, and from those woods that these Union troops began pouring out around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And those Union troops were so thick, the Confederates could hardly miss. This is rifle musket range. The rifle muskets usually had sights which enabled you to take aim out to 500 yards. So those Union troops were well within range of the Confederates up here on this ridge as soon as they got out of those woods. And the Confederates did their utmost to pour volley after volley into these advancing Union troops. It was a target-rich environment, as we oftentimes say in the North-South Skirmish Association, and the Confederates could hardly miss. But of course, as those Union troops got down here to the bottom of this slope, they were now out of view. But the Confederates still had plenty to shoot at of these additional Union troops coming out of the woods in second lines and third lines. Most of these troops had muzzle-loading rifle muskets. And those rifle muskets could easily be loaded and fired twice a minute, if not 3 times a minute. So after 20 minutes of sustained fire, many of the Confederates had expended over 40 rounds of ammunition, and 40 rounds of ammunition is all they could carry in their cartridge boxes. So things got a little desperate here along the Confederate line as troops began to run low on ammunition. In desperation, some Confederates here in Bradley Johnson's brigade, as well as Leroy Stafford's brigade off to our northeast, began throwing rocks from the railroad grade at the Union troops that got within stone's throw. I think it's probably best if I quote directly from Bradley Johnson's report. He says it's probably better than anyone else. He writes, "Before the railroad cut, the fight was most obstinate. I saw a Federal flag hold its position for half an hour within 10 yards of the cut and go down 6 or 8 times. After the fight, 100 dead were lying 20 yards from the cut, some of them within 2 feet of it. The men fought until their ammunition was exhausted and then threw stones. Lieutenant Lewis Randolph of the 1st Virginia Battalion killed one with a stone, and I saw him after the fight with his skull fractured. As line after line surged up the hill time after time, led up by their officers, they were dashed back on one another until the whole field was covered with a confused mass of struggling, running, routed Yankees." Couldn't say it much better than that. The Union troops certainly were in a hard spot. Some of the Union troops were a little bit further to our east from Hatch's division, found themselves reaching the railroad cut itself. Now, further to our east, this railroad cut forms a fill, or a high berm, where the surrounding ground is much lower than the railroad grade. And there, the Confederates still had very good cover and concealment. The Union troops would manage to find their way up to the edge of that embankment, but they couldn't really get much further. The 24th New York, part of Sullivan's brigade, was being led forward by Major Andrew Barney. Andrew Barney was riding a white horse and would actually ride up to the top of the embankment. Some Confederates said, don't shoot him, but there was a cloud of musketry smoke, and afterwards the horse was seen riding off riderless. Major Barney would be among the casualties. Corporal Haight of the 24th New York would write this about his experiences here, and I've actually got a much more extensive quote from him, and I'll read you that. I can find it here. All right. "There was some firing on our part on our way across the field because the line did not move fast enough on account of the diagonal fence." There was a fence out here to keep us busy otherwise. "Undoubtedly, we would have been able to get across with much less disaster to ourselves and with practically as much damage to the other side if we had rushed right on without stopping to fire at all. But all battles are made up of blunders on both sides, and the party that has the least opportunity for blunders is usually the one that comes out with the ultimate advantage. The man who, like Commander Cushing in his attack on the Albemarle, can preserve a perfectly level head with imminent death threatening him on every side is so rare as to seem almost like a lustus natural. And as it is never to be expected that he will appear just where and when he is needed, and therefore a little unexpected fence to be pushed down may turn the tide of battle. Comparatively few of our numbers arrived at the embankment, probably not a dozen of my own company. Some of those who had been shot less seriously than the young man whom I just spoke were not endowed with this fighting enthusiasm, and had run back to the woods on feeling the sting of bullet or of broken iron. But many, very many, were lying on the ground behind us, dead or yielding up their young lives with the blood that was oozing from their gaping wounds. Those of us who were on the embankment were too few to even attempt to drive out the troops on the other side of it, and accordingly lay as flat to the slope as we could, crawling occasionally to the top and discharging our muskets held horizontally over our heads in the direction of which seemed to afford a chance of hitting somebody on the other side of the grade. In the meantime, a second line of troops attempted to come across the field from our side, and in the din instantly became so infernal that I desisted from the feeble efforts I had been making against the enemy in order to see what was happening in our rear. As I looked back, I saw our line making a grand rush in our direction, many of the men holding their arms before their faces, as though to keep off a storm. Bullets were pouring into them from the infantry beyond us, but worst of all, Longstreet's batteries, freshly posted on a rise of ground a mile or so to our left, actually not much more than half a mile, were enfilading the approaching troops with solid shell and sections a foot long or more of railroad iron. We still have yet to figure out what he's referring to there. Which tore up the earth frightfully and was death to any living thing that they might touch on their passage. Our second line gave way before this terrific storm and ran back to the cover of the woods, leaving us on the embankment to our fate. As for ourselves, we still kept up the desultory fire that I have described with no serious effect, I presume, after brief intermission mentioned. But shortly there came an unlooked for variation in the proceedings. Huge stones began falling about us, and now and then one of them would happen to strike one or another of us with very unpleasant effect. By this time, all my friends on the rebel works at my side were badly wounded, and I had received a few scratches and bruises on my own part. The enemy kept up the shower of stones, and we were returning the favor to such an extent as we were able, and the bullets intended for the rebels from our soldiers back in the woods were striking the ground about us. And at least one of them struck a comrade by my elbow, wounding him in the back and fatally. Well, so they were getting it from both sides. They're literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. But it was here that Confederate artillery seemed to dominate the fields. One of the few Civil War battles of the Civil War where Confederate artillery would dominate the field. Those 18 guns over there were pouring a lot of iron into this area, and consequently those 6,000 Union troops that had begun this advance across this open meadow would not be nearly that strong once they got close to this railroad grade. Indeed, after nearly 45 minutes, well over 2,000 Union troops were killed and wounded out here on this ground. Still, Jackson's line was being hard pressed. Troops were running low on ammunition, and Jackson realized the seriousness of the situation. He would have to call in reinforcements from other parts of his line. The Stonewall Brigade would be ordered forward from their reserve position, led forward by Colonel Baylor. Baylor would grab the colors of the 33rd Virginia as he advanced across these fields, which would be a fatal mistake. He would immediately become a very inviting target, and he would be shot down out here somewhere in this immediate vicinity as he was advancing forward to support Bradley Johnson's troops here in the railroad cut. But Jackson also would send an urgent plea for help over to General Lee's headquarters, which were now established on what was then known as Monroe's Hill, a good 3/4 of a mile off here to our southwest. Jackson had a signal station set up on Stony Ridge behind his lines, and he was able to transmit this plea for help rather readily with signal flags. So upon receiving this plea for help, General Longstreet felt the most expedient way to come to Jackson's aid would be to throw more artillery into the equation. Longstreet found another battery that was attached to Wilcox's division, and this was the Dixie Artillery, a Virginia battery under the immediate command of Captain William Chapman. Longstreet deployed Chapman's guns over on a little knoll on the Dogan farm off here to our southwest, less than a half a mile in this direction. And those guns found themselves in a very advantageous position. Not only were they able to fire into the flank of the Union lines pressing Jackson's position, they were able to fire into their rear as well. And this had almost an immediate impact. Union troops quickly now broke off their attack and began racing across this open meadow, trying to seek the safety of the Groveton Woods. Another Union soldier in a Massachusetts regiment, part of the 5th Corps, Lieutenant Fisher Baker, 18th Massachusetts, would write as he was of his escape off this field. He wrote, "The cannonballs from the rebels who enfiladed our rear and fell behind us so that the ground seemed like a mill pond in a shower." That's how heavy the lead and iron was hitting the ground around them. With the repulse of this Union attack in less than an hour's time, General Lee and General Longstreet now saw an opportunity to finally commit Longstreet's 30,000 men to the fighting. Up to this point in time, Longstreet's troops had not been actively engaged except for a brief reconnaissance in force on the evening of the 29th down here at Groveton. So now Longstreet would give his troops the order to advance. With 30,000 men, now Richard Anderson's division had arrived on the field. This attacking force would be nearly twice the size of Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. And they would encounter some serious but rather small resistance on the south side of the turnpike. General Pope had concentrated the better part of his army north of the turnpike to confront Jackson. There were only 3 very small Union brigades situated south of the Warrenton Turnpike at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Longstreet gave the order for his troops to advance. And that would lead to some rather bloody fighting over on the Chinn farm off to our southeast, but I'm not going to get into that here because we have another tour at 2 o'clock, which focuses on that. I'm sure most of you will want to join that. So that'll meet at stop number 10 on our driving tour over there on what we call Chinn Ridge. And then if you haven't had enough for the day, I'll be giving a tour at 4 o'clock over on Henry Hill, and you're more than welcome to join me there. You've had relatively few questions. Have I done that good a job? But I do want to mention this monument here. This monument was put up in June of 1865, shortly after the war, by Union troops that were positioned in this neighborhood at the time. Much of the stone was robbed from the unfinished railroad, which of course never got finished. And this, of course, was chosen as site for a monument because this is where the Union Army suffered some of their heaviest losses during the battle. Indeed, the 2,000 Union troops that were killed and wounded out here was probably their heaviest loss. But the Union Army would suffer overall some 10,000 killed and wounded in this battle by the time it was all said and done. But in any case, this monument had seen better days. Originally, when it was erected, it was embellished with all kinds of field artillery projectiles around the base and at the top. But those became souvenirs for some of the early relic hunters. They were all gone by the time this land fell within the jurisdiction of the National Park Service. All right, well, thank you very much for joining me under this somewhat steamy Sunday. The sun is starting to peek through the clouds, so it's going to get hot out here. So I don't want to keep you any longer than necessary, but you're more than welcome to explore, more of the unfinished railroad. Follow this path down here. It'll take you past the position occupied by this Leroy Stark's Louisiana troops. Beyond that, Isaac Trimble's brigade would be positioned. I forgot to even read you one of the quotes from the 15th Alabama. William McClendon of the 15th Alabama would write, "The Federals just simply jammed up against the embankment. They were so thick that it was impossible to miss them. The Louisianans threw cobblestones over the embankment at them. I saw them going over, lighting upon the heads just as thick as I ever saw corn go into a pen at a corn shucking." What a slaughter that was. At first bombshells, shrapnel shells, then grape shot. As they came nearer, canister was poured into them, which mowed them down, but still those that lived would close the ranks and press forward. So he's given the Union troops some credit for their gallantry nonetheless. Well, thank you again for joining me this morning, and again, have a very pleasant afternoon. Stay kind of cool if you can.
Take advantage of the shade here for as long as possible. There will be a few stops along the way that will be in the sun. They were very carefully considered, but usually unavoidable at this time of day out here on this ridgeline. But I will try to duck us back in the shade in between, so it shouldn't be too awful. But welcome everybody. My name is Liz. I'm the Education Program Coordinator here at the battlefield. On behalf of the Park Service, we are happy to have you out here for the 159th anniversary of the Second Battle of Manassas, fought out here August 28th through 30th, 1862. Whenever I usually do this program as a matter of course over the summer, I always like to ask a little bit about what you've got a chance to see. But today I think my big burning question is how many of you were on Jim's program earlier at the Deep Cut? I heard there were quite a few people out there. I think Jim has won attendance-wise out of all the programs we've been offering. So he came back and we gave him a lot of kudos for that. 4 o'clock today, he will be doing an additional program about the final phase of the Second Battle of Manassas out here in the Sudley roadbed, right on the edge of Henry Hill and the edge of Chinn Ridge where we are. If you are at all interested in that, it's a great opportunity to pick his brain. Last year we realized that he has been here since 1980, which is roughly half the life of this battlefield as a national park, which is pretty awesome. But he's probably forgotten more things than I will ever know about this battlefield, in fact. But what we're going to do for the next 90 minutes or so is talk about kind of the climactic fighting of that second battle out here on Chinn Ridge. And I always like to liken this fighting to almost the 15th inning of that baseball game where you really can't take your eyes off of what's happening. You're not quite sure how this is all going to go down, and you're absolutely glued. And one of my favorite anecdotes that I also like to use when I talk about the fighting out here on Chinn Ridge comes from my time working at the Eisenhower farm. Just before D-Day, the commander of the American Ground Forces, Omar Bradley, was in a hangar giving a talk to the guys. And he said, when the day comes, you're going to be in the grandstand. Now, sitting in that hangar was Theodore Roosevelt Jr., son of the president. He was the oldest American officer to go on shore on Utah Beach that day, 1944. He happens to say under his breath, and I will remove the vulgarity from this statement, we're not going to be in the grandstand, we're going to be in the gridiron. And I like to use that distinction of grandstand and gridiron out here to really characterize this fight, because for the men out here on Chinn Ridge, that brigade of Ohioans under Nathaniel McLean, they start out in the grandstand. They have a front row view to a Confederate tide that is now sweeping up to and through them. And they end up in the gridiron, right in the thick of all of the action. And what I'd like to do at this point is move off. What we're going to do at our next stop is talk a little bit about what's going on out here that afternoon after that attack at the deep cut is now done and men are streaming out of there. But any questions before we move off? They are often behind the scenes. But just a couple of days ago, you have access to our Facebook page. Anthony, who some of you may know, you've been on his tours, put up a video that was made, a promotional video for the park. And one of the 3 people interviewed in that promotional video is Elliott, our park biologist. And they do a really wonderful job. They take care of pest management in the buildings. They do all sorts of tick studies, bird studies, watershed studies. So they are a wonderful resource.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So what's going on is following that attack at the deep cut, men are streaming back. They are working their way back toward Dogan Ridge, which is really where the Union has their cannon. This is their Union lines there. And watching this is a variety of generals in the Union Army. They see this as a little bit of a crisis. They can see these men are a little bit panicky or moving a little bit fast, and they work to slow them down and get them back into order. One person who's watching this, though, is Irvin McDowell. He's the Corps commander of the 3rd Corps under General Pope in the Army of Virginia. He had been the commanding general, of course, out here at the first battle in 1861. And yea, though they don't always get on super well, these are 2 men who do work together out here. A lot of trust is placed in McDowell on the part of Pope. And McDowell's allowed to make a lot of decisions that afternoon. Now, where I've stopped us is in the vicinity of what was the Chinn home of Hazel Plain. And I did bring this map. If you'd like to get a better sense of what the terrain looked like in 1862, I'll pass this around for everybody. But Hazel Plains sat out here for years. It was the home of the Ho family, and then of course the Chinn family. If anyone is familiar with Ben Lomond, Benjamin Tasker Chinn, who built that, and his wife Edmonia Carter Chinn were the owners of this during the Civil War. And this home would become the focal point of what happens out here. This home will be used by the Confederates as they come up onto this hill, and it'll become a hospital afterward. In 1862, the house would have looked something on the order of this, although this is from the early 20th century. So this is a pretty typical wooden structure with a pair of double chimneys. And those double chimneys were kind of an unusual architectural feature. In fact, in the 1940s, what happened was the Park Service came in and they had purchased this property, and they had the Civilian Conservation Corps strip the outside of the building with the idea that they would look at the structure to determine how best to preserve this and take care of it. Unfortunately, 1942 hit, and of course at that point we were in World War II. The CCC was disbanded, and this house sat essentially exposed to the elements with tar paper around the outside of it for way too long. By the late 40s, the house was falling down and really necessitated pulling the house down by the end of that decade. This would become a real tragedy that superintendents would use over the years to try to argue for the preservation of other battlefield structures from the time of the war. It was a huge loss. And initially they thought they could preserve those double chimneys, but they started to cave in and they really couldn't do it, so they had to pull those down as well. So what's left behind today is this foundation. And on August 30th, 1862, by mid-afternoon, the person who's out here is John Reynolds, the commander of the Pennsylvania Reserves. He's out here, he's got about 5,000 men. They had been positioned out here for a little bit. And they're joined by that brigade of Ohioans under the command of Nathaniel McLean. They will be on the lower part of this ridge line, a little bit further down from where the Pennsylvania Reserves are. And Reynolds will be one of the sounding boards who warns Pope about the presence of Longstreet, about the fact that the Confederates are not in retreat. But when this repulse of the attack at the Deep Cut is fought, or happens, Reynolds will be ordered off by McDowell to back up those retreating Union soldiers heading back for Dogan Ridge. This turns out to be a huge blunder, because all day long the Confederates had been watching to see what the Union was going to do. If there was no attack, what General Longstreet was going to do in the late afternoon or mid to late afternoon was start to sweep through here and create a huge distraction, drawing the Union Army's focus this way, allowing Jackson to get up and out of here, and they would try this all again. As the Union attack happens, what this becomes is not a distraction, but a full-on counterattack. Longstreet's got 28,000 men in his wing of the Army of Northern Virginia, and when he gets the high sign from Robert E. Lee, he's going to start to move. He's got about 5 separate sets of organization that have to move in concert with each other, and what they are attempting to do in this move is to basically, as our map at the Brawner farm likes to say, close that lower jaw, swing the jaw shut. The Confederate line by this point looks like a giant gaping pair of jaws. Jackson's line is up to the north and east of us, about 1.5 miles. Longstreet's picks up at the Brawner farm and heads south for about 1.5 miles. They have about a 3-mile long front. The time has come to snap that lower part of the jaw shut. Now what's going to happen is these guys have to move together. They have to coordinate very well, because what they're trying to do is get underneath the Union Army, surround them, and block their escape route back to Washington. In fact, General Longstreet will give the order to push for the plateau at the Henry House in order to cut off retreat at the crossings of Young's Branch. So they want to get up here to Henry Hill, which would be off in this direction. One of the most confusing things about this program is the terrain. This would have been open rolling farmland in the 1800s. There would be not anywhere near as many trees, and those of you that have gotten a chance to see that map there saw that there was a little bit of a pine thicket out this way. You would have had a pretty clear view off in this direction and off in this direction. And you certainly would have had a nice clear view out here. In fact, up till the 1940s, you would have been able to see Henry Hill from where we are right now if you looked off in this direction. This ridge line is not parallel to the Warrenton Turnpike. It's at an angle. So this ridge line actually travels further and further away from the Warrenton Turnpike as it moves from right to left. The Warrenton Turnpike goes off this way toward the deep cut, toward the Brawner farm, off in that direction. Off this way, it gets closer to the Warrenton Turnpike, or 29 or Lee Highway out here today, closer to the Stone House, closer to Dogan Ridge. And this is going to be a key thing as Longstreet's men start to sweep through here. For the men who fight out here, this is going to be a ghastly fight. It's going to be blood-curdling. It's going to be awful. It is going to be horrible. As one of the men from the 5th New York, who is part of the earlier part of this, will say, this is going to be the vortex of hell. Men are going to lay out in these fields for days following this, and they're going to behave in ways that are shocking during the course of this fight. Now what's going to happen is when Reynolds is moved from here over to Dogan Ridge, that leaves 2,700 men on this side, the south side of the Warrenton Turnpike, in the path of 28,000 Confederates that are now going to start to sweep through. This is a really dangerous situation. Pope is still not convinced that Longstreet is a problem. And as the first shots of this fight are fired, Pope will still not be convinced. And when we get to our next stop, we'll talk about what happens when the first bits of the Confederate Army hit the first bits of the Union Army. Any questions?
Where's Dogan Ridge?
Dogan Ridge is about over this way. It's a little catty corner to us right now. Yeah, and Deep Cut is off this way.
So after the Deep Cut, they all came over here?
Yep. Yeah, they started to work their way back here and regroup. All on the north side of the road because, of course, Pope's focus is all up this way. It's not really down here. So.
Did Jackson's guys stay where they were and wait for Longstreet?
Yeah, so when this becomes a full-on counterattack, basically what Jackson is supposed to do is support this, but he's uncharacteristically slow and moving, and he really doesn't play any kind of significant role out here. This is really Longstreet's show. So this is really going to be about Longstreet versus Pope and McDowell. So, yes?
Did Warren come together with Reynolds and with McDowell to converge on a counterattack or anything here?
No. And actually, we get to our next stop, we'll talk more about Warren, but Warren essentially ends up occupying what had been Reynolds' earlier position that day. But what he's going to do is really be there to support a battery of artillery. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. But any other questions? Yes?
Did you say the photograph is the house that was here? Or?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah. So it's from a little later. It's from the early 20th century, but it's still the same house. It's a pretty typical middling plantation home. There were a lot of dependencies out here, a lot of little outbuildings and things like that. So.
Was the family asked to leave?
Family wasn't here. So yeah. So
They
this.
came back and there was no house?
The house was still here. It survived. But I can't imagine that after it being used as a hospital and after the site that people would have come back to, I can't imagine anybody would be too keen to get right back here and pick up. Yeah.
That was a hospital, right?
Yes.
General Ambrose Wright is wounded towards Henry House Hill. His son has to have his leg amputated. Do you have any idea did it happen here? Do you have any idea of that at all?
I swear I read about that recently. and I don't know off the top of my head, so I don't want to give you the wrong answer. But we can check that. So
there were field hospitals everywhere.
yeah, they were quite possibly everywhere. Quite possibly, though, it could have been here, feasibly. But when you consider just the sheer number of people left out here, you know, they are going to get the priority, really. Several different officers will be brought in here. Some of them will die. In fact, one, as he's dying, says, "I don't need my boots anymore. Give them to one of these guys that has no shoes." Any other questions? All right, here we go. Dal is essentially riding all over the county, trying to track down all of his men and see where they are. And he does end up missing. And in fact, there's an anecdote I think Hennessy talks about where the next day Gibbon is not happy with the decisions that were made the night before, and he goes in to talk to Pope about the whole thing. And essentially, some of the first words out of Pope's mouth are, "Where the hell is McDowell?" You know, certainly he does go missing. Whether he was lost is another story, but he's definitely missing in Pope's eyes. So what's going to happen is Longstreet's men are going to start to move. They have to cover about 1.5 miles before darkness. And darkness falls 7:30, 8 o'clock at this time of the year. There's no daylight savings time in 1862. This is not necessarily going to be the easiest of tasks. The men that will end up right out in front for Longstreet are going to be a couple of divisions that are kind of smushed together. These are the divisions of Nathan Evans and John Bell Hood. And Evans is considered to be the senior of the two commanders, even though these two men are together. They really don't necessarily always get along. Of course, Evans has a reputation for being a bit of a brawler and a drunkard. In fact, one of our favorite little anecdotes that comes up time and again is that he had a Prussian orderly follow him around with a small barrel of whiskey he called his barrelita. And so as they are talking about what's going to happen, Longstreet doesn't go to Evans as the senior of the two. He goes to Hood and talks to Hood about how this is going to go down. Now, Hood is at the head of the Texas Brigade, which includes the 1st, 4th, and 5th Texas. It also includes the 18th Georgia and the Hampton Legion. And Evans is at the head of a brigade of guys from South Carolina. Hood's men are going to be moving out in front of everybody else. They're moving at a crazy quick pace. And as they start to make their way through, the 1st and 4th Texas are the ones that are going to be the closest to the Warrenton Turnpike. As they're coming from the west of us over. They're coming from the vicinity of Stewart's Hill, the Cundiff Farm, Meadowville, William Lewis's home of Folly Castle. And they start to come. As they move, they do encounter very little Union resistance. The 1st and 4th Texas, though, end up waylaid for no good reason. The 1st gets an order from their commander to just shelter in place. The 4th takes a lot of enfilading fire from the Union guns over on Dogan Ridge. They're kind of pinned down, and so they move back ultimately to join up with the 1st Texas. They're not necessarily going to be a part of this. This is really a show that involves the 5th Texas, the Hampton Legion, and the 18th Georgia. And as they come through, it's going to be one heck of a shock to the brigade, or to the Brigade of New Yorkers under the command of Gouverneur Warren. And do you have Warren's picture? You may have seen his image once or twice. I hear it's on some little hill out in Gettysburg somewhere. Thank you for laughing. I keep trying to throw that joke out all summer and nobody ever gets it. I used to live there and used to have a view out my bedroom window of it every day. Very familiar to me. But what's going to happen is Warren is in command of the 5th and 10th New York. These guys are Zouaves. One is the National Zouaves, the 10th New York. The 5th New York is the Duryea Zouaves. They've been marching around the day before, and where they end up is right near that Warrenton Turnpike, out here. In fact, if we were to follow this path right here, we could head down to Young's Branch, and then back up to the ridge line where they were. The 10th New York is deployed in large part as a skirmish line. Warren puts them right out front to watch for Longstreet and see what's going on. But most of these men don't expect that anything is really going to happen. In fact, in a moment of tempting fate, one of the guys in the 5th New York shows off his brand new uniform, and he tells the guys, "Don't you think I'd make a fine looking corpse?" They drink coffee, they put their feet up, get a little bit of rest, maybe socialize a tiny bit, write some letters home and whatnot. And all of a sudden, according to Warren, the whole side of the hill and edges of the woods swarmed with men before unseen. The effect was not unlike flushing a covey of quails. So all of a sudden, here come these men from the 10th New York streaming back, and right behind them is this Confederate tide. Years later, Private Andrew Coates of the 5th New York would say this: "For a short time, the regiment tried to fight back the overwhelming force that was pouring in a fearful stream of destruction and death upon it. But the stream became a torrent, as the right and left flanks of the enemy almost surrounded us. War has been designated as hell, and I can tell you where the regiment stood that day was the very vortex of hell. Not only were men wounded or killed, but they were riddled." They don't do too well. In 10 minutes, the 5th New York will lose 300 of their 560 men. 122 will end up dead. This is the largest loss of life of a regiment in any engagement during the war. It's absolutely horrifying. And as the 4th Texas, before they get waylaid, come upon these men, one of them will say this of the scene on that hillside just across the way from where we are right now. He said, "Looking up the hill, a strange and ghastly spectacle met our eyes. An acre of ground was literally covered with the dead, dying, and wounded of the 5th New York, the variegated colors of whose peculiar uniform gave the scene the appearance of a Texas hillside in spring, painted with flowers of every hue and color." As they get back to the stone house and they regroup, the 10th New York has lost its flag, an incredibly embarrassing thing for anyone on a battlefield. The 5th New York, only a handful of men are able to rally around their flag, but they still have it. And as they rally around that flag, there are descriptions from Sykes' U.S. regulars who see them out there standing silent, just staring into space. And they say that Warren keeps looking back over his shoulder like he can't believe what just happened. Key for McDowell is this is where he starts to pull men from Dogan Ridge back over this way from the Pennsylvania reserves. He grabs whatever he can. And what he gets is a brigade of men from Pennsylvania under Martin Hardin and a battery under Mark Kearns. They don't fare much better. In fact, now that the 1st and 4th Texas are kind of out of the way, as the 5th Texas approaches these men, they are abandoning their position very quickly. In fact, that battery, many of those men have abandoned the battery except for their commander, Mark Kearns. Kearns remains in position with his guns as the Texans sweep over him, and they are so impressed that he stood there with a courage and heroism that, although wasted on the impossible, deservedly won the admiration and even sympathy of the foes he was doing his best to destroy, as one of the Texans would say. They offer to take him off to a hospital, and his response is, "I have promised to drive you back or die under my guns. And today I've kept my word." They overrun him. At this point, what's going to happen is, this had been fairly open ground. We would have had a clear view if we were standing here to what had just occurred. Who else has a clear view is Nathaniel McLean with his brigade of men from Ohio. And when we get to our next stop, we'll talk about how they go from being in the grandstand watching the destruction of all of these various regiments and battery to how they end up in that gridiron right in the thick of the fight. But any questions before we go? Yes.
How far out there do you think Mark Twain's position was?
So he was on a, as it's described, on a little bit of a bit of high ground, or a knoll. It would have been a little closer to the Warrenton Turnpike, probably somewhere off in this direction, but a little way off the path today. So.
There's a guy with a pool that has a fountain out there on the turnpike. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Would he be just on this side of that, maybe?
He actually would be off this way. So if you were to do the Chinn Ridge Loop trail, well, actually, I'm getting a little confused myself too. Like I've never walked on any of these trails before. I apologize. Yeah, if you go this way and you head up toward the New York monuments, somewhere in between here and there, you would walk behind his property. So yeah.
You can actually go down this way and it takes you right behind
Yeah.
where it used to be. You go that way
Yeah.
and it takes you right behind his property.
Yeah.
You can see the fence.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think my favorite thing when you're driving on 29 today, there's a lot of open ground there before you hit his property. One time there was a gas station there. I always think about the gas station that stood out there and the photos we have of that. Yeah, yeah. So, yep. Yeah.
Didn't Kearns get the Medal of Honor for?
You know, I don't think so, but I can double check that.
Okay.
There is somebody who does get the Medal of Honor, and you are correct about that. I did not put it in here, so that is my fault. Shame on me. I got very excited reading you those quotes. But there is somebody in the 5th New York who does, and his name is Private James Webb. One of the things that he comes to realize is that when the Confederates are overrunning these guys, that nobody has worn that battery to get out. And it's Battery D of the 5th U.S. Artillery, Cog Hazlitt's battery. It's the oldest battery in the service. And he does risk injury and death, and he is injured going through the Confederates to get back and warn that battery, who's able to get out of the way in time and reposition to fire at the advancing Confederates and remain kind of effective in a way against them. He does get the Medal of Honor in 1897. He is awarded that for that very purpose. So yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to bring us out here because you start to get a better sense of where McLean is out on this ridge line. He's essentially along the top of the ridge line, facing this way. He's got a front row view to what's going on out here. And as the Confederates move on their way up here, he will find himself in the gridiron. And in fact, he's very well aware of the fact that he is alone out here, although this was not necessarily supposed to be the case. In fact, when Reynolds was pulled off, Franz Sigel, the Corps commander of the 1st Corps of the Army of Virginia, had attempted to send men over here. He was going to send Robert Milroy's Independent Brigade. They get sent instead over to Henry Hill. They get stopped on their way. They were supposed to come in at the left flank of McLean's line to back him up. They'll never make it. They're going to be over here, and they will participate in that fighting over on Henry Hill. So if you do go to that final program, you'll hear more about them. But out here, Nathaniel McLean is the son of a Supreme Court justice. I have his picture right here. Here is Nathaniel McLean. His father was John McLean. His father was also a presidential candidate at one time. Very much a politically significant person at the time. His father had been the guy who, as a Supreme Court justice, had issued the dissenting opinion in Dred Scott versus Sanford, the case that declared that if you were enslaved and you went into free territory, you were still property. McLean himself believed in the cause of abolition. He was a lawyer from Cincinnati, Ohio, and he would get caught in some pretty bad luck on the battlefield, especially out here. But what he's got out here is 4 regiments, the 73rd Ohio and the 25th Ohio at this end of the line. He's got a battery under Michael Wiedrich right in the middle. And then off in the distance, he would have had the 72nd Ohio and the 55th Ohio. They are out here facing this. They have a strong position. They're alone. Nobody is out here with them. And as this Confederate tide comes, they know what they need to do is slow this down. Slow it down enough to give the Union time to figure out what they're going to do. And as this fighting kicks off here on Chinn Ridge, about an hour into all of this, around 5 o'clock, McDowell has to convince Pope that this is a problem. Because McDowell is trying to lead men over here onto this ridge line to back up McLean. He's got a couple of brigades that he wants to bring out here. One of them is the brigade of Brigadier General Zealous Tower. I love pictures. I've got another one of him. Probably one of the most interesting names you could possibly have. Zealous Bates Tower. And the battery of Colonel John Stiles. As McDowell leads these men out here onto this ridge line, he's stopped over on Henry Hill by a courier coming from General Pope, who's really concerned that they've taken too much away from the right end of the line, meaning right in front of Jackson on the other side of the road. McDowell waits for Pope to arrive on Henry Hill and kibutzes with him a bit about this, and Pope finally assents to letting these guys come over here. But as they do, McLean is going to be trying to handle what's coming at him. Now at this point, what's right out in front is the 5th Texas, 18th Georgia, and the Hampton Legion. As these men get close in these woods after flattening all these other guys, the commanders of all three have a conversation about what they're going to do. Because if they get too close to the Warrenton Turnpike, they're going to be in danger of being under enfilading fire from the Union. If they go too far off this way, what's going to happen is they're potentially at risk of being outflanked by the Union. They want to find a very effective position, and they move a little further away from that Warrenton Turnpike, and they end up bunched up in one thicker patch of woods that was off in this direction.
So the Texans are over there?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they weren't over here?
No, they weren't. They were initially coming in this direction. And as they make their way out, they do get a little bit disorganized, and in fact the commander of the 5th Texas will comment in his reports at the end of all of this that he had been really dismayed at the fact that these guys had not coordinated better. But as they start to work their way out, McLean's men are going to have to deal with them. And McLean gets a little confused though. Along the way, one of his subordinates is Robert Schenck. And Schenck tells him that reinforcements are coming. He likely had heard that Sigel was trying to send somebody over here. And there's a little bit of confusion about who's coming out here. But as these guys kibutz and then they end up coming out here, it gives McLean a little time to figure out what to do. And his men start to try to handle what's coming at them. Among the men in McLean's brigade, and I always like to just show this picture for fun, is this guy, Private George Nixon, great-grandson of the president. He's in the 73rd Ohio. He is actually going to end up killed at Gettysburg in 1863, and he is buried in the cemetery there today. Having worked at the Eisenhower farm, that gives me a thrill. Nixon did visit his great-grandfather's grave there in the cemetery. But as they fight, there is going to be a lot of confusion. It's a hot, humid evening. There is smoke and dust everywhere as all of this is going on. Flags are hanging limp. And these men are going to do the best they can, but they're going to start to fold. And as they start to fold, some of them are going to start to back up toward Henry Hill. Not only that, but what McLean is going to do is start to shift his line. And he's going to bring those two regiments from down there up here to face what's going to start to come at him. Now what's going to happen is, while these men are coming out from this brigade and the South Carolinians under Evans are behind them, along this way and off in this direction is going to be the brigade of James Kemper, or the division of James Kemper. He's got 3 brigades under him: Eppa Hunt and Micah Jenkins and Montgomery Corse. Hunt and Jenkins pass by, but Corse starts to swing in here. And he starts to come out with his Virginians and fire at these men. Now again, just for fun, I have a picture of this gentleman. He was the commander of the 7th Virginia. This is the great uncle of George S. Patton, Tazewell Patton. Again, this is my 6 degrees of Eisenhower moment. He is killed at Gettysburg as well. But he is going to be replaced by one of his subordinates, who will then lead his men for the remainder of this fight. And as they start to come out, things are going to get pretty ugly. And if you'd like to join me, we're going to move a little further down the line.
Oh.
Sure.
Also here was Lieutenant Wright, the 2nd Battle, Lieutenant John Bouvier, the great-great-grandfather of Jackie Kennedy.
Yeah, I think we've discussed that.
So
yeah.
Kennedys and the Nixons were on the same side here. The 2nd Battle.
You win, Marvin. VIP.
You
have everybody. So as these men shift, Evans and Hood are going to manage to force out Michael Viedrich's battery. They'd been doing the best they could throughout this. In fact, as the men were streaming back on their way back to Henry Hill, some of them did get caught up in the path of Viedrich's men. This included one particular man in Mark Kern's battery who was running away from this oncoming Confederate tide so quickly and so aggressively that as he approached the battery, they were warning him to get out of the way. And he said he didn't realize they were talking to him until he was about a couple of steps away from the barrel of their cannon, realizing it was about to fire. And he took a couple of steps off to the side and managed to save himself. But unfortunately, because of how frantic and the nature of all of this fight was, there was going to be some friendly fire at the oncoming Confederates, or in the process of firing at the oncoming Confederates. Corse's men get a volley of fire that is shot right at them. In fact, one of the men in Corse's brigade will say that it struck them like an electric shock. It certainly is an effective shot. But at this point, what's going to happen is the 7th Virginia, their new commander, will say, "Up to the fence, boys, and give them hell." This fight starts to include the brigade of Zealous Tower, who I mentioned. In fact, I've stopped us kind of incidentally. I was not intending this, but near where the regimental marker is for that particular brigade. What will happen is Tower's men will start to form up at the end of the Ohioans, who are now along this fence line, or along an axis that is parallel to this fence line. And he'll join up with the end of that line, the left end of that line, and a little bit off to the side like this. And his arrival on the field is really messed up by the retreating men, who are now starting to back down off of this ridge line and down into what is sometimes referred to as the Chinn Valley, kind of near where Chinn Branch is, where the road is you came in on today, and off in the direction of Bald Hill, which is off this way. What's going to happen is Tower's men are exhausted as they come out here already. This is not a good start. In fact, the men, according to one of them, were so fatigued and completely worn out and many had no shoes at all, and were tired and weary from loss of sleep and rest for many days in succession. To sum it up, we were in no condition to fight a great battle. They come out here and they do the best they can. It is clear as Tower comes out here that McLean is in danger of being outflanked. And he does what he can to handle that situation. One of the men from the 88th Pennsylvania would comment that as they arrived out here as part of Towers' brigade, that the confusion among the troops on the hill was great. Officers and men shouting, shells tearing through and exploding, the incessant rattle of muskets, the cries of the wounded all combined to make up a scene that was anything but encouraging. As the 88th Pennsylvania comes out, they start to get the sense that they are being fired on at three sides. They're being fired on from this direction because Hutton and Micah Jenkins have started to swing back around after passing by here, forgetting their objective of getting to Henry Hill. They've abandoned that, which is a key fault in all of this. They're being fired at head on, and they're being fired at from these guys over here. They don't know which way to fire their muskets or their rifles.
The Union objective was Henry Hill?
No, the Confederate objective.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, the Confederates were supposed to make their way to that plateau, prevent the Union from getting past it and back to Washington. And instead of passing right on by, Hutton and Jenkins swing back around and they come back out here with the idea that they're going to jump into this fight too, kind of abandoning what Longstreet had expected for them to do. Towers' men do put up a fight. They are raked. In fact, the Confederates get raked too because there is a new battery out here, George Lepian's 5th Maine Battery. Lepian was out of it at this point. He had somebody standing in for him. And what we're going to do at this point is move down to where that battery appeared on the field. Any questions, though, before we head out?
So the Confederates were never that way.
They were. Yeah, they were. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a supremely difficult bit of landscape.
Yeah.
Because of all the trees, it's easy to get turned around very quickly. In fact, as late as this year, I attended our seasonal training when they came up here because I wanted confirmation that I had not forgotten where everything was after 2 years of not doing these programs. So I can tell you it is not easy to figure out what the little nuances in the landscape are out here. So, which is why this is able to sit out here. And why it was put here versus maybe closer to where the 5th Texas emerges on this field or something like that. The 5th Texas is really the only one out of all of these Confederates that are coming out here onto Chinn Ridge that's really going to continue from the beginning to the end, eyeballs to entrails, down to Henry Hill. And they will be among a handful of Confederates that are not involved in this fight and then walk away from it or back off or end up somewhere else. So the 5th Texas sticks with it all the way through this movement. There's also another monument over there, and I do intend to get us over there to get a closer look at it. And that one was dedicated in 1914. So we'll talk a little bit about those when we get over there. But I wanted to bring us down here to about where George Lepian's 5th Maine Battery would have sat. We do have these guns out here, including one that is relatively new, this one closest to us again, much like the one, Marvin, you were asking me about in the parking lot. This is part of that newer crop that were put out here. And so what's going to happen is the 88th, as they arrive out here in Towers Brigade, they are being fired at on three sides. They're not quite sure how to effectively return the fire that is being leveled at them. And what's going to happen is this battery will pound the Confederates. In fact, one of the men from the 17th Virginia, who is in Corse's brigade, will say that these cannon that were out here seemed to shake the very earth. The dull thud of balls as they tore through the bodies of men, the hiss of the grape, and the mingled screams of agony and rage. The man that's saying this says, I looked around me. The ground was filled with the mangled dead and dying. Tower is going to fall seriously wounded in this moment. He will be out of the rest of the war. The commander of the 88th Pennsylvania comes into the story at this point. He's known as Colonel Joe McLean. Here he is. He was a man who understood that he potentially was going to meet his maker or face his mortality through all of this. and in fact wrote a letter to his wife right before this battle that said, we may as well look this matter full in the face. He wants to put his affairs in order, and he tells his wife in this letter, kiss my dear little ones for me, and assure yourself I will do all I can consistent with honor. As this fight develops, McLean is going to end up shot. His femoral artery is severed. And he is dragged by his horse. He falls off, but he's caught in the stirrup. One of the men from one of the Ohio regiments, the 73rd, manages to stop him and help him. He ties a tourniquet around his leg, and he does make an attempt to try to save his life. But at this point, the Confederates are starting to begin to overwhelm these guys. And he tells them, get out of here. They drop him, and unintentionally that tourniquet comes loose. And that man from the 73rd stays with him until the Confederates overrun them, and he begs them to get him some help. The Confederates take that man as a prisoner of war, and unfortunately for McLean, that's it. And as that man is taken off as a prisoner of war, what McLean tells him is this: tell my wife she will never blush to be my widow. I die for my country and the old flag. The men in the 83rd on Tower's left, they are off in this direction on the back side of this hill at this point, say that the cannon fire seemed to shake the very earth. Now at this point, the other brigade that's out here is the brigade of John Stiles. And as McDowell had attempted to lead Stiles and Tower out here, in a very unusual moment, knowing how this all turns out for McDowell, the men actually comment how good McDowell looks. He's serious, he's focused, and he almost comes off in a heroic way. Which, of course, by the end of the battle, very much the opposite of this will be true, as several people level the charge against him that he's a traitor. But as he leads these men out here, for whatever reason, Stiles ends up waylaid back on the back slope of Henry Hill. He doesn't immediately come out with Tower. And at this point, McDowell has realized that, and he rides over there, and the men say he's cursing like a pirate. It's one of my favorite quotes. And wanting to know who gave orders to place the brigade there. And he gets them over here and tries to rectify this situation. And Stiles' brigade is largely made up of men from Massachusetts. And so, and not all battlefield stories are really tearjerkers or dire or sad. One of the men from the 13th Massachusetts, as they come out here, will even say or one of these men will get shot. And I always go back and forth on how to explain this, because if I say buttocks, it's going to sound like Forrest Gump, but he gets shot in the butt. And the men tell him, go off and get some medical attention, and he says, not until I receive a more honorable wound. But the situation's not looking good. Most of these men are aware of the fact that this is not a great situation to be in. In fact, one of the men from the 13th Massachusetts will say that our men dropped like 10 pins before an expert player. They're bowling pins. They're going down. What's going to happen at this point is the Confederates have started to make their way toward this battery. They want to get control over it. And leading the way for them is the guy depicted on the wayside there, Colonel Frederick Skinner of the 1st Virginia. I actually do have a photo of him. It's not a bad likeness there in the artistic rendering.
Who's this?
Colonel Frederick Skinner, the 1st Virginia. He's their commander. He tells his men with a nice shout, forward, old First, follow me. And he has a reputation. He's got this big hulking cavalry saber that nearly decapitates a couple of guys out here. The kind of nickname for this type of saber is a wrist breaker, which gives you a sense of its importance and its weight and its heaviness. And as he gets out here, he's going to just about make it onto this battery when he is shot in multiple places. But he's going to tell one of his privates, Jack Dooley, bear me witness that I was the first among these guns. And Dooley says that he will do that. And then he says, I took him off and tried to bind up his wounds. He was bleeding from multiple places. Skinner will survive this injury, but he's really out of the rest of the war as well. Now, what's going to happen at this point is Confederates swarm this battery, and at this point, McLean's men really can't hang in this much longer. This is the point where they start to skedaddle en masse and want to get out of here. And as the Union is collapsing, McLean will comment of this moment that we had been sent up there and sacrificed. I do not know that I was ever so angry or mortified in my life. Meaning he was alone out here, help had not come in the way he needed it, and his men had been cut to pieces as a result. McLean's men, though, looking at the glass half full, do manage to buy about 30 minutes for the Union, and it's really going to be up to the subsequent waves of men that come out here to continue that. Tower and Stiles managed to buy maybe up to about an hour between these guys. And what's going to start to happen at this point is as they're folding, Franz Siegel's been watching this, and he does want to see if he can support what's happening out here. The problem is the men he'll send out here are deployed piecemeal. What he's going to send out here is the brigade of John Coltz and the brigade of Vladimir, oh my God, I've been saying the name all day, Krzyznowski. Now, I am going to pass these around. I have two small pictures. I've got Krzyznowski if you want to take a closer look at him, and I'm going to send Coltz this way. Krzyznowski, you can't see him in full. You can see Coltz in full. That's how you'll know the difference. But Krzyznowski had been a Polish revolutionary, and he had come here, and when war broke out, he joined up. As they come out here, Coltz is going to be facing the approaching Confederates. Krzyznowski is going to put himself perpendicular to Coltz. If you'd like to join me, we'll walk a little further down the path here, and we'll talk about what happens when they arrive on scene. Any questions, though? Okay. Nobody is any too keen to really get into ghost territory in the Park Service. So we really don't tend to do it, although it has happened. People have come and done impromptu, record it, EVP sessions, that kind of stuff, yeah. It doesn't happen all that often. Yeah, they did. Yeah. What? Yeah. Where the New York were slaughtered. Oh, I did. I would caution, though, just having lived in Gettysburg and having worked here as well, sometimes those stories are made up and they come from sources you wouldn't even believe. And I really can't divulge the source, but we have a particular ghost story here, and I can tell you, I know exactly where it came from, and it has nothing to do with ghosts. About a headless Zouave. So, who has been seen wandering in the fields, including when I first moved here, I was living in park housing over by law enforcement. And somebody said, oh, haven't you seen the headless Zouave over there? And I was like, no, that's not a real thing. There's no, the story has no basis in any kind of sighting or fact or anything like that. So,
she didn't find it funny either.
What?
Either. I said they were trying to trip the rookie
I said you
up.
didn't find it funny either.
Yeah, it's one of those hazing things.
As the final phases of this fight are occurring, and these guys are fighting out here, what's going to happen is, as these reinforcements come in, Colt's men, who are going to come up in the face of the Confederates, and you can see we can't even see the Chinn foundations anymore. We're kind of a little bit more on a back slope here. This is a part of why Lepian comes out here. There's a little more cover back here. But as Colt's men come out here, the 17th Virginia sees them coming onto the field. And this is one of my favorite quotes. What Alex Hunter of the 17th says is this: when the Union troops came to retake the Chinn House, our men began to give ground. The Yankees came in splendid style, with the stars and stripes waving in their line capitally dressed. It was a perfect advance, and some of us forgot to fire our muskets while watching them. In their front line was a little drummer, and he was beating a pas de charge, and they're so impressed that in the middle of all this noise and smoke and chaos, that they can all hear that little boy beating this drum as they come onto the field. And in fact, that little drummer boy was in front of Colt's brigade and the 41st New York, which was also sent out here by Sigel. The 41st had been the closest one to the Warrenton Turnpike. Siegel's men otherwise were over in the vicinity of Dogan Ridge. And they come out here and they get a perfect shower of projectiles coming at them that they have to face. Colts would be killed when a shell hits him and explodes right in front of him, basically killing him instantly. Krzyzewski will form at an angle to him like this, and it doesn't really necessarily do much good because his men start to take enfilading fire from these guys up here. And so what he ends up doing is moving down the back slope here into the Chinn Valley for a little bit. He'll come back up and out, and he'll come right out in front of the advancing Confederates. As he does, what's right in front of him at this point is going to be the last division of Longstreet's men that will really make their way out here. This is D.R. Neighbor Jones guys. They are going to be embroiled in this fight. Two brigades in particular, Colonel Teague Anderson's brigade and Henry Benning's brigade. Benning is really going to take the lead. He gets out here a lot faster than Anderson because of the way they have to wheel to come up here. He doesn't have to go as far. And as he gets out here, he is in place of their normal brigade commander, Colonel Robert Toombs, or General Robert Toombs, excuse me. Toombs had been arrested a little earlier in this campaign for not adequately ensuring security, and Longstreet had arrested him. So Benning was in place. And as Benning comes out here, Benning will get out here before Anderson, and his men are going to come from the vicinity of the Chinn House. They're going to start to use the Chinn House much the way that Corses had. The 20th Georgia will start to move in an oblique at an angle like this, and they'll come out here. The 2nd Georgia will come out at the other end, and as they make their way out here, many of these men, like the men in Towers Brigade, up to about 100 of them are barefoot in the 20th. In particular, as they charge across this field, they're going through Briar Patch. And Major Waddell of the 20th Georgia commented that these men left bloody footprints among the thorns and briars through which they rushed with Spartan courage. These men are giving it all they've got, to the point they're ignoring their own basic pain and need. Faced with Confederates on either side of his line, the 20th here, the 2nd here, Krzyzewski has to fold. There's no way to stick in this. And at this point, the Confederates managed to finally capture Lepian's battery. One of the men who is out here is Private Alex Hunter of the 17th Virginia. And this is one of the most chilling quotes I've ever read from this fight. He says, when they get to that battery, that their moves are so violent and tempestuous, so mad and brain-reeling that to recall it is like fixing the memory of a horrible, blood-curdling dream. He says eventually they do cool down a little bit, but initially they are really almost in a frenzy they've been whipped up into. At this point, though, the men do have to fall back. In fact, one of the men from the 13th Massachusetts says, everything to our hasty glance seemed in confusion. Batteries were going at a breakneck speed and taking positions farther in the rear. The infantry was moving in all directions. Wounded men were everywhere, some being helped away, others while striving with all their strength to get away to a safe distance. We turned away and went over to a hill where there was a stone house, meaning the Chinn House over here. He said, we went along not entirely alone, for there was a goodly number of soldiers to keep us company. Not going in the same direction, however, but all having the same object in view. Vis-a-vis to get out of range of the shells. I meant the stone house over here. I just misspoke, didn't I? I have no idea how far we went, but should think it was more than a mile or perhaps 2 when we came to a road, and such a sight as we saw there I shall never forget. For there, regardless of any order or organization, but going pell-mell, as fast as they could possibly go, were all the branches of the service in inextricable confusion intent only upon one object, and that was to get to the rear. The Union gets out of here, and the fight will continue across the way on the edge of Chinn Ridge here into Sudley Road and over onto Henry Hill. For the Confederates, this 90 minutes that Longstreet is in moving along here is going to end up being very costly. He loses 4,400 men on the offense. Jackson on the defense over the course of 3 days loses 4,200, which just gives you a sense of how costly this was. Not just for the Union, but for the Confederates. This quick, harsh movement had a cost to it. With the collapse of Chinn Ridge, the Union had essentially lost the Battle of Second Manassas. There was no way to come back from this. However, the question was, were the Confederates going to finish off a Union army? But as the men walked away from this fight, there were men laying out in these fields for days, not quite sure what was going to happen. They were waiting to die, waiting to live, waiting for an absolution that would never come, as is said in Titanic. I don't know why that just popped in my head. I just decided to share that with you randomly. It was a very fitting statement. But their greatest strength for both the Union and Confederate sides really lay in the men who were willing to give the last full measure of devotion. And at our final stop, I do want to talk a little bit about a couple of those stories from out here on Chinn Ridge that really show that in a very personal and meaningful way. And if you'd like to join me, we will head up here to the monument. But any questions before we move on?
You've got that paper cut, you know what I mean? So whatever, well.
Sorry. Piece of history, literally.
Look at what happened to the monuments here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all the cannonballs and stuff. Yeah, the New York Monument.
Flies are awful today.
They've been bad. They've been pretty bad.
A couple dozen flights during your lecture.
Oh no.
Through the white socks.
Those are some of the worst, horse flies, and then the black flies that come out and in like May, June.
His father is Daniel Lips.
Yeah, so just to kind of bring this full circle, I did mention that this was kind of a ghastly, ghoulish, bloodthirsty, blood-curdling sort of situation. That as these guys are left on this field, sometimes for days at a time with little to no medical care, there's going to be a lot of stories that come out of this. Some of them are very sad and very painful. Some of them are a little bit more lighthearted and unusual. For example, there was a very large man in the 5th Texas who needed a new pair of pants. And he started to do something that was not altogether uncommon, which was to walk along and scavenge among the dead to try to get whatever you needed. He comes across a Union soldier who appears to be sleeping or dead. And he goes to take his pants off, and it turns out the man is in fact not dead. He's sleeping. And he says, "Whoa, wait a minute." And the man, according to this anecdote, jumps a couple feet back in shock that this man was alive and goes on his way. There was another story of a man whose name was Erskine Carson. He was a soldier in the 73rd Ohio. And he lays on the field wounded with a left leg. He actually managed to crawl to the shadow of the barn next to the Chinn property. And his blanket is taken from him. His pocket watch is taken from him by men out here. And he says that night was a night of horror. It was a gloomy night. For all through the night there came the groaning and crying of the men who were undergoing operations in the stone house, meaning the Chinn house over here, that can never be effaced from my memory. During the night, a rebel soldier crawled up alongside of me, shot through both legs, and it was piteous to hear him cry from the suffering his wounds caused him. Now Carson, actually the next day, happens to run into a Georgian who is part of the ambulance corps. And that man provides him some medical care. He gives him some laudanum. And they strike up a conversation. They develop a rapport and they exchange addresses. And the next year after Gettysburg, when that man had been taken prisoner and took an oath to the Union, he wrote to Erskine Carson asking for help. And Erskine Carson set him up with a railroad job in Ohio. This is a case where people developed friendships because they recognized out here that they all were suffering. They all had been through it. Some of them really questioned, was this worth it? Why are we doing this? As they talk to each other. But I always like to finish with the story of this man. This man is Fletcher Webster. He was the commander of the 12th Massachusetts. He was part of Stiles' brigade. And as they came out here, this was his first engagement with the 12th Massachusetts. He had raised that regiment himself. His father was Daniel Webster, the great American statesman who had once proclaimed liberty and union forever. He'd gone toe-to-toe on the floor of the Senate with John Calhoun over the issue of slavery, and is probably one of the most famous Americans in our history. Fletcher Webster wrote to his wife just before this, and he said, "This may be my last letter, dear love, for I shall not spare myself. God bless and protect you and the dear darling children." Now as he's out here, a bullet strikes him in the arm and goes right into his side. And as he's dying, his men do eventually abandon him because here come the Confederates. One of the men from the 8th Virginia happens to stop and talk to him. That man's name is Ludwell Hutchinson. And he gives Hutchinson his wallet. And he says, "I'm the son of the famous statesman Daniel Webster. Get this home to my family." And Hutchinson is able to do that at the end of the war. He also runs into somebody from the 19th Virginia, and he gives them his ring. That man is killed at Antietam 2.5 weeks later, but passes it on to another soldier, and it eventually makes its way home to the Webster family. In 1914, this monument was placed out here. There are some articles written by George Round, who was a Union veteran who settled in Manassas after the war. He is known as being the first superintendent of schools here in the county. He started the Prince William County Library System, and he believed that bringing Union and Confederate veterans together was a way to help bring about peace between both sides. Whether this was something that was effective or not is something we certainly can debate, but he had very good intentions in trying to get these guys together. In fact, when this monument was dedicated, there were Confederate veterans here as well as Union. This land was purchased, which is how that other monument can be out here in part. This land was purchased from the people owning this farm at the time. And the monument was put out here. There was a big procession from the courthouse in Manassas all the way up here to this ridge line. This boulder comes from Webster's hometown in Massachusetts. His son spoke at the dedication. And Hutchinson was the man they consulted for where to put this, because this is where Hutchinson says he remembered finding Webster. For the men who lived through this and can walk away, this is something they're never going to forget. Echoing the words of that man in the 5th New York, Private Andrew quotes, "War has been designated as hell," and I can tell you where the regiment stood that day was the very vortex of hell. Chinn Ridge was that vortex. Marvin.
Can I throw in a sidebar there?
Sure.
I think Senator Daniel Webster was a Whig Party candidate for president in 1836. He didn't win, obviously. I think Van Buren won. Another Whig Party candidate for president in 1836 was Senator Willie Mangum of North Carolina, whose son, William Mangum, there's a marker over there, was killed in the first battle. There's a marker over on Henry Hill.
Oh, there you go. Marvin is always good with the North Carolina history, which is awesome. It's always fun to talk to you about that. Any other questions?
So the Texas Monument is strictly for the 5th?
Yeah. Yeah, and if you go over there, you will see it as marked for the 5th. And John Now, is a Texas billionaire, is responsible for that out there. It was considered to be a no man's land. Nobody's really sure who properly has ownership of this little parcel of land right here. which is how they got around that moratorium on monuments. But this was dedicated just in time for the sesquicentennial of this battle, so in 2012. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
What were the Union casualties on Chinn Ridge?
I'm going to be very honest. I didn't put that together. But for the battle, it's going to be 23,000 total. That is about 14,000 Union and 9,000 Confederate. So a significant portion of that will be out here and at the deep cut. Yes.
Did the Zouaves that retreated, did they rally around the troops here, or did they go all the way to the rear?
They went back toward that stone house.
House.
Yeah, and they rallied there and figured out what their next steps were. And when you read the descriptions from people who witnessed them coming back, it was clear they were really not in any shape to. They just were almost zombie-like, or in awe, or in shock. It even made the U.S. regulars let out a gasp. There are some descriptions of that, because these are the guys that are trained to be in the military, and they're even like, whoa, something happened. This is shocking. What could have possibly made them zombies like this or silent like this?
Today we would have called it PTSD.
Very certainly, yeah. And I really had to think very long and hard about the quotes that I had in my notes from previous years of doing this just as a regular 45-minute program that I don't use, because they talk about limbs, they talk about people spurting blood out of their mouths and, encountering all this stuff out here that's just absolutely ghastly. When I saw the children, I did make the choice to cut a couple of those out at the beginning, but it really is horrific, and you can imagine the psychological impact of seeing that. Certainly is a great one. It's shocking. It's just absolutely horrifying.
So were the Confederates, just another quick question about the movement thing, were they in the valley and they came up this ridge, or they were attacking from this way?
Yeah, there's some men in the valley. There is some fighting in the valley, but most of it is going to happen up in this vicinity here. So they do move around through there. There's another hill over here, Bald Hill, that'll play a smaller role in things. I elected not to put a ton in about that, but yeah, there is some going on up there. So.
Okay.
Well, thank you guys for all coming. If you have any questions, you're welcome to stick around. I'm happy to answer them, but have a wonderful afternoon.
No one there is picking up relics. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Manassas National Battlefield Park as we observe the 159th anniversary of the Second Battle of Manassas. If you were here to take a tour of Henry Hill to learn something about the First Battle of Manassas, you will be sorely disappointed. Because I'm going to be focusing on the Second Battle, and more specifically on the last couple of hours of the Second Battle. Fighting here would ship to Henry Hill late in the day on August 30th, 1862, and it was sort of a confusing situation. I don't want anyone here leaving the battlefield today in a confused situation, so if you have any questions along the way, I certainly encourage you to ask. Sometimes I do know the answers, but more often than not, I just show my credibility by saying I don't know. But in any case, please don't be shy if you have any questions. Now, I'm going to lean very heavily on the words of some of the participants here today. I'm not going to try to recite a lot of stuff from memory. It's probably better you get it from a primary source rather than a secondary source like myself. Now, this tour will take well over an hour, and by the time we get back, it'll be after 5 o'clock and this building will be closed. So if anybody needs to use the restroom, please do so now, just down this ramp. And we will wait for you until you get back. But if everybody's good to go, we're going to be doing some hiking down to the Henry House and then back along the road here. Much of the fighting would take place within immediate vicinity of where we are right now. I think it's better that you get a better feel for what the ground looks like. And of course, anything you read on the subject in the future will likely make a little bit more sense to you if you have a good sense of the geography involved and the lay of the landscape. Now, there have been some significant changes in the landscape over the last 160 years or so. Much of this area on the Henry farm was an old abandoned pasture at the time of the war. It had not been grazed or cultivated for a good number of years. The grass would have been waist high out here, and there would have been a scattering of small pines and cedars which had taken seed. There were woods across the road and off here to our south, but generally it was pretty open. You could actually see some high ground over there, which we call Chinn Ridge, but not anymore for all those trees over there. So there were a lot less trees back in that period of time. Okay, so right now we're going to continue on down to the Henry House, and we'll start talking about what happened out here starting around 6 o'clock in the evening on August 30th. It might be worth knowing that at the time of Second Manassas, the Henry House did not exist. It was pretty badly shot up during the first Battle of Manassas. It was no longer habitable, so the surviving members of the Henry family had to seek refuge elsewhere for the duration of the war. They came back after the war and ultimately built a bigger and better house on the same site, which is what you have here today. All that was here at the time of the Second Battle of Manassas were the ruins of the Henry House. This structure was basically picked apart for firewood and for souvenirs by the Confederates who were camped in the area over the course of the winter of 1861-62. So all that would have been standing here would be just the remnants of the chimney, which is seen here. All these beams, what's left of the structure of the house, were not standing either. There was another photograph taken in March of 1862, not long after this picture was taken, and it shows no superstructure at all standing. Apparently this soldier here leaned too heavily on the beam going down. So there was no Henry House here. Mrs. Henry's grave would have been here at the time, but chances are that stone was not put here until after the war. All right, now I just need to take you down just the other side of this fence a little bit here. Okay, it's important to recap some of the events that led to the fighting over here on Henry Hill late in the afternoon, early evening on August 30th, 1862. I'm not going to go into the whole campaign, but on the morning of August 30th, General Pope was still determined to try to destroy the forces under Stonewall Jackson, which were situated along an unfinished railroad grade off to our north and west. A massive attack was launched against Jackson's position that afternoon. It was the largest Union attack of the battle. But within 45 minutes, that attack was broken up by a heavy concentration of Confederate artillery fire. Union troops began falling back, leaving behind some 2,000 killed and wounded out there on the fields of Lucinda Dogan's farm. And it was at that point in time, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that General Lee and General Longstreet decided it was time to launch a massive counterattack against General Pope's left flank. Now, General Pope had concentrated the better part of his army on the north side of the Warrenton Turnpike to confront Jackson. There were only 3 very small Union brigades situated south of the Warrenton Turnpike near Groveton when General Longstreet ordered his men forward. some 30,000 Confederates would slam into a small brigade under Colonel Gouverneur Warren, just to the south of Groveton. They were quickly overrun in a matter of 15 minutes. The 5th New York at least was able to buy a little bit of time to allow a Union battery, Company D, the 5th U.S. Artillery, under Lieutenant Charles Hazlitt, to escape capture. But the 5th New York suffered tremendous casualties in the process. After they were overrun, primarily by Hood's Texas Brigade, Hood's troops continued to advance in this direction. They would encounter a 2nd Union Brigade, this time Brigade of John Reynolds' Pennsylvania Reserves, under the immediate command of Conrad Jackson. These troops had a battery of artillery with them, Battery G, the 1st Pennsylvania Light Artillery under Captain Mark Kearns, and Kearns did his best to throw canister into the faces of these advancing Confederates, but it was not enough to stop them. And ultimately, Kearns' battery was overrun and captured. Kearns was killed in the process of trying to fire one last round of canister. Hood continued to advance, but now he met more resistance coming from a 3rd Union line situated on the heights of the Chinn farm, or on what we call Chinn Ridge. This was a brigade of Ohio troops under Colonel Nathaniel McLean, and they did their best to try to stop the advance of Hood's troops. But Hood was also receiving heavy artillery fire from Union batteries just on the north side of the Warrenton Turnpike over near the John Dogan House. And that fire coming in on his flank was most destructive, and Hood had to basically pull back to get out of range of those artillery pieces. Meanwhile, McLean's troops thought they had the situation well in hand, but then they were faced with another massive line of Confederates coming from the southwest. This proved to be the division under General James Kemper. And Kemper's 3 brigades would push McLean's line back some distance, but McLean was able to hold out another maybe half hour at the most, buying a little bit more time for General Pope to realize a danger to his left flank. Up to this point in time, General Pope was not willing to believe that Longstreet's troops had arrived on the field, but now it was quite evident that his left flank was in dire peril. So General Pope was feverishly trying to shift troops from the north side of the turnpike over here to the south side of the turnpike to try to stabilize the situation. And that led to some very desperate fighting over on the Chinn farm. Those of you who just took Liz Hokanson's tour of Chinn Ridge know all about that now. But those Union lines over on the Chinn farm were only able to hold out for about another hour. Eventually another Union battery was overrun and captured, the 5th Maine Light Artillery, and resistance on the Chinn farm began to dissolve. But the fighting over there on the Chinn farm had bought more valuable time for General Pope to establish a much stronger line of defense over here along the Sudley Road and on Henry Hill. And General Pope was able to find some of the best troops he had available to occupy this position. In this immediate vicinity here were the 2 remaining brigades of Reynolds' Pennsylvania Reserves under Generals Meade and Seymour. There would be an independent brigade under Robert Milroy taking position down here on the Sudley Road. And the Sudley Road, as you might notice, in many places is a sunken road, which would offer the Union troops occupying a very good, strong defensive position with good cover and concealment, not unlike the position General Jackson's troops occupied along the unfinished railroad. Well, General Milroy's troops were perhaps the first to occupy the Sudley Road, and General Milroy would prove to be quite conspicuous here on the field. I'm going to read you a couple of quotes referring to General Milroy and his antics, if you will. But while we're here, I might as well talk to you about John Reynolds. Let me explain what he had to say in his official report. He writes, the 2 brigades and battery of artillery, referring to Battery C of the 5th U.S. Artillery under Captain Dunbar Ransom, under my immediate command, moved by the direction of an officer of General Pope's staff to a position to the right of the Henry House. which position was most gallantly maintained by the commands of Meade and Seymour and Ransom's battery for nearly 2 hours, when they were relieved by the division of regular troops under Colonel Buchanan. Actually, 2 regiments of Colonel Buchanan's brigade, the 3rd Infantry and 4th Infantry, U.S. regulars, were the ones to help Reynolds in this location. General Meade, in his report, at this point, the brigade, in conjunction with the division, was deployed in line of battle and charged down the slope of Henry House Ridge toward the Sudley Road, driving before it such of the enemy as had advanced across this road and taking a position in this road, which was firmly maintained under heavy infantry fire until it was relieved by Buchanan's brigade of regulars. It was the good fortune of the reserves to be brought into action at this moment, and by their gallant bearing and firm advance to compel the enemy to retire to the shelter of the woods, where he was held in check until the close of the action. The troops that had actually crossed the Sudley Road were part of Benning's brigade. Benning's brigade was formerly Robert Toombs' brigade, but Robert Toombs had been placed under arrest a little bit earlier during the campaign, largely because he left a ford on the Rapidan River unguarded. And that allowed Union cavalry to pass unmolested, and that Union cavalry would come near capturing Jeb Stuart the following morning. So Toombs was put under arrest, but Toombs would actually arrive on the field, and his appearance on the field would certainly help to bolster the troops in his brigade. Now, let me read you what Colonel Benning had to say in his after-action report. On emerging onto the open ground, we also discovered a battery, Ransom's battery up here, on the opposite side of the dry branch being Chinn branch, which was just beyond these trees. Again, these trees did not exist. And not more than 400 yards off, which opened its whole fire on us. I thought that upon the whole it was better to try and take the battery, especially as I could not see any infantry supports near it. I accordingly gave the order to charge the battery. This order was obeyed with a shout, and on the regiment, the 20th Georgia, went with a run. At about 50 or 60 yards from the front of the battery, the level branch bottom terminated and the ascent of the hill on which the battery was placed commenced. The ascent for a short distance was rather steep, and then was considerably less so up to the guns, so that the men lying down at the foot of the hill would be protected by the intervening little crest from the battery's fire. When the regiment reached the foot of the hill, I ordered them to halt and lie down to recover their breath a little bit. This they did in about 5 minutes, during which time a terrific storm of missiles was passing over their heads. I ordered them to rise and take the battery. While, however, we had been resting at the foot of the hill, the enemy had not been idle. They got several pieces into position on our right flank at a short distance from us. That would have been Monroe's battery, Battery D of the 1st Rhode Island Light Artillery, over here. And you're just the other side of the Henry House ruins. This was not all. Heavy infantry supports had now become visible in close proximity to the battery in our front. That would have been Meade's brigade. I accordingly gave the order to fall back, and then the regiment in tolerable order fell back about 200 yards under a terrible fire from both the batteries and from the infantry supports when it came to the dry bed of the branch. And that's where they generally stayed for the rest of the fighting. So that was what was going on in this immediate vicinity over here. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about General Milroy when we get a little bit further over here on the other side of this fence line. I think they were, yes.
He's just trying to get cell phone service.
Okay. Milroy's brigade occupied the Sudley Road from about the entrance to the Henry House all the way up to near the entrance to where the Park Visitor Center entrance is today. Milroy had a couple of West Virginia regiments, actually 3 West Virginia regiments in his brigade, along with the 82nd Ohio, and also a couple of batteries were attached to it. But in any case, here's what he had to say from his official records report. The road in which my brigade was formed was worn and washed from 3 to 5 feet deep, affording a splendid cover for my men. My boys opened fire on them at short range, driving the rebels back to a respectful distance. But the enemy came on again and again, pouring in advance a perfect hurricane of balls, which had but little effect on my men, who were so well protected in their road entrenchments. But the steady fire of my brigade, together with that of a splendid brass battery on higher ground to my rear, which would have been Albert Monroe's Rhode Island battery, had a most withering effect upon the rebels, whose column melted away and fast recoiled from the repeated efforts to advance upon my road breastwork from the woods. But the fire of the enemy, which had affected my men so little, told with destructive results on the exposed battery in their rear, and it required a watchful effort to hold them to their effective work. My horse was shot in the head by a musket ball. While in the midst of the battery cheering on the men, I got another, and soon after observing the troops on my left giving way in confusion before the rebel fire, I hastened to assist in rallying them. And while engaged in this, the battery took advantage of my absence and withdrew. And in a letter to his wife later on, Milroy wrote this: I felt that the crisis of the nation was on hand, and that the happiness of unborn millions and the progress of the world would depend on our success. He definitely felt very much in the center of things. Now, Captain Monroe of Battery D of the 1st Rhode Island Light Artillery, this is what he had to say about General Milroy. Seeing our situation and the skillful manner in which the men were handling their pieces, came into the battery, and with sword in one hand and his hat in the other, cheered the men on most enthusiastically. But later on, writing after the war, Monroe would write this: a general officer, a man crazy under the excitement of the occasion, rode into the battery, hollered, and made all sorts of exuberant manifestations, which would have been amusing if the situation had not been so serious. Yeah, I think I've got one other reference here to Milroy. Yeah. Charles Walcott, who is part of the 21st Massachusetts, which would be fighting here as part of Ferrero's brigade, Reno's division. He would write, the white-haired General Milroy, who stood alone on the crest as we came up, was frantic with joy as he welcomed us. And as we dressed our lines, rode along our front, shouting like a crazy man. General Reno, having first informed the irrepressible General Milroy that he must not interfere further with the management of his brigade, walked along the line, ordering the men to lie down and keep perfect silence. So again, General Milroy certainly made a spectacle of himself up here. Some references show him standing on his dead horse, waving his sword, trying to rally troops.
What happened to him after the battle?
Oh, he survived the war. He survived the war, no problem. Now, General Milroy was not necessarily a military man. In fact, he had no love for West Pointers. He thought they were just too much. But Lieutenant Colonel Robert Buchanan, who commanded a brigade of regular troops here as part of the 5th Army Corps, would write in his after-action report, General Milroy's manner was very excited, so much so as to attract the especial attention of those present, to induce many to inquire who was that rushing about so wildly and what he wanted. I left General Milroy haranguing and gesticulating most emphatically in the same place where his conversation with you, General McDowell, commenced. He was calling for reinforcements. After I placed my 3 battalions in position, I moved to the right of my line, when to my surprise, I saw about 100 yards to my right the remainder of my brigade, which had been sent to the front after I left, and General Milroy giving it some orders. I at once rode up to him and told him that those battalions belonged to my brigade of regulars and that I could not consent to any interference with my command. So Robert Milroy was basically put in his place. Okay, well, we're going to continue on along the fence line here, at least up to the park entrance and a little bit beyond, to talk about the Union extreme left flank.
Depth it is at now, south of here.
My apologies. Now, if you have questions, you gotta yell it. Because I've been competitively shooting for the last 50 years. My ears aren't what they used to be, and I really have trouble if people are wearing masks. Can't really hear clearly what's being said. So feel free to yell at me.
The roadbed now versus 1862, is it about the same depth?
Not quite. In 1862, Sudley Road was much narrower, and it was not paved at all. It was a dirt road. In fact, we're just about to travel over a portion of the original roadbed, because back in the 1940s, Sudley Road, 234, got realigned. And so there are portions of the original road that now lie to either the east or the west of the present-day roadbed. And if we follow our path into these woods, we'll be on the actual original roadbed. Now, from here, south beyond the college, the troops under William Chapman. Lieutenant Colonel William Chapman had a brigade of regular troops, which had been part of the 5th Corps under Fitz-John Porter. They saw very limited fighting over near Groveton that day. They had orders to keep their left flank right on the turnpike, and while they were under fire, they really didn't have much opportunity to deliver any fire. But over here, they got plenty of opportunity to deliver fire.
Manassas? I didn't either. I've never heard that. I've been here for 10 years. I mean, this is
there's a section of the original roadbed north of the turnpike beyond Matthews Hill, off to the west of the present-day road. And so, yeah, Sudley Road has been straightened out to some degree. Now, from here, the road would continue straight in this direction. You see where those telephone poles are over there? Well, that's where the original road would have gone as well. And eventually swings around and rejoins the modern day road once it gets widened out there near the traffic signal. Okay, again, this section of the road was, or actually this section of the road, was held by Chapman's brigade of Sykes Division of Fitz-John Porter's 5th Corps. These were some of the best troops in the whole Union Army at this point in time. And let me give you some idea of the regiments in Chapman's brigade, if I got the right sheet here. Yeah. Chapman had the 1st U.S. Regulars, 2nd U.S. Regulars, 6th U.S., 10th U.S., 11th U.S., and 17th U.S. Regulars. And again, they were spread out along this road, extending well down there beyond those telephone poles. Now, let me read you a couple of quotes from some of the troops on this section of the field. Charles Walcott, Captain John W. Adams, or Ames, 11th U.S. Infantry. He would write, stumbling over the remnants of a fence, we found ourselves finally in a country lane, and almost as soon as we struck it, we came to a halt. There was a partial lull in the fighting just then. For a few minutes, we seemed to have found a quiet retreat in that lane. Good luck or skill had taken us to a first-rate position for defense, and the lull gave time to dress our line back to the roadside. Our fear had all gone. We examined our musket locks, shoved cartridge boxes around to the front of our belts, and picked out such slim shelter as the shallow little roadside ditch could afford. The lull didn't fool us a bit, though we knew it was coming harder than ever in a minute. Half a dozen brass Napoleon guns came up behind us, he's referring to Monroe's battery down there by the Henry House, and took position on the slight rise of ground there. I'm afraid to say how slight or how near. Positively we could look right into their open mouths. There was only a minute or two of silence in which we stood expectant and looked across the road into the pine woods in front. Here. A rattling crash of musketry, a screaming yell of men, the tramp of advancing lines coming through the woods. Then the Napoleons opened, and we soon opened as well. The first shot we had fired that day. and we must have opened out to some purpose, but made it lively for the Johnnies. I guess for they never reached the fence in front. But oh, the brass guns behind us, how the gunners did dance with excitement and delight as they poured in their fire. Bully guns for short-range fighting. And every time they fired, we had to duck down, and even so, we got covered with grains of powder and burning bits of flannel and great puffs of hot smoke. So the 11th New York, or excuse me, 11th regulars were a little bit further down there, closer to where the entrance to the visitor center is. Well, Sergeant William Doherty of the 6th U.S. Infantry would write, "For about 10 minutes the sound of musketry reverberating in this piece of forest was incessant and awesome. Suddenly it began to slacken, and men were seen running across the road. A company of the 11th Infantry, changing position in the timber, had broken open a nest of ordnance. In an instant the men were put to flight by the furious insects. The panic was communicated to the entire line, and in a twinkling the position was abandoned and every man was fleeing from an unknown danger." So it wasn't just the Confederates they had to worry about. But on the extreme left flank of the Union line, down here a little bit past the entrance to the community college, was the 9th New York Militia, also known as the 83rd New York Volunteer Infantry. And I have some quote from that particular unit. Private John Jacques of the 83rd New York would write, "We fell back to a road on the edge of the woods, where we found the 12th and 17th United States Infantry laying on the road, and our regiment formed to the left of them, being on the extreme left flank of the battlefield. In a short time the rebel troops cautiously advanced through the cluster of woods that we had left. As they came in range, we advanced to the fence and poured in a deadly volley upon them, and withdrawing from the fence and loading while laying on our backs, they advanced again to the fence, and so on until we compelled them to fall back. We must have been engaged nearly 2 hours, and our loss in killed and wounded was pretty severe, they having flanked us and placed their artillery so as to have a crossfire upon us, pouring down their grape and canister in our midst, compelling us to retreat." The artillery being deployed on their flank happened to be some guns of the Washington Artillery of New Orleans that had been deployed there by the 5th New York, excuse me, by the 5th Virginia Cavalry under Colonel Thomas Rosser. The Washington Artillery would be joined by guns of the Loudon Artillery as well as the Fauquier Artillery. And they were in a perfect position to fire right down the length of this road. And that certainly made this position rather untenuous. Now directly over here on the other side of the road were several Georgia regiments. Now over on Chinn Ridge, the fighting there was mostly done by the troops of James Kemper's division. 3 brigades, the Brigade of South Carolinians under Micah Jenkins, 2 Virginia brigades under Montgomery Corse and Eppa Hunton. But those Virginians and South Carolinians had basically worn themselves out in advancing over that ground and capturing the Union battery over there. So now it was the Georgia troops under D.R. Jones's division that would take up the fighting here along the Sudley Road. Benning's brigade was part of Jones's division, as was William T. Andrews' brigade. And Andrews' brigade had several regiments that had fought here at First Manassas, in particular the 7th and 8th Georgia regiments. And I've got a couple of quotes from that side of the field as well that I think worth reciting. George T. Anderson himself would write, "I was ordered to the right of Colonel Benning's command, Colonel Benning commanding Toombs' brigade. The men were now in front of the enemy and under a heavy fire of artillery. But with the coolness of veterans, they went to work and soon drove the brigade in front of them from the field. A fresh brigade was soon brought up, and the fight resumed with all its intensity. But the men and officers stood to their posts under the most murderous fire I ever witnessed, with the resolve to fall rather than to yield." Of course, the brigade in front of them had been driven probably by those nasty yellow jackets that they had run across, not necessarily from the fire of the Georgians. But they would ultimately be replaced by troops of Lieutenant Colonel Buchanan's brigade. Well, Private Young of the 9th Georgia Infantry, also of Anderson's brigade, would talk about Colonel Billy Wilson of the 7th Georgia. He writes, Colonel Billy Wilson, 7th Georgia, rode out in front and said, "Boys, we have come back to our old stomping ground. If any of you kill a Yankee, put on his shoes quick, and if you get into a sutler store, eat all the cheese and crackers you can possibly hold, and if you can get any good cigars, give old Billy 2. Forward." The boys raised a yell as usual, but Billy Wilson never got a chance to smoke any cigars. He would be killed over there on the other side of that road. Well, Sergeant William Andrews of the 1st Georgia Regulars, also of Anderson's brigade, would write this. Near a farmhouse and not far from a branch, referring to the Chinn house over there, a staff officer ordered our brigade to left half wheel, which was promptly done as we passed down the branch, referring to the Chinn branch. On reaching the top of the ridge, the right of the line opened fire, flashing down to the left almost like a grease streak of lightning. Flicking to the front some 60 yards distant, and down in the bottom were 2 lines of battle, one firing from the knee, the other in rear standing up. These were the regulars. They received us in warm style from both lines. How the bullets flew. Our line was ordered to lie down, and they were quick about it, not waiting to be told a second time. When we halted, there was a line of battle in front of the 8th Georgia, some 20 paces in front. We were soon obscured from sight by the smoke of our guns. I never knew what command it was or where they went to, but suppose they fell back in rear of the 8th. Our line was lying down, every man shooting for all it was worth, looking like a sheet of solid flame from their guns. The double line of Yankees were certainly giving us the best they had to offer in the way of hot lead. Beside the batteries in rear of their line on the hills near the Henry House was giving us what Paddy gives the drum. The screech of their bursting shells as they crashed through the trees would have caused the heart of the bravest to quake with fear. To the right of me and walking down the line was our gallant adjutant, Lieutenant R.H. Atkinson, with our flag in one hand and his sword in the other. Our colors had fallen the 4th time. Then Lieutenant Atkinson raised them up. He was certainly making a conspicuous target of himself, but fear was a stranger to him. There was not a sound on the line except the roaring of the musketry and the screeching of the bursting shells. A wave of grayish-blue smoke hung over the lines, almost obscuring the men from view. The air was full of Minnie balls, with that particular zip coming from the front. I heard one from the rear, and it made my cap rise on my head. It will demoralize a soldier quicker than anything on a line of battle. So there was a lot of confusion over there in the growing darkness. Keep in mind, the fighting here basically started right around 6 o'clock. And by 6:30, the sun was already setting. It was getting dark. With all the smoke in these woods, it was difficult really to get a feel for where everybody was.
So there were woods over here too?
I'm sorry?
At the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there definitely were woods over here and woods over there. So, yeah, and trying to maintain any type of formation in such woods was very difficult, unless, of course, you had a road. So the regulars made good use of this roadside. But now with all the Confederate artillery deploying over there, down there, not too far from where the Cracker Barrel is today, you know, this position could not be held very long. Once the 9th Georgia Militia broke, the left flank of the regulars also began falling back in some disorder. But they would rally again once they got on the heights of Henry Hill, and they still had artillery to help cover them, their front. By this time, of course, it was well after 7 o'clock. It was getting real dark, and that made any Confederate advance very difficult. R.H. Anderson's division had also arrived on the field, and the brigades of, well, let's see, he had 3 brigades. Lewis Armistead, brigade here, William Mahone, Billy Mahone, A.R. Wright's brigade. They now got into the fight. But again, by that time it was nearly dark. Billy Mahone would be wounded over here. But in any case, the fighting lasted until about 8 o'clock. And by that time it was pitch dark. You could not see your friendly troops in front of you. So the fighting broke off. After dark, General Pope realized his position here was in extreme danger. He was unable to make any further attacks, let alone hold this position. So he gave the order to retreat. And the retreat was made under cover of darkness in fairly good order. There was certainly plenty of confusion, but ultimately these troops were able to extract themselves from a rather dangerous position on this side of Bull Run, and by dawn the following morning they had gotten back to positions around Centerville. Now Centerville had been occupied by the Confederate Army the previous winter, and the Confederates had heavily fortified the place. There were entrenchments everywhere up there. Some of them still exist even today between all the townhouses up there. And General Pope was determined to hold this fortress until more reinforcements from General McClellan's army could find their way out from Alexandria. And once reinforced, Pope fully intended to go right back on the offensive again. Of course, General Lee was not about to wait around for that to happen. Lee was still determined to destroy Pope's army. But knowing how strong Centerville was as a defensive position, Lee was not about to attack Pope directly at Centerville. So, on the 31st of August, General Lee, for a third time in this campaign, would divide his forces and send General Jackson with his battered left wing of the Army in Northern Virginia on a wide flank march around General Pope's lines, now positioned around Centerville. Now, it poured cats and dogs on August 31st, and roads quickly turned into seas of mud, and Jackson's progress was uncharacteristically slow. But by dawn on September 1st, Jackson's column had finally reached the Little River Turnpike, a well-paved macadamized road, which would carry him directly eastward into Fairfax Courthouse, squarely behind General Pope's lines at Centerville. Fortunately for General Pope, he had deployed his cavalry very effectively to cover his flanks, and the Union cavalry on Pope's northern flank would detect this movement by General Jackson and give Pope some timely warning of the danger he now faced. Pope had no choice but to abandon his positions around Centerville and begin moving his army back through Fairfax Courthouse before that avenue of escape was cut off. And this movement would lead to one final clash between the two armies. A sequel to the fighting here at a place called Ox Hill, just outside Fairfax, late in the day on September 1st. A fight that would take place in conjunction with a massive torrential thunderstorm. Hopefully we'll not have a reenactment of that here today. But in any case, during the fighting there at Ox Hill, the Union Army suffered the loss of two very promising officers. Phil Kearny and Isaac Stevens would be both killed. But the fighting there at Ox Hill, despite the fact it proved to be somewhat inconclusive, did buy valuable time for General Pope to get the better part of his army safely through Fairfax and on the road back to Washington, foiling any further attempt by General Lee to destroy Pope's army. After Pope arrived in Washington, he could perhaps claim a small victory in having saved his army from total annihilation. But when it became evident that he had left behind some 10,000 killed and wounded out here on these fields over the course of 3 days, Pope would not be looked upon very favorably in the northern press. Abraham Lincoln had little choice but to relieve Pope of command. Yeah, he had initially high hopes that Pope was the right man to turn things around in the east, but this terrible defeat here at Bull Run certainly proved otherwise. So Pope was relieved of command, and the troops that had served under Pope would now be disbanded and reintegrated into the Army of the Potomac under General McClellan's command. So it's somewhat ironic that what General Lee was attempting to accomplish out here, the destruction of Pope's Army of Virginia, well, Abraham Lincoln actually finished for him by disbanding the Army of Virginia once they got back to Washington. Lee could claim a great victory here. I consider it one of Lee's greatest victories. A lot of people point to Chancellorsville as Lee's greatest victory, but what Lee did at Chancellorsville, he did here on a much grander scale. So I tend to think this is one of Lee's greater victories. But it was a very costly victory for Lee. Lee suffered some 9,000 killed and wounded, losses he could not easily replace. Now let me break down that figure a little bit more in detail. Over 3 days of fighting, General Jackson's left wing had suffered some 4,352 men killed and wounded. Of course, for the most part, except for the fighting on the Brawner farm, these troops were fighting on the defensive, taking advantage of the cuts and fills along the unfinished railroad for some cover and concealment. Now, General Longstreet's command was largely only committed to fighting for 4 hours on the afternoon of August 30th. They had seen a little action on the evening of the 29th, making a reconnaissance in force over in the vicinity of Groveton, where they ran into General Hatch's troops. But for the most part, Longstreet would suffer most of his casualties in the fighting on August 30th, between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 8 o'clock when the fighting ended over here along the Sudley Road. In those 4 hours, Longstreet had suffered some 4,679 men killed and wounded. Just 4 hours. That's 300 men more than Jackson suffered in 3 days. Now, the reason Longstreet had so many casualties is because his forces were advancing over open ground with very little cover and concealment. And they had to contend with several different lines of Union infantry pouring heavy volumes of musketry into them. Not to mention some batteries of artillery firing very effectively their canister and case shot. When you're advancing, you're moving forward, you cannot return the fire you're receiving. If you're moving, you cannot aim a gun very steadily. And if you fire your gun, you're going to have to stop to reload, and that makes you a standing target. So most of these troops were not firing until they met very stiff resistance, and then they maybe laid down, loaded their muskets, and then fired and laid down again to reload. They were suffering much heavier casualties because these Union lines were pouring such a heavy volume of musketry into them. So Longstreet suffered dearly here, and that might have played upon his mind about 11 months later at Gettysburg, when he was asked to make this frontal assault across open ground to Cemetery Ridge. He was very reluctant to give that order because he knew it would be very costly to his troops. But I won't get into Gettysburg here. But Second Manassas ended with the Union Army essentially back to square one, back in Washington. And General Lee certainly was not about to remain idle. His victory here at least gave him an opportunity to carry the war north of the Potomac. During the first week of September, his Army of Northern Virginia would splash across the Potomac River just north of Leesburg at White's Ford and begin a new campaign in western Maryland. As these Confederates advanced across the Potomac, their hopes of achieving final victory in this war never seemed brighter. Their hopes of achieving some recognition from European nations and maybe getting some intervention from the British Navy was a possibility, but those hopes were dashed on September 17th after the Battle of Antietam. And European nations never did recognize the South, and the British Navy never came to break the Union blockade of southern ports. So the fighting would continue another 2 bloody years. But in any case, I hope I've maybe put some of this fighting here in some perspective in the context of the war as a whole. Thank you very much for coming out on such a steamy Sunday. We certainly appreciate your interest. And again, as we wander back to the visitor center, which probably should be closing right about now, we feel free to ask any questions you might have.